Hello, everybody. Thersites the Historian here. I'm joined by Sean Chick. Tonight, we're going to be looking at the factions of World War II, that is to say, the 8 major factions: France, Italy, Germany, Britain, Japan, China, the USSR, and the US. And we will be evaluating the effectiveness of their armies, navies, and air arms. We'll be looking at the strategy of each nation, their operational abilities, their tactics in battle. We'll be looking at the technology they had available to them, including the industrial base that they had. And we will also be talking about the leadership available for each nation. So, Sean, do you have any preliminary remarks?
No, nothing. Nothing. Let's just go and get started.
All right, and of course, as always, we're rating these S to F, and we will begin with the first nation to be eliminated from World War II, at least the first major nation, France.
Yeah. We're not going to talk about Vichy France though, since they never really were involved. I mean, they did fight the Allies a few times and the Germans in a few cases too, but they're not particularly involved. So we're really only doing France before the fall, and then combine that with Free France as well.
Yeah, so we're talking about two. I guess tactically they were fairly similar from what I understand, but they, by the end of the war, were using mostly American equipment.
Yeah. We're starting off with the Army, right?
Yeah, we'll start with, we'll go Army, Navy, Air Force for each one of these.
Gotcha. Okay. So, French Army. Do you have any comments, Derek?
Well, I know that they tend to take a lot of grief because of how quickly France fell, but all in all, I think the French army is underrated, if anything.
Oh, how so?
Well, they actually had some good equipment. They were in the middle of mobilizing and modernizing their forces. They had only gotten started a few years before the war. They had actually made quite a bit of progress, from what I understand. They had a couple of excellent tank designs. Their infantry weapons were probably about as good as anybody else's. And one-on-one battles where the numbers were equal, they seem to have held their own pretty consistently. I would say the problem is really they had outdated tank doctrine, one, and then two, they seem to have had a lack of good generals at high levels.
Generals is a big problem for them too, because the French army has a lot of officers who are sympathetic to fascism. And these are officers who had taken part in the First World War. So think about it. They had won a major conflict. They had fought a major conflict that had really led to heavy losses. So it's not like these men don't have fortitude for war, or that they necessarily love the Germans,
Right.
But they, capitalism and liberal democracy appeared weak to a lot of people in the 1930s, and many people started to look to fascism, Nazism, and communism as an alternative. And a lot of your French generals were very sympathetic to fascism and Nazism as ideologies, more fascism than Nazism, though, to be more precise. And a lot of them thought that this is, I've read into a few of them where they're just like, this is stupid, we should be fighting the Russians. To them, communism was the bigger threat.
Yeah, I guess Pétain in particular was effectively a French fascist for all, more or less, even before the takeover by the Germans.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And I think de Gaulle wasn't quite a fascist, but he was sort of borderline. And I think that actually, didn't that hurt with Free French recruitment in terms of getting people from the left to join up?
Yes, it also didn't help that when France fell, the Soviet Union has a non-aggression pact with Hitler, right?
Right.
For instance, if you look into the Communist Party in America at the time, it actually splits over that. A lot of people said, "I can't believe that the Soviet Union has made the deal with the Nazis," and the Soviet Union was telling their operatives throughout the world, "You need to take a pro-German point of view." So, for instance, like Woody Guthrie, right? Great singer-songwriter, folk musician of the Depression era. Woody Guthrie was a great musician, but I wouldn't call him a political wizard.
Right.
And wrote songs that were against getting involved in World War II until Hitler invades the Soviet Union, and then he's all like, shoot off the bottle rockets, let's get in there. You know what I mean? Like he becomes real gung ho all of a sudden. By the way, he also wrote a bunch of protest songs against the Korean War in the 50s that nobody ever talks about.
Huh.
So yeah, your French left in 1940 had standing orders to not do anything, and Gaul also had a really hard time raising men because Churchill had attacked the French fleet at Mers el Kebir,
Right.
and I take a view on that that's controversial. I think we'll talk about it when we get to the French Navy, but it definitely hurt his ability to recruit. So most of the Free French forces are going to come from the colonies. And they will do very well in North Africa. I mean, they're not a big part of the British Eighth Army, but they are part of the army and did very, very well.
Yeah, from what I
And
understand, by the time you get to the Free French, I mean, these guys are very dedicated, so the quality is pretty hard to impeach.
yeah, you do have guys who are dedicated, like France has been conquered by the Nazis and is now ruled by Petain. We need to fight against this. A lot of them, though, are colonial soldiers, like North Africans, who, when their Vichy French commanders in North Africa defected, now they find themselves as Free French units. So, for instance, the Free French forces that get deployed in Italy, and a lot of them in the initial drive through southern France, a large portion of them are from the colonies. So anyway, the French army, though, it was hampered by its leadership. It had a very good artillery doctrine, from what I've heard. I don't think they had very good assault tactics necessarily for their infantry, but it's kind of hard for me to comment on that one.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I think from what I understand, usually when their infantry fought against German infantry in the campaign and the numbers were even, it was usually a pretty competitive affair.
Okay, I've heard some different opinions on that one.
Well, I think
But
usually the problem was that because the French were called out of position and because they didn't counterattack at the troops coming out of the Ardennes, that usually they were outnumbered at the point of contact by the Germans, and the Germans also had more armor on point, and also they had better coordination with their air force. So at the point of contact, the Germans usually had superiority.
yeah, so the French army, we could say you would say is underrated, but definitely it's not high performing.
Right. I mean, it underperformed massively what it was actually capable of, I would say.
Yeah. It should also be noted that the ability at that point in 1940, just how lethal tanks were going to be wasn't quite known, and there are accounts of Panzer Ones. Panzer Ones, which are armed with only machine guns, taking out French infantry regiments and squads and whatnot. And by the time you get to 1943, 44, your average infantry division in World War II, yeah, it really can't take a tank division one-on-one, but they have better tank tactics and anti-tank weapons.
Right.
So a lot of these French soldiers, when they're confronting German tanks, they don't really have a way to stop them.
True.
And the same thing is going to be true for the Italians and the British as well in 1940. It's not like the British Army did spectacularly in 1940 either.
No, definitely not.
I would say, I mean, the French Army did have some moments there, and the Free French Army that's deployed in southern France did do pretty well. But I got to go with an E. I personally have to go with an E because the collapse was considered swift and catastrophic by everyone then and now.
So, are we mostly rating it on performance or on capacity, or how? What's the balance?
I mean, it's got to be. I mean, we could talk. You could talk about. You say capacity. Do you mean like?
I mean, like what it should have been capable of, or what it actually pulled off.
I think you got to lean more on performance.
Yeah, well, in that case, I think an E is probably fair because the fall of France was pretty stunning. I think probably a lot of Germans were pretty surprised that it worked that easily.
No, they were.
Yeah.
My God, France fell weeks earlier than expected. In 1939, the German army expected another long slog through France, like World War One all over again. I can't confirm this right now, but I think I've read somewhere that campaign in France, the casualties were, of course, much less. I think maybe in some cases the casualties were worse in Poland than they were in France. Um, should we know the Polish campaign was not necessarily a walkover, considering the situation Poland found itself in, and also Poland was compromised by really bad generals who made some very boneheaded strategic moves. That made they made a hard situation hopeless.
Yeah, because from what I understand, the French commander Gamelin thought that the Polish would hold out for 6 months.
Jesus Christ, man. I mean, but that also plays a part in they're looking at the past wars, right? In Poland, yeah, this actually happened 100 years ago. They defeated an invasion by the Soviet Union dramatically too.
Oh yeah, the Soviet Prussian Polish War.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And also for anybody who's like really into for people who really think that one of the some people who really, of course, think that that war is underrated, and that if the Soviets had succeeded, we wouldn't be talking about Nazism at all. We'd be talking about communism and all the horrors it unleashed, because that would have gotten them at the border of Germany, and Germany at the time, had a very strong left. In fact, that one of the reasons that Hitler came to power was a lot of moderates said, it's either the Nazis or the communists. Okay, we choose the Nazis. Because and so something to do with Hitler essentially telling the business class, like, hey, I'm going to regulate you. I'm going to do some stuff you don't like, but I'm not going to seize your property. You know?
Yeah. Also, while we're still in the French army, there are two tank designs I think are worthy of mention: the Char B1 Bis and the R35.
Yeah.
Apparently, these were better than anything the Germans had in 1940 in terms of performance, armor, etc. But of course, the Germans didn't put these in the service directly. What they did oftentimes was to give these to their allies later. So a lot of the French tanks from 1940 were repurposed either as anti-tank weapons later with different guns on them, or they were given to Axis minor powers.
Yeah, or Italy used a number of French tanks. They would also use them as pillboxes. So when the French troops land in southern France in 1944 for Operation Dragoon, they find themselves blowing up old French tanks set up as pillboxes.
Yeah. Also, apparently, one of the downsides to the French tank doctrine was that they did not have radios, so they really had very limited ability to actually coordinate or counterattack.
To my knowledge, no tank force but Germany had radios when the war starts. To my knowledge, I know the Russians had a lot of problems with that as well, which we'll get into with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Germans had figured out that communication was key.
Yeah.
Coordinating these loud, big hunks of metal. One thing about the Char B, though, that should be mentioned, it had a ventilation thing on the side that was its weak point. So it was a good tank, but with one hell of an Achilles heel.
Yeah, I mean, when I look at it, what I see is basically the best World War I tank of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
funny enough,
the dream of 1918 is the Char B1 Bis.
Oh god, I think the Char B1 Bis was used by the Germans in 1944 in Normandy.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they had a few around for that. Because they had one Panzer division that was basically just like random shit that they threw together.
21st Panzer.
Really? That's sad, because the 21st in North Africa was known as being badass.
That's why, though, they'd been destroyed in North Africa, so it was being rebuilt, and they were essentially just throwing them any equipment they could. The 21st was also it had fewer tanks than the other Panzer divisions, but it was the only one near Normandy, so it gets thrown right back in.
Yeah.
Right back in the meat grinder, if you will. Yeah, yeah, the French army, its strategic ideas weren't great. I mean, 1939, they barely invade Germany.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make fun of the Maginot Line like everybody else does. It was pretty much it was an engineering marvel. And it actually achieved what it needed to, which was force the Germans to attack you north of the Maginot Line. The French and British knew the Germans were coming through Belgium. They just, they didn't quite understand that the Germans would be able to get through the Ardennes as fast as they did. The Germans in the Ardennes also were fortunate that they didn't really meet too many opponents. There were some Belgian units that held up a few of the columns, but otherwise they were able to brush right through it.
Yeah, from what I understand, most of the French forces, especially most of their mobile forces, which they would have needed to stop Guderian's advance especially, were to the north of the Ardennes, and they basically were factored out of the entire war once the Germans went around them. Because then they had the other army group under Bach in the Netherlands facing their front.
Yeah, and it should be noted that in the massive tank battles that are being fought north of the Ardennes with French tanks, the French tanks, they were not doing so well there because of the coordination problems. But you're right, the actual tank designs themselves were pretty good. They were heavier than the Germans.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd have to go with an E.
Yeah. No, I guess when we get back to Gamelin for the generals video, I mean, he's a big problem too.
He is a big problem. He has a bad strategy. He didn't properly prepare for that strategy failing, and then once it did, he completely lost all hope and heart.
And I think a lot of it is he was effectively a political general in the sense that the current premier or president was a big fan because he knew that Gamelin was neither a hardcore leftist or rightist, so he knew that he could rely on him and that he believed in the Third Republic, and that's basically why he was commander-in-chief, not because he actually knew what he was doing.
Yeah, the political dimensions of the French army has to be kept in mind. A lot of that to do with the way the Franco-Prussian War and the Paris Commune had gone down. And so, for instance, in when World War One starts, the French, I want to say they have 6 armies. Every army commander was there to appease a different political faction in France. Like one general was an outright socialist, for instance. He's there to make that group happy, you know? So the French army is I mean, all these militaries have factions and whatnot, but the French army in particular is highly politicized. And I think that's their biggest downfall is bad leadership. And, they're also kind of the first victim in some ways, the Germans. Like, after France fell, that's when people said, like, oh my God, like the German army really is that good. Before that, I mean, people knew they were good, but I mean, hey, the French and the British won the last war, right?
Right. I mean, they were looking to go back to back as World War champs, and it didn't quite work out that way. At least not for the French.
You made me think all those like French and British generals in World War One, like like Haig and Anne, giving me a thumbs up, going World War champs.
Yeah. I can kind of imagine that in a way.
So what's next? The Navy.
Next we have the French fleet, which you know a lot more about than I did. Just as an advance warning, I did zero research on the fleets for this because I know that's kind of your thing. So
yeah, the French Navy is has a lot of really good stuff going on, and in terms of technology, they do have an aircraft carrier, but it's like one of the worst carriers. So their naval air arm is very weak, but their battleship designs, such as the Richelieu class, very good battleship design. Decent cruisers, really good destroyers, and really the French were emphasizing that because the way that the British and the French conceived of World War II was that they have to fight the Germans and the Italians, and if that happened, it would be like World War I again. That is to say, the British would handle the Atlantic, and the French would handle the Mediterranean.
right.
The French designs really were built with an eye to how do we counter the Italians, and a big part of that is the Italian Navy at this time making very, very fast ships, like ships that can clock 40 knots, which is insane. And by the way, that doesn't mean they could do it in actual combat conditions, but still, it's the French have to emphasize very fast designs and light ship tactics. I will say their submarine force is one of the weakest, if not the weakest, of the major powers that we're going to be discussing. They just didn't have a lot of subs, and the sub designs they had weren't that great either, although they did have one that had 8-inch cruiser guns on it. They had a submarine that could sink a cruiser, if you will, on the surface if it got a lucky shot in.
I bet it wasn't very stealthy, though, with those big-ass guns around it.
No, it actually sank under mysterious circumstances during the war. There's like conspiracy theories about it, but I haven't read about those in a while, so I don't want to get into that.
Like USS Indianapolis level conspiracy theories, or
what's the conspiracy to Indianapolis?
Supposedly the U.S. had some sort of special equipment on it that was supposed to allow ships to like almost warp from place to place, or I don't know, some crazy bullshit.
Oh, you're talking about Philadelphia experiment.
Yeah, the Philadelphia experiment.
Yeah, yeah. No, that'd be cool though. That is a bad movie, by the way.
I bet it is.
Hey, everybody, yeah, you've watched some bad movies. Watch the Philadelphia Experiment and the Philadelphia Experiment Part Two.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, Marine Nationale. The Naval Command was also politicized and also filled with officers who were sympathetic to fascism and thought the communists were the real threat. What else about them? Pretty well trained. They're most notable for losing most of their ships, either by scuttling them to make sure the Germans didn't get them, or in the case of Mers el Kebir, which is where the British attacked the French fleet. The popular narrative on that is that the attack was necessary and it strengthened British resolve and impressed people. I think the attack was a major mistake because all it really did was strengthen a very shaky Vichy French government and made sure the Free French cause had major problems raising anybody. And understandably so. I mean, the French felt that they had been betrayed by former allies because they were telling the British, look, we're not going to turn our ships over to the Germans. And I think it was a case of Churchill not only overreacting, but also Churchill was given to harebrained schemes. I mean, I read about one time Churchill wanted to sink a British battleship to bottle up Tobruk. And understand,
I heard another
I'm not
time he
talking.
wanted to break off an iceberg to use as an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, there's that one too. There's a lot of evidence that shows that a lot of Churchill's high command really was his officers being like, "Okay, Winston, now let's go talk about something real, okay, that we can actually do." And it should be noted that the British Admiralty was against the attack at Mers el Kebir. The commander in charge, Somerville, did not approve of it. Many of the high-ranking admirals said, "There's no point in doing this. All we're going to do is piss off former allies." And I believe they were all correct. I believe it was a mistake. But, you know, both Churchill worship and the understandable dislike of the Vichy French has made a lot of people view Mers el Kebir as a necessary evil or something that was actually a positive good. And I think it was a blunder. But if you want to know more about that, check out the video at Forgotten Battles on it, where we go into detail about why I think it's a mistake.
Yeah,
That said,
that's a good video, by the way.
yeah, thank you. The French Navy, though, is they've got some good technology for sure. It appears their tactics were pretty good, and strategy was going to be fine. Performance, nothing to write home about. In fact, they're going to scuttle most of their ships, and I really think that is the real low point. Is at Toulon when Vichy France gets invaded. Germans want to seize the ships. The French just scuttled them. Now, meanwhile, you had sailors who were yelling like, "Long live de Gaulle, set sail!" Like, let's go to the Allies. But by that time, French Naval Command is so pissed off at what the British did to them years ago, they just sank all the ships. And it's just a bit of some real spite. You know what I mean? Like, we're not going to hand it over to the Germans. We're not going to have the British. None of you can have it. You can all go to hell. I think that's pretty disgraceful that you sink most of your fleet gets scuttled in port, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's pretty fucked.
Yeah, I think the French Navy of World War II is another one that's underrated. But I also probably have to still go with an E on that one.
Okay. Something I forgot to mention a little earlier, to keep in mind, we're talking about France, is I forget the exact year when this came into effect, but if you think about the demographic impact of World War One, all those young men dying, France suffered more relatively than any other country, so far as I'm aware. And they would have a yearly draft for all the new men turning 18. And then it was 1 year, it might have been 1936, whichever year it was, where that number suddenly dropped in half in terms of the number of men coming of age because of the demographic hit. So that very much influenced French thinking and their mentality, and that's why the French did not launch any kind of offensive operations. They wanted to play defense because their World War One experience taught them that the defender loses fewer men.
Yes. And France is always kind of like the French military has always had this this internal debate between what you might call the fortress mentality and the attack mentality. So a variety of it kind of goes back to Louis XIV. You had Marshal Vauban who created all those fortresses they have, And then you have guys like the great Condé, who was all about let's get in there and attack and do some glorious charges. So, the French army has this kind of a split personality traditionally. You have a fortress mentality and then an attack, give them the bayonet mentality.
You also had that in the Hundred Years' War with the French knights charging uphill at Agincourt.
Yeah, I can see that. And in the end, the French win the Hundred Years' War, not through field battle so much, but through becoming masters at siege warfare.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's the French Navy. On the other hand, their problem is that the French Navy of Louis XIV was won a lot of battles and for a time was the most powerful navy in the world. But eventually, the French had to emphasize funding the army over the navy, because you can be invaded from land, and so the navy had declined. And even though the French Navy of the 17 and the 1800s was still very good, it's just the problem is they're taking on the Royal Navy, which debatably is the finest navy that ever set sail. So no matter how good their navy was, there was always this kind of feeling of like we are second fiddle to the British, if you will. And then you look at World War One as well. Like the British are the ones who fight Jutland and are the ones who oversee the blockade of Germany. The French, in the meantime, are just hanging out in the Mediterranean.
I think it was mostly the French fleet which supported Gallipoli, though, right?
A lot of them did. The French main thing in World War One was bottling up them and the Italians bottled up the Austro-Hungarian Navy, which was actually a lot bigger and more capable than given credit for. But yeah, no, the Marine Nationale, I think one of the reasons I give them an E as well was they really didn't see the potential in aircraft carriers practically at all. And their naval air arm is one of the most underdeveloped that we're going to be talking about.
Although, the power we'll talk about next will have a very similar problem, so it was not unique.
It was not unique. It was not unique. But I think the problem I give the French, though, is that they did have an aircraft carrier, so you would have thought that, hey, they would have been trying to progress it. But it should be kept in mind that, French aircraft manufacturing was in a complete mess in the 1930s. That's why they had to start buying American aircraft in the late 1930s to make up for shortages in numbers. Yeah, I think I got to stick with an E on the Marine Nationale.
That's fair. And now it is time for the French Air Force. Now, this is one of the ones, I think, which gives us the clearest example of how France was sort of modernizing at the last minute. The French Air Force was in the middle of retiring a lot of really badly antiquated biplanes, and so even when the Germans struck in 1940, there were still a number of biplanes in service. But if the war had started earlier, say if Gamelin had gone on the offensive, a lot of the French planes in the front line would have actually been biplanes, which is kind of crazy to think about, because we're talking about a major power.
Yeah.
So by the time the invasion happened in May 1940, the majority of French fighter squadrons were flying the MS-406, and this is actually a fairly new aircraft. But despite the fact that it had just come out a couple years before, it had a max speed of only 250 miles per hour, which was slow for a monoplane fighter. So this thing was released and basically outdated the minute it came out, because the British by this point had the Spitfire, or they'd have it soon. The Germans had the 109, and both of those were 300 plus miles per hour even in the early variants. And speed is very, very important for a fighter. You can get away with not having it as long as you're not massively outclassed. And to be fair to the MS-406, it actually did have a kill ratio of about 1-to-1, but a lot of those kills came against bombers, and then a whole lot of them were destroyed on the ground by enemy ground forces. Now, there were other fighters that were built that were still in service, but the 406 was the most common. They had about 1,200 of those around. Their main ground attack vehicle, we'll come back to talk about the D-520 since that one's probably the best known, but it wasn't super common. Their best known ground attack plane was the Potez 630, and it had some derivatives, 631 or whatever. This was basically a twin-engine bomber, very versatile, kind of comparable to the Me-110 or the Bristol Blenheim, maybe even the B-25 Mitchell, something like that. Kind of a fast, multi-purpose aircraft. The Potez would serve with both the Free French and Vichy forces. The Greeks and Romanians bought some of them before France folded. And apparently it did pretty well in every service it was in, but of course, because it was not produced in mass numbers and France got knocked out of the war early, not a huge factor in the war overall. The best French fighter was the D520, but it only entered service in early 1940, so there were really only 79 of them in service when the war broke out. It wasn't quite as fast as the 109, but it was lighter and more agile. However, it also had some stability issues, even though it looks really cool. It looks like a souped-up racing plane in many ways. It did take a hell of a lot of skill to pilot effectively. That being said, it was easy to maintain, and it actually was the only French aircraft in this conflict with a winning record, meaning that it shot down more planes than got it back. And against the 109, I think it still had a winning record, even if you just factor in those battles.
Yeah, no, I'd heard that. I'd heard the 520 did very well against the Germans.
Yeah, so it was a good plane. They stayed in production after the fall of France. The Free French, Vichy French, Bulgarians, Italians, and Germans all used it. I believe I read somewhere, I couldn't find it for this video, but the Finnish took a bunch of them and put more powerful engines in them. So this was a great design. You just had to. It was a little tricky to master, but once you got it, it was a top-notch plane. But of course, it came a little too late to really help the French. So overall, the French Air Force during 1940 was pretty lackluster, although it did show a lot of spirit, and most of their pilots were out there with inferior aircraft fighting really hard and fighting fairly futile battles.
Yeah, didn't they also have problems with air-to-ground coordination? Big issue.
I don't know for sure, but it would not surprise me if they did. I know that I don't know if they had radios either. I mean, I would hope they would, but you don't know. And because the Germans were moving so quickly, I know that a lot of the French generals were kind of in disbelief or denial about where the Germans were. So I imagine that also hampered the ability of the Air Force to operate for air-to-ground.
Hmm. Yeah, I also know it was one of the only categories where the Germans actually outnumbered the French was in aircraft. Because the French had a few hundred more tanks. Ground unit-wise, the forces were comparable, but the Germans had both a qualitative and quantitative edge on aircraft.
Yes. I mean, the only thing that the French had that the Germans could envy was probably the 520. Maybe the Potez. I mean, the Potez was a pretty good aircraft, but it was... I mean, it wasn't like... It wasn't exactly revolutionary. But aside from those two, I mean, the Germans had nothing to be jealous of. And I'm not really sure about air tactics. I mean, I'm only familiar with the nations which either had really good or really bad air doctrine. From what I can tell from the kill ratio, the French must have had a pretty decent aerial doctrine, although it does not seem to have been nearly as coordinated as the German one. So they were a bit behind there, but part of that is just because... like I said, they were in the middle of trying to modernize their forces, and a lot of the planes they were putting up should not have been out there in 1940.
Yeah, but like I said, they had those problems with production, which it should be noted that France in the 1930s didn't have as chaotic a time with the Great Depression as other countries, but just chaotic enough to make sure their military was not ready for what was, where they had shortfalls in production. I mean, that's actually the case with the Navy. The Navy didn't. A lot of the Navy didn't start producing top-notch ships until late 1930s. It was kind of like a crash course. Like, oh my God, the Germans are building a fleet. We got to start building ships.
Same thing with the Army and Air Force, from what I understand. It was about 1938 when what's his name? Clemenceau's World War I. Who was the guy from World War II? Daladier.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, guys, we need to get serious about rearming because the Germans are doing it. Another war is inevitable. Probably only have a few years, maybe 5 at the most, so we need to get our shit together. And that's why...
I read that...
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, that's why they have some of these excellent designs on the field, but they have so few of them.
Daladier, I'd read that also was against appeasement, but he knew that he couldn't act on his own against Hitler.
Yeah.
He's very conscious that France's army, just military, was not ready. So who knows? I'd make a case, though, that if it was 1941, if the war had started later, the French military had been better prepared. I don't see France falling as fast as it did.
Yeah, and I guess also, just for those of you who are curious, the Free French Air Force, pretty small, but did well for itself. A lot of these guys, like we said earlier, pretty dedicated to the cause. A lot of them had experience. They used mostly either old French designs they happened to have around in North Africa or escaped with. They also used the Soviet Yak 7 and Yak 9. They used the P-40 Warhawk, which pretty much saw service everywhere with everyone on the Allied side. The
Yeah.
P-47 Thunderbolt, the Hawker Hurricane, the Supermarine Spitfire, and the B-25 Mitchell, which is basically a better version of the Potez in a lot of ways. So,
What would
um,
you rate the French Air Force then?
um, I think I'll go with a D.
That's
Uh,
what I was thinking.
I think they did a little better than the other two branches, especially 1940. But I mean, despite the valiant effort, which I guess you could also say for the Army as well, but ultimately they did take a lot more losses than they inflicted, and they were not able to inflict enough losses on either the Luftwaffe or the German advance forces.
I kind of feel like of all the branches, though, the French Air Force put up the most spirited fight.
Yes, and they got a respectable number of Stukas knocked out.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. D. That sounds good. So now we're on to one of my favorites of all time, the
Oh yeah.
Italian.
So I guess we have to start with probably the central problem that explains all the other ones: Benito Mussolini.
He explains quite a bit of it. Another big problem they have is that the Italian army, leadership-wise, is a throwback army. So many of the officers owe their rank purely to them being nobles.
Yes.
It's in a very it's a very elite aristocratic officer corps, and that was true in the First World War as well. And if somebody on any of these things ever said, Sean thinks the worst general in history, my answer is Luigi Cadorna, the Italian general of World War One. That
Huh.
is the worst general ever.
See, my answer would probably be Voroshilov, but we'll get to him when we get to the USSR.
He's pretty bad, but Cadorna there really exemplified in the. I mean, I know we're talking about World War One, but he really exemplified the lack of imagination of the Italian officer corps, lack of work ethic too. Like I read about their work on military doctrine before the war, and the historian concluded that they just hadn't put the work in. They were simply going to just do what they did in the First World War. Um, and also, Cadorna was known for his harsh discipline. As far as I know, the Italian army in World War II also has fairly harsh discipline. So their officer corps is, to put it lightly, fucked.
Yeah.
I think that's more the deciding factor than anything else. I mean, they do have equipment problems too.
I mean, they have a
Uh,
lot of problems.
yeah, yeah.
I
But I think I think you do find though in North Africa and elsewhere when you get an Italian general who kind of knows what he's doing, they'll perform pretty well,
Yeah.
or at least better than they did with the other knuckleheads.
So I've read a book and I almost made a video about this, but I didn't want to have to do too much more research on it, and then I kind of lost the notes for it. But yeah, I was on the verge of making a video about 2 years ago about Mussolini as Supreme Commander. So
Yeah.
get this shit. This is from a Time Life book I have. So all decisions that were made in the Italian state had to go through Mussolini and his senior staff. So everything had to be approved by him personally, which is a problem when you have somebody without a very good work ethic. So like Hitler and Stalin were also like that, but the difference is they actually put in work. Mussolini was a lazy motherfucker. So what he would do is he often in the mornings he did like a public exercise thing where he would show his vigor by walking around doing jumping jacks, push-ups, whatever it was. And then he would meet with lady admirers in the afternoon, and sometimes these meetings would go into the evening.
Of
So
course.
you were not allowed to interrupt Mussolini, otherwise he'd punish you. So if you needed to get his permission to do something vital, you could not interrupt his afternoon sex. And sometimes he went for a really long time. So sometimes you would go to his office, try to go around noon, and have to wait till 9 or 10 o'clock at night before you could see him. And then sometimes he'd be like, yeah, I'm not interested right now, come back tomorrow.
Oh
So,
God.
yeah, I mean, this guy it was really difficult to get anything done because you have a guy at the top who has to approve everything and has zero work ethic. Also, not very smart either. He made his appointments not only based on nobility, but also based on personal connections. I believe his foreign minister was his son-in-law. And also his other thing was that he only worked with people he had dirt on. So he would try to catch people having an affair or something else, and he'd hold it over their head. So that way they would have to be loyal to him, or otherwise he would, leak dirt on them.
I see.
Yeah, he ruled by fear, and he also tried to make sure that his ministers were at odds with one another, so they wouldn't combine together to overthrow him. So he encouraged heavy rivalries between people in civil government and the military, and also between generals. So there was actually a point where he made an appointment to a new army of some general, and because the appointment had to go through some other official who hated that general, the guy didn't find out about his new posting until 6 months after it was made.
Hitler and Stalin, not as bad on that, I guess, but they did the same thing about having people openly opposed to each other.
Right, but they also probably would follow up and make sure that like their orders are being followed, and that people were reporting in every day, and that they had time to meet with people, and they did paperwork.
Hitler could be pretty lazy.
I mean, but not compared to Mussolini.
No, not compared to Mussolini. And it would also should be noted that even though Hitler is playing people off against each other, with the Germans, you would find a lot of, in other words, a lot of squabbling is happening up top, and on a lower level, things are more efficient, whereas the Italians are not efficient on the lower level either.
Yeah.
One thing to note, though, the Italians did have a variety of units that were elite, such as the paratroopers, the Alpine troops, and the Bergelsi in particular. All had stellar reputations.
Right.
The Italians did have some elite units, especially the paratroopers. They're pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, no, they had some great units here and there. And when we get the Air Force, we'll see that's true of the Air Force as well. Another thing we have to talk about with talking about Mussolini's Italy is, especially in the 80s, it became common current for people to, and this is mostly used as an attack on communism to try to say at least fascism is not as bad, and that is the old phrase, at least the trains ran on time. And the problem with that is that they would try to apply that to Mussolini's Italy, and it simply isn't true. The reason... And the reason for this is that the only time the trains did run on time is when Mussolini was personally present doing an inspection. Because, again, the only way you get promoted is to impress Mussolini personally, and all the officials are competing for his favor. So the only time they're actually really doing their job is when he's there. And also, Italy has industrial issues, which mean they're always short on spare parts, so sometimes they might need to salvage parts from something else to make it not run so they can get something else to run. And it's also true of their Air Force, so we'll come back to this point, but in theory, Italy had 10,000 aircraft. Because of part shortages, they usually only had about 25 or 2,600 that could fly. Damn. So, yeah, I mean, and a lot of this, nobody told Mussolini, because they all wanted to report to him that they were really kicking ass, So anytime he'd come to inspect, they'd make sure that all their planes had engines, at least at the hangars he was going to go to. But all the planes didn't necessarily have engines.
Italy has oil.
Yeah, oil's another problem. Also, here's another thing, another great Mussolini story that explains a lot of their terrible planning. So at one point, I believe this is after the Ethiopian campaign, when Mussolini's taken casualties, he was looking at the stated paper strength of other armies, and he felt like he had fewer divisions. And then some fucking idiot proposed to him that they dilute the divisions by reducing the number of regiments from 3 to 2. So that way they have more divisions. And Mussolini said that's a great idea, and they did that. And then he didn't remember doing it. So then he wondered why his divisions always underperformed what they were supposed to be able to do.
Wow. God.
So like I said, the central problem here is named Benito Mussolini. And that's something we cannot lose sight of, talking about the Italian military.
That's a big part of it. You had your bad officer corps, like we mentioned. Your limited industrial base and oil. Not very impressive on the army technology side.
No.
Pretty. I mean, they had a few good things here and there, but tanks and other equipment just not particularly good.
Right. They also had a weirdly outdated artillery, where a lot of they had calibers that varied all over the place and weren't compatible with German ammunition, and So they had to bring in all kinds of crazy sized ammunition, so they ran out of ammo quickly. Even though their artillery service was not terrible, it's just they had supply issues.
It was actually probably of all the outside the elite units, of course, it was probably like the best part of their army was their artillery, and even
Yeah,
that has mentioning.
yeah. I would say the only two branches of the Italian army that were consistently good were probably the artillery and then the fighter command. But outside of that, things are not very pretty.
Well, we'll get to the Navy. The Navy's like a weird. The Navy's odd. We'll get the Navy's
Yeah,
all over the.
and there's also a lot of Mussolini at work there. A lot of his
Yeah.
DNA is over that too. Um,
There's something I wanted to say about the Italian army, and I can't think of it. I did do some research on the Social Republic Army, the army after 1943, and a very odd army. It's essentially a mix of conscripts who don't want to fight and hardcore fascists.
hmm.
And should be noted, the Social Republic Italian Air Force also did very well. But by that point, that Air Force is mostly filled with hardcore fascists. So certain select units of the Social Republic Army were considered as good as the Germans, and other ones are considered to be absolutely worthless.
So Social
You know,
Republic, when was that?
about 1943 to 45.
Oh, so
They
this
don't.
is the like the people who stayed with the Germans after Mussolini's downfall.
Right, yeah, like
Ah,
Mussolini. It's a puppet government at that point. Oh, strategy. That's the thing I want to mention.
yeah,
Yeah.
strategy.
Oh God. Oh yeah, strategy. Well, I mean, they made the Italians made two massive blunders before the war even started. They invaded Ethiopia, which was a drain on resources. Resources they don't have because early 1930s, the Italian Army, Air Force, and Navy is comparable to the other ones in Europe, but they put so many resources into taking Ethiopia that their ability to develop new technologies and had it took a major hit. So one of the things that held them back was that they not only got involved in Ethiopia, but then they got heavily involved in Spain, which you think might be to their advantage because you would get some combat training. But once again, their involvement, they went too overboard with it, and Spain drained resources that could have been used elsewhere. And at the same time, Franco's Spain didn't do Mussolini any favors. So Mussolini was thinking, we'll spread fascism this way. But, Franco was, I'm no Franco expert. From what I've read, Franco was the kind of guy who was looking out for Spain first, you know? So a guy
Right.
like Mussolini is thinking, how do I spread fascism across the world? And Franco's thinking, how do I keep myself in charge of Spain? So Spain doesn't even become a valuable ally at all, you know?
Right.
So yeah, the Italians had major mistakes even before the war started. They had been diverted into campaigns that really didn't advance their cause and drained valuable resources.
Another thing I
Uh,
read about them, and I don't know how true this is, but they said that one of the problems with the Italian population at this time is that there weren't very many people around with mechanical skills, so that when the army was in the field, they usually didn't have very many people around who knew how to fix stuff, at least compared with most other armies.
yeah, they had some problems with that. I mean, a lot of the Italian population was rural, and then you're also getting the north-south divide as well. The fact that northern and southern Italians really don't like each other, even really to this day. You know, and you can make a whole case that the Italian unification was a negative for southern Italy. That case can be made pretty well.
Yeah, I've heard
So
one joke. I think it's a northern Italian joke that you can hear the drum beats of Africa as soon as you get south of Naples.
yeah, the two of the insults are for the northern Italians. It's Africa starts below the Tiber, and the southern Italian insult is these Romans are pigs. Those are two that I've heard before, at least, So
Huh.
yeah, so you got a country that you've got a ruler who military stuff is not his strong point. You have an army where the officers, many of them don't know what they're doing. They haven't taken doctrine and training that seriously. Their resources have been wasted in Ethiopia and Spain. Yeah, I would go with an E or an F But the thing about it is, I don't like sort of going with an F because these individual Italian units.
Yeah.
There were individual divisions that were superb,
Well,
right?
just a couple things to consider before we decide. But I think you're right. I mean, we're looking at an E or an F most likely here. The
Yeah.
Italians actually did have an armor doctrine, believe it or not. It's called the War of Rapid Decision.
Okay.
And this was drawn up by General Graziani, the guy who fought in Ethiopia and then was on the losing side in Operation Compass, ironically enough. Um, the
Well, yeah, Graziani. Yeah, Graziani's interesting.
Yes, I mean, this is a guy who's actually a theorist, but when it came to practice, he lost in a 5-to-1 situation badly. Anyway, the idea is you have fast-moving combined arms, and this was based on a combination of Italian experience in the Spanish Civil War and then Graziani's operations in Ethiopia from 1937. But the problem is that the Italian army rarely had the equipment to actually do this, and also the supplies and resources they'd need to actually train men. As you mentioned earlier, they lacked oil, and without oil, it's really hard to practice combined arms, much less carry them out. So we never really saw this play out, but the Italians technically did have something similar to Blitzkrieg.
Well, the head of the Italian army when the war started, Badiglio, I can't pronounce his name. He favored World War One style tactics, and he at one point said, "Don't worry, battles figure themselves out."
Ugh. Okay.
Like, all right, real ace in the hole there, you know. Graziani, though, the North African campaign was one he didn't want to undertake. Logistics were fucked. He was commanding second-rate Italian troops. Which, think about that. You're commanding second-rate Italian troops in that army.
Yeah.
You know. And furthermore, his actual analysis of why they lost was pretty spot on. He had a great quote. He said, "In North Africa, a tank division is worth an entire infantry army."
Yeah, probably true.
Yeah. Graziani, to his credit as a military commander, as a human being, he's pretty awful. Hilariously enough, he's one of those guys who, after the war was over, he was like, "Nah, fascism was awesome." He never wavered in that thing. But Graziani does appear to have been a guy who was intelligent and could learn from his mistakes, and he actually oversaw the Social Republic Army, and I'd say it's one of the reasons they did okay. You know.
Yeah. So,
speaking
oh, go ahead.
The disaster of Compass has to do. I don't think he has as much. He's not as much the reason as other factors. Is what I'm saying.
Right.
Although Graziani is no genius, of course.
So, speaking of that failure, there are two other failures which make me think I'm leaning F right now for the Italian army, and that is that. So on the French-Italian border, as the German invasion is going on, the French actually reduced their garrison by half or more because they know the Italians might come, but they know also that France is falling. They need to shore up the interior. So they strip down the defenses. The Italians then attack, and the Italians are hurled back with massive losses. The French win easily in that scenario, even with the stripped down defenses. Another one to consider, the invasion of the Balkans. The Italians, a relatively modern mechanized army, are stymied and defeated by the Greeks, who have basically no heavy equipment.
The reason I lean E is because once Rommel arrives in North Africa, the Italian army in North Africa does well. It does well considering their constraints. I would also say that the Italian Expeditionary Force sent to Russia, at least the one that operated in 1941, did very well, and the Germans were impressed. And it did so well. That's why Mussolini then had the idiotic idea of let's send more Italians on the Eastern Front.
Okay, so I didn't know how well the Italians did out there. I assumed that they probably got slaughtered.
No, well, they eventually, when the Soviets attacked and destroyed the Italian, I think it was the Eighth Army on the Eastern Front, the Soviets, they did destroy the army, but of all the Axis satellite armies they attacked in 1942-43, the Italians inflicted the heaviest losses and did force the Soviets to have to slow down their offensive. And once again, you had Alpine troops there. You had certain units that fought practically to the death. So if you had a well-led Italian unit, they could do very well. And they had certain units that I would say are elite.
Right.
Surprise, like shockingly elite, right? Like, and the that I kind of lean towards an E.
All right.
I can
I
I
can
can see the
see.
case for an F. I can see the case for an F though. Um,
No, I mean, yeah, it's I feel like they're kind of like in the E minus range, but I think you're right. I mean, they do deserve some credit for the Eastern Front and so like the Trieste Armored Division, a few of their other good units.
Oh yeah, the Ariti Army Armored Division did very well in North Africa. Some of that had to do with the fact that after 1940, a lot of the dumbest Italian generals did get fired, and they put Cavarello in command, and he was one of the better Italian generals. He did institute some reforms, and they did start to favor officers based more on combat performance. Oh, there's also the Mareth line. Italians were told to hold the Mareth line in Tunisia and fought very well. And Rommel, who would tend to denigrate Italian troops sometimes, he actually praised them highly for their stand there. That's the thing I would say. The Italians rarely proved themselves that great at attack. By 1941, they were capable enough on defense.
Ah.
You know, but yeah, 1940. I mean, the kind of blunders they're making they're stupefying.
Yeah. No, for sure. Let's see. What else? Oh, I guess now the Italian fleet. That is something you know about.
Yeah, this is the Italian Navy of World War II is really weird. Even more than the Army, it's a mix of sheer incompetence and brilliance. But I'd like to go over some of the strengths and weaknesses of them. They don't have an aircraft carrier. This has been discussed in the 20s and 30s, and it never happened. They did have some battleships, some well-designed battleships. The Vittorio Vento class was very good. Problem is, the Italians, they were teaching their officers, their kind of doctrine was preserve the battleships. So the Italians didn't really commit their battleships in 1940, and the British came away very unimpressed with them, both their gunnery and their tactics. And the problem you run into after that is that the Italians run out of gas, essentially.
Yeah.
Run out of fuel. And so they can't send their battleships out whenever they want to. So if the Italian battleships were going to do anything, they had to do something in 1940, and they ended up doing nothing because they were told to hold back. So they essentially burned gas for almost nothing, Italian cruisers, though, the designs varied from outstanding to pretty crappy, but the cruiser crews were well trained, and the Italian destroyer crews and light vessels particularly were well trained. The Italian submarine force, I would say, is underappreciated. Some of them were deployed in the Atlantic, and at first they didn't do so well, but actually the Italian submarines in the Battle of the Atlantic did better as it went on, as they not only gained experience, but also Donitz realized that trying to integrate them into Wolfpack tactics was a bad idea, so let them do their own thing. They have their own training, you know what I mean?
Right.
So once they did that, they could get some successes, and the Italian submarines in the Mediterranean did have a number of successes on their own. Probably the most famous thing about the Italian Navy, though, is their frogmen. You know about these guys?
Not really, no.
Oh, these guys are amazing. They would plant bombs and sink ships, and they sank a number of ships where the British never knew it happened. They've only found it after the war. They'd be like, "Oh wait, that ship was sunk by frogmen." Their most famous incident was they snuck into the main British harbor in Egypt and sank 2 battleships. That'd be the Valiant and I want to say the Queen Elizabeth.
Damn.
Now, it's shallow water, so they got refloated, but it meant that for a few months, these 2 battleships are out of the war. So Italian frogmen end World War II with a reputation second to none.
So they were basically the Navy SEALs of Italy.
Yeah, actually, they are. Your Navy SEALs. You're kind of like naval commandos that we have nowadays. Their basis comes from these men. And the other thing about those two is that their tradition amongst themselves of their excellence and the fact that a lot of them were hardcore fascists meant they continued to fight in the Italian army after Mussolini fell and then after the Social Republic was set up. And they were considered by the Germans an elite unit. So I don't know, the Italian Navy's a hard one. Some of their tactics, like their small unit their small ship tactics, destroyers and motor torpedo boats, were very good. Their battleship tactics were poor. Strategically, though, their main assignment was protect the sea lanes. And in that regard, the Italian Navy was mostly a success. Now, granted, they weren't necessarily taking the Royal Navy on and winning big battles, but they were protecting a number of convoys, keeping the war in North Africa going. And overall, they accomplished that mission. That said, there was one time they did seek out the Royal Navy, and that's the Battle of Cape Matapan, which ended in a disaster for them. They lost several cruisers and destroyers to the British. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that the Italians, in addition to some tactical mistakes in that battle, also had horrendous night fighting training. See, the navies of the two best night fighting training in World War II are the Japanese and the British. They have the most training. The Italians had almost none. So with the Italian Navy, I kind of go with the C itself.
Okay. One thing to consider, and I'm not sure whether we should count this against the Navy or the Air Force, but apparently there was a battle called Cape Spada, I think 1939. Oh, yeah. Cape Spada with a D. And during this battle, the Italian Air Force misidentified Italian ships as British, and almost all of the munitions they released were on their own ships. And after that, so after that, basically, they decided not to do too many fleet actions because they knew they couldn't trust the Regia Aeronautica to support them. So they felt like they were, at a complete disadvantage versus the British, who had carriers. So they basically, that's why they didn't do too many fleet actions, because they couldn't rely on their air force to support them because they didn't have fleet identification. And another great Mussolini story. He was asked by his admirals if they should develop carriers. He said, "We already have one. It's called the Italian Peninsula."
Yeah, I heard that one before.
But yeah, I mean, I guess if they were keeping supplies and they kept the British busy, I mean, that's probably a C. But yeah, I feel like it's a lot of that probably is really more the Air Force's fault, which I guess we'll get into now.
Yeah, I would say that I don't want to. The reason that I give the Italian Navy a C is that ultimately their main objective was not to sink the British fleet. That wasn't the way they were trained, which is actually a problem, I would say. That's to their detriment. But they did protect the majority of the convoys, and their mere presence meant most of the Royal Navy was tied up in the Mediterranean. And that's a real game changer for the Battle of the Atlantic, for sure.
Yeah, that's a fair argument, I think.
And also, like I said, their light forces and their frogmen were elite. I do argue with going the D, but I want to say a C. Their main objective was to keep Italian forces convoys protected and keep those forces supplied, and they overall accomplished that mission.
Oh, a fun anecdote about the Italian Navy. I just remembered one of my friends in the department always likes to talk about her Italian heritage, and she talks about how one of her uncles, who I think had already immigrated to the U.S. before the war, was approached by the Italian government after the war and given a pension for serving in the World War II Italian Navy, even though he was not there. So that's the kind of record keeping they must have. And that's I don't think, maybe he applied for it. Maybe that's what it was. He lived there and he just applied for it, thinking he wouldn't get it, and then they just gave it to him without investigating, and he got it for his entire life.
That's amazing.
I know. So that's yeah. So anyway, the Regia Aeronautica. So I mentioned earlier that Italy had about 10,000 combat aircraft at its peak. The problem was due to parts, fuel, pilots, etc. It was rare that they could ever field more than 2,500 at a time. They had hundreds of bombers which specialized in anti-shipping activities, which would have come in really handy against the British. But as I also mentioned earlier, they learned quickly that their pilots did not have the ability to distinguish between British and Italian ships, so they grounded those planes in 1939, and they basically had no impact on the war, except for doing coastal patrols once in a while when the Italian ships were in port, but they really had no impact other than to get shot down by the British. And after that point, the Italians focused almost all of their air efforts on their their fighter arm, excuse me. They had one really good biplane called the Fiat CR-42, And although it was definitely outdated by 1939, the British did praise it for its agility. And now, of course, it was not a match for the top British fighters, but it did way better than it should have. And in general, it seems like there was a certain esprit de corps with the Air Force, at least the fighter component. Um, Beyond the Fiat CR-42, you have monoplane fighters. The most numerous of these were the Machi C-200 and C-202, but combined, these had about 1,200 or so in service. And the C-200 flew the most sorties of any Italian aircraft in the war. And it did pretty well for most of the early conflict. It was a fast, agile fighter, but then they decided that it wasn't survivable enough, so they tacked on armor plating, and then it became too slow. The C-202 was one that the Allied pilots feared because of its maneuverability, but that maneuverability came at the expense of being, again, very vulnerable to fire and also prone to spin out. Also, the radios often failed. But at this point, they had radios, but they often didn't work. So pilots had to figure out hand signals and stuff like that when they thought they were going to have the radios in the battle, and then they just decided not to work. There was an updated version of the 202 called the C-205 Veltro, and this thing could go 400 miles an hour and reportedly could go toe-to-toe with the P-51, but only 200 of them were built because it was hard to make. There was the RE-2005. This was built in 1943, and it was the ultimate version of a plane they'd been using that had kind of sucked. But this was when that design finally matured and became something good. So it now basically... The problem, as we'll see again when we get to the Soviet fighters, is that there are a lot of designs which are good, but they need a more powerful engine, and that's basically the case with this one. It was an excellent fighter. The Germans were impressed by it, so they actually took all of the RE-2005s they could find and put them in Berlin. So in 1945, this was one of the few aircraft left in flying condition in the Luftwaffe. 1943, Fiat also produced another really good fighter. So they had three major fighter designs at the end of the war, which were excellent, but never got into mass production. The other one is the G-55 Centauro, and this is another one the Luftwaffe tested, and they said that it was actually the best of all the Axis fighters. They said this is better than even the Focke-Wulf. However,
Wow.
yeah, only about 300 of them got built and fielded, and because these were coming out at a time when the Allies were conquering Italy, more of them served for the Allies than against them. So, Regia Aeronautica, good fighter arm, bomber arm was effectively useless. So, it's tough to rate because of how small it was and the effectiveness. I'm thinking probably a C or a D.
I'll say this about the bomber arm as well on the naval end of things. The Italian bombers didn't have the bombs just weren't powerful enough. I think I read somewhere where they were referred to as cow farts by the British sailors. You know, like you get hit with an Italian bomb, they'd be like, "Okay, nothing big."
Yeah.
So they were really had a piss poor anti-shipping capability, as you noted. The problems identifying ships, and then when you actually do hit them, your bombs don't have much power behind.
Right.
Yeah, the fighter arm. I'd read about those fighters you mentioned, like the RE 2005 is one of my all-time favorites. An absolutely gorgeous-looking airplane too.
Actually, all the Italian monoplane fighters are sleek and look like... I mean, they're made... A lot of them are made by Ferrari or whatever. I mean, so these do have a sports car feel to them. I mean, they're very elegant-looking planes.
Well, I heard for some of them, the Germans, they started to install German engines, and that's when they got the most performance out of those Italian fighters.
Sounds right.
I think the one thing I got to consider is, okay, so they can't really support the Navy. How good are they at supporting the Army?
From what I understand, aside from fighting off enemy bombers, they had no ground support capability at all, real effectively. I mean, they had some biplanes and maybe a few bombers that could work, but for the most part, once they put that emphasis on the fighters, the bombing apparatus pretty much just withered on the vine.
It's interesting you mention that too, because the fighters that the Social Republic used in 1944 did very well. They shot down more aircraft than they lost. So it appears that Italy has like a good fighter arm. It has some problems, but overall it's good. And it's a terrible bomber arm and a horrible anti-shipping doctrine.
That's why I'm thinking like a D probably balances all that out because I mean, an Air Force is supposed to do a number of things, and while there's one thing to do really well, they're terrible at everything else.
Yeah, I think a D's where you want to go with that.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with the D for the Italian Air Force. So far, both Air Forces we've looked at have been just below average.
Yeah.
But now we get to the Germans, one of the more obscure factions from the war.
Anything we say here will not cause controversy or debate.
No, I mean, because there aren't any Barabus in the world who defend the honor of Germany. There also aren't people who think that any comment saying that the Germans were good at anything is basically Nazi propaganda.
Yeah. Yeah, let's get into the minefield.
All right, so I guess first of all, one thing to mention, if we started out talking about Mussolini, we got to talk about Hitler for a minute. There is a debate as to whether Hitler or the generals were to blame for Germany's defeat. I would say that each side blamed the other, and neither one was wrong.
Yeah. I do think that I give a slight edge to the generals insofar as Hitler does have a variety of harebrained ideas. His whole stand fast thing, I get it, but it is essentially what a psychopath says. You know, like somebody who's being infantile, if you will. They don't understand that sometimes you have to retreat.
Yeah.
You know, which is doubly appalling because, you know, Hitler, two of his big heroes are Frederick the Great and Napoleon. And those are two bona fide military geniuses who, when they had to run, they ran. You know?
Yeah, especially Frederick.
Especially Frederick. And I'm kind of wondering, I'm like, but Hitler just had this obsession with stand fast orders. I think that and his micromanagement of his generals are his two biggest defects. He did have a firm idea, though, of the economics of warfare. I would say better than his generals did. You know?
Right.
Like his emphasis on the southern front in Russia makes perfect economic sense. And it's better than the Moscow idea. The idea the generals had of, we'll just take Moscow and it'll be over. I'm like, dude, it's probably not going to work out that way. I mean, taking Moscow's great and all, but there's no oil over there.
Right.
You know?
I mean, the drive on the Caucasus, I think that should have been emphasized more, probably, rather than the obsession that he developed with Stalingrad itself.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think with the army, we should probably discuss maybe the strengths first.
Yes.
On the small unit tactical level, both then and now, the German army is still considered the best of World War II. I don't see any reason to doubt that. The American army in Normandy was really impressed with the Germans. That's one of the reasons why a lot of German tactical doctrines were adopted by the American army after World War II. It has to do with the Germans' ability to hold the Americans off in Normandy.
Yeah, and a lot of those units in Normandy were not top quality either.
Exactly.
I mean, some of them were full of like hemophiliacs or like prisoners of war. I mean, all kinds of random stuff.
That's more the coastal units, you know, although hemophiliacs are a bit more common in like the really bad SS units, if you will. And the SS itself, especially SS units, varied from either the best of the best or the worst of the worst, you know, as far as combat capabilities go. But no, the German army, small unit wise, is superb. Very good in operations as well. And that really was the German army's emphasis. They didn't really consider grand strategy or even diplomacy as part of war. To them, you had to knock out your enemy as fast as possible. So everything is based on wars of annihilation, which makes sense considering Germany's strategic location. Can't really afford a prolonged war. Frederick the Great survived a prolonged war, but only because the Czarina had died. The German army kind of understood, as brilliant as Frederick was, he got himself into a situation that he essentially was saved by mostly because of his own skills and, of course, fortune. Good luck. You know?
Yeah, I mean, Germany, aside from its river lines, is rather difficult to defend.
Yeah. Should also be noted the German staffs were interesting in that regard, too. The German staff system, they had a lot of officers and people devoted to, you know, like what direction does the unit take to attack, tactics and operational maneuver, not as much on logistics. In fact, Germany really didn't emphasize logistics. They kind of looked at logistics officers and said like, okay, we're going to do this. Just get me the supplies I need, as opposed to going to the Americans would do, which is you go to the logistics officer first, and he tells you what you're capable of doing. Anyways, so German logistics officers, I mean, that is a thankless task, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and the officers themselves, very well trained, very well versed in military history. It's interesting. They also have a lot of aristocratic officers, but unlike the Italians, it's a military aristocracy. It is one where your standing on that aristocracy is based not just on lineage, but also on your capabilities. And they also were the few armies that emphasized personal charismatic leadership. So your average German general is not hanging out in the rear with the gear. They're in the front lines, you know, talking with the men, trying to show their face to the men. It's almost like a throwback, leadership-wise, you know, as opposed to like the Americans, who are a bit more of like corporate board managers almost, you know.
Huh.
So the German army is superb tactically and operationally. They are strategically moronic. Some of that has to do with training, of course. They're not trained to think about strategy in the same way beyond eliminate your opponent. You know, and like I mentioned earlier, the logistics are an afterthought for them, which is why so many of their offensives will start to break down.
Right.
So pretty crazy when it comes to that. Technology-wise, of course, with the Panzers, the early war Panzers really weren't that great. Although the Panzer IV the Panzer IV, the base of the tank, they could upgrade to make into some good stuff. But they had radios in their tanks, so once again, tactical innovations. Their actual infantry weapons, like they had the best heavy and medium machine guns. They had excellent submachine guns like the MP40. The bolt-action rifle, the Mauser that they had, on the one hand, maybe a semi-automatic rifle would have been better, but it should be said, as far as bolt-action rifles go, it's one of the best ever.
Yeah,
You know?
from what I understand, most of the bolt-action rifles in World War II, they mostly took the best ones of the previous generation. So, like the Kar 98 of the Germans, and then the Spring in 1903 Springfield. I mean, these are all pretty much the same in terms of their capacity.
There were some issues with some of the Japanese bolt-action rifles, if I'm not mistaken, but we'll
The
get into that.
Arisaka. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, not a terrible weapon, but not as good as the Mauser, from what I can tell. But although, when we say not as good, probably the daylight between them isn't going to be that great.
Right. I mean, because by this point, bolt-action rifles have been completely and totally mastered, so even the minor armies had decent ones.
The one guy I knew had a Kar 98 and actually shot it off. He told me it kicks like a mule, but it was one of the easiest guns he ever used as far as aiming goes.
Really?
Yeah, he said it was very easy rifle to aim, and he had fired other bolt-action rifles too. That was his biggest praise for it. He said it's very easy to aim rifle. So it's a good bolt-action weapon, for sure.
Right.
No, I mean, what else can we say? I mean, their equipment's good. The artillery's decent, but a bit, how shall we say, like underfunded, you might say, or they weren't getting the best officers necessarily.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah. I mean, the Russians, the British, and the Americans put a lot of emphasis on artillery, and the Germans did use it, of course, but it seemed to have really deteriorated as the war went on. And honestly, in Germany's military history, that makes sense. Artillery in the German army, in any war, German artillery, Prussian artillery, if you will, can be really dynamite in one war and then not so great in the next. You know, so for instance, in the Austro-Prussian War, the Austrians have superior artillery, vastly superior artillery. German advantage is that they have repeating rifles. But meanwhile, Frederick the Great's artillery was very good. You know?
Right. I guess speaking of that, because from what I understand, most of their artillery was horse-drawn, which gets me to another thing to keep in mind with the Germans. While they're famous for Blitzkrieg, which is basically mechanized warfare, even by the end of the war, the German army was nowhere close to being fully mechanized.
Yeah, no, they don't have the capacity, either industrial or resource wise, for it. Um, I've really come around to the idea that Blitzkrieg really is not a real concept in a way. You know what I'm trying to say
It
here?
does make a cool buzzword, though.
It does make it sounds cool, right?
Yeah.
But the Germans, it wasn't like the Germans didn't understand war of movement and then one day they figured it out, you know? And they call it Begegungskrieg, I believe. I can never pronounce it, but it's war of movement. And that's what the Germans are practicing. They're practicing a more up tempo version of what Moltke would have done, and what Moltke did do against the Austrians in 1866 and the French in 1871. So a quick war of movement. That's what they're emphasizing. Tanks just allow that to go so much faster.
Yeah, and from what I
So
understand, like especially in France, the panzers very much paced ahead of the rest of the army, and apparently Rundstedt got pretty pissed off at Guderian for going as far as he did, as fast as he did.
yeah, yeah. It should be noted that in Poland, the panzers didn't really outstrip the infantry. In fact, there's a case to be made that all the Polish campaign was just upscale World War One tactics. At least, I mean, World War One operations, if you will. Really, France and then especially Russia is where you get something where tanks are pushing ahead of the infantry, far ahead of them. You know?
Right.
Um, so you could make a case that what we think of as Blitzkrieg start to see it in France, and you definitely see it in Russia during those great battles of encirclement, which are still some of the biggest, bloodiest, and most operationally decisive battles ever fought. Just destroying great gobs of Russian armies. The encirclement of Kiev bags what 500,000 Soviets. I mean, that's insane.
And then there was also the encirclement at, was it Vyazma something, not to the south of Moscow, got about 600,000.
Yeah, just my God, man. And the German army really did overrun Europe and destroy, inflicted horrific losses on these opponents who, you know, they had hurt themselves as well, but they just weren't ready for the kind of war the Germans to going to unleash on them. Now they had been thinking about it, so as we'll see, the Soviets. We'll talk about their recovery, which I think is a very fascinating story, but it's hard to say that the German army was a bad army. You know what I mean?
Right. No. And I mean, that being said, while they did achieve some, pretty impressive stuff, uh, there's also, they have another unit quality variability problem, just like the Italians to some extent. I mean, so we talked about the 21st Panzer Division earlier, which had this sterling record of service, but there was also the 22nd Panzer Division,
It's your
which,
favorite Panzer division. You had a whole YouTube video on them.
because they sucked so bad that they were disbanded before they ever fired a shot, because the generals inspected it and all the wiring in their tanks had been eaten, the men were ill-disciplined, so they disbanded the unit. And then, you have some crack SS units that would form here or there, sometimes Panzer, sometimes not. You also had the Luftwaffe field divisions, which were totally useless. I mean, they were basically there to serve as a meat shield for the units the Germans cared about.
This is true. The Luftwaffe field divisions are really bad. And you're right. The German army, division wise, the quality varies a lot. And especially as the war goes on. In fact, I would say by late 1943, the German army has lost a lot of its edge, you know?
Yeah, and I think 'cause I know like a lot of those SS units sometimes get a bunch of praise for being super good. At least the Waffen SS units, not the ones who are rounding people up. But the thing about forming elite units like that is I think that it's actually detrimental to the overall quality of a military. The reason being that one, elite units have a diminishing return. Every time you use it, it gets worse by virtue of taking casualties. Two, it drains the quality of regular units by taking the best men out. So I think that by forming these elite units, the Germans actually harm the effectiveness of their military as a whole.
Maybe. I could see that case possibly being made. It could. I think one problem the Germans ran into is that by 1943-44, they're really leaning on those elite units more than ever. You know, like you SS, first SS Panzer Division, we need a miracle, go pull one off. Or the second SS, Das Reich, which I believe had the most Knights Crosses. You know, So they, I do think they started to really emphasize those as like how almost out of desperation. The Germans didn't have the best training in terms of defensive warfare. I don't necessarily mean defensive tactics as much as I mean defensive operations.
Right.
I don't mean they never did. They did superb in Italy. There's a whole debate about, is the Italian campaign really a German or an Allied success? And I'd say it depends on what phase of the Italian campaign. I would say the first 6 months of 1944 is essentially a German victory. Okay, sure, Rome falls, but Rome was going to fall. Germans weren't going to stop the Allies from taking Rome, barring a miracle.
Also, I mean, Rome is right on the Tiber, so the Allies could just bring in a bunch of gunboats to tilt the advantage. And the Germans can't really do much about that. I mean, because they don't have much of a navy in the Mediterranean, so...
Wait, Tiber deep enough? It had to have been mined.
I mean,
it had to...
I don't know. I mean, you can eventually clear a minefield, though. So, I mean, you're right. Rome would eventually fall. You can also... yeah, I mean, I guess, too, though, at a certain point, since the Allies are now looking at France, Italy was just tying up German troops, even if it didn't plan out the way the Allies wanted it to.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is the Germans didn't keep as many units there as you'd think, you know?
Yeah. Apparently, Kesselring was a much better commander than I realized until I've been reading up on it recently.
Yeah, no, Kesselring is very, very effective. So you can make a case. I mean, the Italian campaign, it's really what phase the Italian campaign. So in other words, the first phase, when the Allies land in September, that's an Allied victory because they knock the Italians out. And you knock the Italians out before there's any chance for the fascist elements to reorganize and reassert themselves. So you hit them when they're fragile. And that attack did force the Germans to commit major elite forces to Italy, stabilize the position. So I would say that's a success, right? In 1944, I think the Italian campaign is mostly a German success. The Allies it's diminishing returns for the Allies. They're being held up. There's no reason the Allies should not have reached the Po Valley in 1944, but they never did. So, yeah, your German army, your German ground units, you do have a lot of variation in quality. They could have some success defensively, but there's a lot of mistakes made in the Eastern Front.
Yeah.
Some of that, of course, has to do with the fact these German units aren't that mobile. Like, most of them are horse-drawn.
Right, so I guess the fuel shortages were a huge problem. I mean, the Germans developed synthetic fuel at some point, which is pretty impressive, but also completely inadequate, given their actual needs.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I mean, by the time they launch the Ardennes offensive, their idea is that they don't have enough gas for the offensive, so you have to capture Allied supply depots to fuel your own tanks, you know?
Yeah, live off the land in the 20th century. That works.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, but I mean... so another problem, speaking of the fuel shortages, is the Germans, I don't think that their production priorities were strictly rational. So you look at some of the stuff they developed. I'm thinking specifically of the Tiger tank. The Tiger tank was extremely fuel inefficient and also mechanically unreliable. So it actually, if you think about how many other, say, Panzer IVs they could have built for one Tiger, in terms of material and everything else, I feel like they'd have been better off never building the Tiger at all.
There's a general thing to be said that German equipment's over-engineered, which I'll get into a bit with the Navy. But one thing about the Tiger tank's interesting because they thought of it as a breakthrough tank, apparently. And it turns out the Tiger tank's really good as a defensive tank.
Yeah, because they broke down and you had to leave them at a crossroads.
Right, but like if you... they're like those Tiger battalions, when they were well used, could cause massive losses to the enemy because the Allies really didn't have a tactical answer for it on the battlefield at that moment. You know?
Right, unless their radios were working and the skies were clear, in which case they just called it an airstrike and the Tiger disappeared.
Right, but you have a lot of cases of heavy elite tank battalions made up of Tigers and Tiger IIs stopping some offensives cold in some cases. I mean, not the whole offensive, but stopping that particular pincer move.
Right. So, I mean, yeah, that's it's also interesting. I think if you add up the Tiger 1 and 2, you're looking at maybe 2,000 units fielded. I mean, it's not very many.
Not very many, no. They are given to the best, and they did have some very dramatic successes, but oddly enough, all in defense, really. Tiger's this weird tank. It's an amazing defensive tank, and that's really I'm only real praise for.
It's like the French dream, because I think the French were thinking that way when they developed the B-1 bis.
Yeah, I can see that. You also have, of course, the Panther. The Panther was a very good tank overall. Some people consider it the best tank all around of World War II. There's a good case to be made for that. It had mechanical problems, as you know, up front.
Yeah.
And it was a bit weak on the sides. So, for instance, the Panther, from when I did some research about the bulge for a game and for an article I had to write, I found the Panther actually really underperformed in the bulge. Because just wasn't the kind of environment for Panther tanks. Apparently, the Mark IV was best for the bulge.
That makes sense. I mean, it was a very proven design. It was basically the German equivalent of the M4 or the T-34. The closest equivalent, at least.
Yeah. And they knew the tank design so well that it was an easy one for them to repair. It didn't use up as much gasoline. It was a little more maneuverable. So, it could get around in that rough terrain of the Ardennes, it could get around a little more easily.
Another thing about the Panzer IV is that there were a lot of vehicles the Germans had based on the same chassis, which gave it sort of a universality. So they had like a flak version of it. They had an artillery version, an anti-tank version, all that kind of stuff. And that's another problem with German production, is that they had too many variations in general of different things, which created supply and part issues.
So what would you rate the German army?
I think they probably deserve an A. I mean, there are some problems, but clearly it was effective, and even though it lost some of its edge as the war went on, it remained pretty tactically effective.
That's interesting. I have a more negative opinion, I guess. I was thinking more B or C.
Why do you want to go lower?
They're sorry. Their strategic, I hate using the word incompetence, but they're just bad strategists.
Well,
and
yeah.
I'm always kind of like my head hurts reading about it sometimes. And because I think what happened is they emphasize tactics and operations so much,
right,
that strategy and logistics were neglected to a degree that is ridiculous.
It's interesting. You basically predicted one of the arguments I was going to make about the Luftwaffe, is that the whole thing was completely tactical with very little strategy.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, the Navy is going to be a different beast altogether.
Yeah. I think that's a fair complaint, though. I mean, because their logistics weren't great, and as you said, the strategy, especially on the Eastern Front, was laughably bad at times. So, actually, yeah, I'm cool with B.
Yeah, one could even say C when you think about some of the technology stuff. Over-engineered equipment, too much equipment. So you have problems with errors as well.
True.
Yeah, I wouldn't go with an A. Just
right. I mean,
too many mistakes in key categories.
Sure. No, I think B's fair. They definitely had some major shortcomings, but I mean, they did have some amazing strengths as well, though.
Yeah.
So it's a mixed bag for sure. How about the Kriegsmarine?
I have a very, very, very high opinion of the Kriegsmarine. I think it's one of the most underrated navies that ever fought. I can think of no navy that accomplished as much as they did with so few ships. And some of this, and also considering that in the German hierarchy, they were ignored. They were third in resources for everything. Admiral Raeder, who'd been commanding the German Navy since after World War I. So of all the naval commanders of World War II, nobody had as much control over the Navy like he did, because he had been in charge of things for so long. The Navy truly was his. He had selected the officers. He had selected the tactics, strategies. Well, Raeder was a conservative. He wasn't a Nazi. What I mean by that is that he was fine with the Nazis because he said, oh, they're not communists, they're conservatives, they want to make Germany strong again. I'm into that, right?
Right.
But he had never been like, oh man, this Nazi stuff's awesome. He wasn't an enthusiastic Nazi, so he also found himself kind of on the outskirts politically, and this also meant that the German Navy internally had a lot of freedom. So the Luftwaffe was fairly Nazified because it was built from the ground up by Goering. So Goering put in a lot of, fellow Nazis there. Now, some historians have now said that Luftwaffe wasn't quite as Nazified as earlier history said. Can't comment on that. You know more about the Luftwaffe than I do. That said, the German army over time becomes more Nazified, and plus you have the politics of the army, and also Hitler's going to have to rely on the army to win the war. Navy to him was secondary. In fact, Hitler and a lot of people saw the Navy as being to blame for where Germany was, both because building a Navy had really made Britain go from being lukewarm towards Germany to hostile, and the German Revolution had started large part because the Navy mutinied. And so a big part of Rader's personal project in the Navy is to make sure the Navy will never again mutiny. Ever. Ever. Everyone in the Navy has to be a political conservative. They have to be completely loyal to Eric Rader. Rader's strategic ideas, I think, were pretty solid. He didn't emphasize U-boats enough, though. He wanted to build up a ship force to do either a naval battle or surface raiding. His actual surface raiding ideas, though, were pretty interesting. He wanted to create task forces built around aircraft carriers. So Rader was very forward-thinking in terms of naval organization, but once again, where's the resources? The resources are going to the Army and the Air Force, not the Navy as much. And also, the Navy wasn't even ready. Like Hitler told Rader, we were not going to start a war until 1945. So Rader's reaction to World War II starting was horror, and I can't remember the exact line, but I think he said, all we're going to do is show them how to die with honor. Something along those lines. But if you think about it, the German U-boat force eventually starts to have dramatic success in 1940, so you start building U-boats. They invade Norway in 1940. By the way, the invasion of Norway, to me, is the most bold and insane operation of World War II. Think about it. You are going to take a navy that is vastly outnumbered by the British and do an amphibious landing right near Britain. And the whole thing ended up, I mean, they paid a high price for it. They lost 3 cruisers and about 10 destroyers, but they were able to pull it off. It was audacious. And by seizing Norway, of course, you get more bases and whatnot. I won't get into the strategic value of Norway and debate that, but the point is the operation was pulled off. And the overall strategy of getting Norway to have bases from which to avoid the blockade and to attack into the Atlantic was proven right. But then, of course, they get the French bases, which they can attack the Atlantic even more effectively. The surface raiding strategy was pretty well executed. 1940 to 41, then the Bismarck sank, and that was completely called off. The Navy was able to control the Baltic Sea, the war with Russia, and they also pulled off what some people consider the most impressive naval evacuation in history, where they were the German Navy, in spite of the fact that the Red Air Force controls the skies, they were able to evacuate an estimated 1 to 1.5 million German soldiers and civilians away from the Eastern Front, which, for 1944 to 45 is no mean feat, because Soviet reprisals against Germans are pretty horrendous. It's going to end up killing millions of Germans. They're able to get these people out of there, even though their navy is lost a lot of ships. They don't even have that much lift capacity.
So is this after the Soviets managed to cut off that massive number of German divisions in Estonia?
Yeah, and they kept them supplied as well. The German Navy lost, and there's an argument made that they were always going to lose Battle of the Atlantic. There's a case to be made for that because they never quite could sink enough ships to truly strangle the British off, and especially when the Americans get involved, then the Americans bring in technology, and those anti-submarine technological weapons and the breaking of the Enigma code all of this essentially doomed the submarine effort. And then the fact that even though eventually they were building enough submarines for Hitler, the Navy is always third place in his mind. But the fact the German Navy could sink as many ships as they did, the fact that they could fight the Battle of Atlantic and they didn't win, but they caused horrendous losses, and they forced the Royal Navy to commit most of its resources to defending convoys. Churchill did say something along the lines of, the Battle of Britain didn't make him nervous. He said, "I knew the Germans could never invade us because of they didn't have enough ships." He said, "The only thing that made me truly nervous was the U-boats." The German Navy is then able to take Norway, to secure the Baltic, to oversee evacuations. They punched way above their weight. Anybody in 1939, if you told them the German Navy was going to accomplish all the things I said, they would have said I was crazy. They would have called you crazy. They didn't have a lot of ships. I mean, the war starts, they have like essentially 2 battle cruisers / battleships. I guess they're more like battleships because of their armor, but their weapons are not the heaviest. They have a few heavy cruisers and light cruisers, maybe like 10 or 11 at most. 30-something destroyers, I want to say. What does the Royal Navy have? Like, I don't know, 15 battleships, so like 6-7 aircraft carriers. I mean, there's no contest, right?
Right.
And yet they're able to put up the kind of fight they do and inflict the kind of losses they do. I'm gushing with praise for their military capabilities here. To me, they're an A or an S.
Yeah, I guess just for being able to overperform as much as they did, I think actually an S might be fair.
Yeah, I want to emphasize this. I think they were always doomed to never accomplish the mission, because I'm personally the opinion that Germany barely has an ice cube's chance in hell in World War II. Given the fact that they're run by a psychopath. They have military leadership that is very bad at strategy. And I'll give you this. Eric Rader was better at strategy than most, but even he had some dumb ideas. Like, he was the one who encouraged Hitler to declare war on America. His thinking was, we're already practically at war with them anyway, let's just do it. But at the same time, Rader said, don't invade Russia. He was one of the only guys to say this. And actually, by the way, Rader could speak Russian. And he said invading Russia is a major mistake. His idea was, if you want to destroy Britain, he said, emphasize U-boats and ships, we'll attack their shipping, and then we'll strike them in the colonies. We'll take the Middle East. And then get India. So his idea was destroy British Empire from within. If you destroy their colonial possessions, and Britain will fall. This to me means that Eric Rader, despite some strategic mistakes, like America overall, was a better strategist, better land strategist than the actual German army, in my opinion. So I don't know, punched way above their weight, man. Way above their weight.
Yeah, I mean, I know that Allied shippers were always terrified crossing the Atlantic, even though the actual number of U-boats was never all that overwhelming.
But you had like very well trained crews, and also we mentioned the engineering thing. The German battleships were over-engineered, so they had like finicky firing computers and stuff. U-boats weren't, though. U-boats were very easy to maintain. Even though the U-boats had some disadvantages, like the Type 7 U-boat didn't quite have as much range as it should. It was a very quick, maneuverable ship.
Right.
And easy to maintain.
It seems
Type
like...
9...
Oh, go ahead.
The Type 9 had more range, which was good, but the Type 9 handled a lot slower. So I don't think the Type 9 was an unqualified success, but the Type 7 is an excellent submarine.
Yeah, in general, it seems like the only country that was able to consistently produce high-quality items with enough steel in them, and also with, what's it called, fuel-sealed tanks or whatever. Seems like the U.S. was the only country that actually had the capacity to do that for pretty much everything it built.
Yeah. Well, we have the industrial capacity. for one thing, of course. I mean, that's the main thing, right?
Yeah,
And industrial capacity is not being destroyed because Americans, I don't think people say this as much. But when I was a kid, people were like, yeah, war is great for an economy. I'm like, no, it's not. It's actually horrible for economies. The only economy I've ever read about where war was amazing for the economy was America World War II. And that's because we're not getting bombed to pieces. We're not getting bombed to pieces like the British are. Unlike the Chinese and the Russians, it isn't like there's a front that the Germans opened up in Florida, you
yeah,
know? And we're also the arsenal of democracy. We're providing weapons for all those minor countries to get involved. I mean, Brazil, Mexico, any units those guys are going to deploy, they're using American equipment. The French, they're all using American equipment. The Free French Forces by 1944.
right.
When I say that Germany didn't really have much of a chance, what I mean is that we'll get into the bit with the Russians, but if they had any chance, they would. Germany, in my opinion, doesn't have a chance because Hitler's in charge and the army doesn't have a good grasp of strategy.
Right.
That Germany in that situation could have won World War II, definitely, but not with that kind of leadership class.
Well,
So what do you think for the Navy, A or S?
I'm actually comfortable giving them an S, given the circumstances.
Yeah.
I think they did. I think they actually outperformed their potential to some extent.
Yeah, I would say so. They proved to have, which is interesting since, I mean, it's not like Germany's known for its great naval tradition, but the German Navy of World War I was very good. And in World War II, they did very well for the most part. They were particularly known for accurate gunnery. And
Yeah.
of course, the U-boats did fantastic as well. So the German Navy, despite some limitations and not even having the best ship designs, just had very well-trained crews.
Right.
Yeah, I'm very much impressed with the German Navy.
All right. So earlier you mentioned the sort of level of Nazism within the Luftwaffe. I actually have no idea about that. I mean, obviously Goering himself was one of the leading Nazis, but I don't really know how many of the German senior commanders were or were not Nazis, so I can't really comment on that. But what I can tell you is that the Luftwaffe, just like the Wehrmacht, had a pretty wide range of strengths and weaknesses.
Okay.
One thing anecdotally that's always stuck with me is my grandfather was an airline mechanic, and so he came of age, started doing it in the 50s after he got out of the Navy. And he claims that the best, by far, mechanics he ever met in his life were former Luftwaffe mechanics. So these would have been like the senior guys when he was starting out. And he claims that they were literally capable of fixing anything. And they could always find very creative solutions because of the conditions they'd worked under during the war. So, I mean, they often had part shortages, but somehow they got stuff in the air. And that makes sense if you think about, like, we were talking about the U.S. industrial capacity wasn't affected by war at home. Germany was getting the shit bombed out of it by 1943, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I've heard people try to make the argument it didn't severely impede their production. Bullshit. If you're being bombed day and night in your major cities, that will have a major impact on your ability to wage war. And
I think oh, sorry, go ahead, my bad.
oh, go ahead.
The kind of the view on the air stuff with that is that obviously the air campaign played a role in Germany's defeat, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, the air theorists, if you will, predicted all you needed was aircraft.
Right. But
and
and I mean, there's definitely some Air Force propaganda that goes into strategic bombing being the decisive factor. That being said, I think it did have an impact for sure.
Yeah.
So there's that. I mean, it's a bit anecdotal, but still, we've just talked about the Italian mechanics earlier, but by contrast, Luftwaffe mechanics, at least some of them were very good at what they did, which helps them keep more planes in the air. Another thing to consider, especially in the early war, Luftwaffe fighter doctrine. Their fighter tactics, which involved primarily working in pairs, basically predicted the way that fighter doctrine still works to this day. It sort of got the best out of the aircraft by giving it enough room to maneuver, sort of striking a balance between working with a formation and individual initiative. By contrast, both the British and the Soviet Air Forces like to fly in threes sometimes. and that was a lot less efficient, especially for the Soviets tried to maintain tight formations for some reason. And that's also why a lot of German pilots became mega aces, is because the Soviets were using some absolutely awful fighter tactics early in the war. Um,
Yeah, there's another thing with that too. Apparently, was that I think what some of that was as well was that in World War One, the which I actually know a lot about World War One aircraft and stuff, but the early part of World War One, you have those fighters. They're not really using strictly formations, and the combat was almost very personalized. But then by the time we get to 1918, you do have mass formations being used, and that was very effective. So I think
right.
with a lot of those guys, they were trying to use large formations because they're like, hey, that's what was effective at the end of World War One.
Yeah. So another thing to consider is that the Germans very much let their ace pilots loose. There were instances of you could, if you were an ace, you could ask to be fueled up, and you could fly out on your own to try to bait enemy aircraft out, so you could get your kill rate up. And I mean, it was very very odd how little control they had over their top pilots. And also, if one of the top pilots happened to prefer an old model of aircraft, they weren't required to upgrade if they didn't want to. Very odd. It's actually surprisingly undisciplined in that regard. Um,
That
but
that seems to make some sense though if you think about it in World War One as well. The Luftwaffe, I mean not the Luftwaffe, but the old Imperial Air Force found themselves heavily outnumbered in 1918, and
yeah,
they really were relying on ace pilots like Hermann Goering, Ernst Udet, of course Manfred von Richthofen, and
right,
I mean aces were heroes in the Allied countries, but aces were really big heroes in Germany during World War One.
right. And I mean, Hermann Goering then went on to use his ace status to become what, the third or fourth ranking guy in the Nazi Party.
Eventually number two.
Yeah, but so anyway,
1930s, he's number three. Rudolf Hess is number two.
oh yeah, and then he like goes to Britain for vacation.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, at least in terms of succession, like if
right.
Hitler died or something, Hess was supposed to take over.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. So we talked about earlier with the Wehrmacht, it was very much tactically geared and oriented. Same thing's true of the Luftwaffe. Um, so if we talk about their strategic bombers, can you name a German strategic bomber, Sean?
Because there are none, right?
There actually is one. It's called
Oh,
the
okay.
HE 177, made by Hinkel.
Hmm.
Decent design, had some range and some hitting power, but it didn't have the engines it needed to actually be effective until late in the war. Never actually deployed in large numbers, only about 1,200 built. Really no impact on anything. Hitler wasn't interested in strategic bombing unless it was to try to send a message here or there. So the Germans did try strategic bombing, but they really had no equivalent of something like a B 17 or a Lancaster. So they have a strategic need, but they don't have anything that can deliver. They've got the Stuka dive bomber. This is for killing tanks and strafing infantry. Not a very good bomber in the Battle of Britain. They had the Ju 88. This is kind of a versatile light bomber, and it was designed to be fast enough to outrun fighters. And at the beginning of the war, it could do that, but once the opponents are equipped with Spitfires, Mustangs, and stuff like that, that's not going to happen. They had about 15,000 of those. They're pretty good, but of course they had diminishing returns. Versatile enough, they could also use them to hunt ships. It did okay at that. There was the HE 111, which is kind of like not that different from a Ju 88 in a lot of ways. It was the most used German bomber in terms of a pure bomber, about 5.6 thousand or so built. Also
Mhm.
used for transportation, so paratroopers jumped out of this. Had some versatility because it was relatively agile for a big plane, but didn't really have any defense ability. So it wasn't like the B-17 ringed with guns to protect it. And that was basically their bomber command, so not much to speak of. So they couldn't really hit industry or terrorize populations all that effectively from afar. But tactically, early in the war, this was the perfect air force for supporting penetration tactics. So you have the ME 109. This was a fighter they had from the outset of the war to the end. Great fighter, good mix of speed, maneuverability, armament, blah blah blah. It was upgradable, so the late war model was considerably better than the early war. But one thing it never overcame is that it had limited range, and I guess one thing it did overcome is limited altitude. This meant that it was not useful for escort missions, and also it was not able to defend bombers in the Battle of Britain. So very much a tactical fighter. You establish local air superiority. You also have to constantly capture new airfields to make sure it can operate. Similar thing with the Stuka, Ju-87. Excellent at close air support, but very vulnerable to fighters. It also lacked the range and payload to do anything strategic. A lot of them were lost for no reason in the Battle of Britain, where they should not have been used. You also have the Bf-110, which was kind of a multi-role twin-engine fighter. Good enough to take out bombers or do light bombing, but if it faced a real fighter, it was basically done. They had 20,000 Focke-Wulf 190s they built during the war, 34,000 Me-109s. And while both of those numbers are pretty impressive, they could have phased out 109 production earlier to focus on the Focke-Wulf, which was a much better aircraft, more durable, faster, blah, blah, blah. Also had air-to-ground capability, which the 109 did not. And the Focke-Wulf was very much on par with the best Allied fighters. But even then, it would have been outnumbered overall, if you look at the numbers the Americans and Soviets were producing especially. And without any kind of a significant qualitative advantage, it was really impossible to fend off fighters and take down bombers at the same time. So I think the Luftwaffe was very much doomed once the US and USSR entered the war. Another thing to consider is that while the German Air Force was producing high-quality pilots early on, as the war dragged on, the quality of pilots and their preparation continued to go down. They also wasted resources on sort of vanity projects, the Me-163 Comet and then the Me-262. These things are cool, they're jets, but they're too late in the war. Not a lot of them fielded, they were fuel hogs, and ultimately they needed more aircraft in the sky, not just a handful of exotic weapons that looked cool. So I think, again, it was a matter of poor production priorities. So overall, due to the lack of strategic capability and in general kind of having a focus first on close air support, then losing that, well, the Stuka was pretty much outdated by 1942 and almost unusable. So then you only had Focke-Wulfs that could occasionally do air-to-ground. So basically the Luftwaffe has no air-to-ground after about 42, 43. I actually think the Luftwaffe is about a C.
I'm gonna give one opinion I have though on the Luftwaffe. I think they were right not to look into strategic bombing because there's only so many aircraft they can produce, and given what the German military needs and German strategy requires, air-to-ground attack is what you should emphasize. And I'll be blunt, man. Like, I'm very critical of strategic bombing overall. I believe the Air Force's main job is to support ground forces. Always believe that. I'm not saying don't do strategic bombing or strategic bombing doesn't have any effect. I just mean it's never quite had the effect that the bomber theorists have said for over 100 years. What does have an effect is when an Air Force can properly support an army and chew up and destroy and disrupt the other opposing army. I like to say this about World War II. It's almost impossible to find a campaign where the side that did not have air superiority won, unless it's a purely defensive campaign, like, say, Italy. And even then, it's because of some other factors as well. Right. So I probably have a slightly higher opinion of Luftwaffe just because I'm impressed with their ability to be integrated with the army. And think about that. Like, your other air forces have slightly more antagonistic relations with the army.
Right.
And I just think the Luftwaffe just didn't. They very early on understood, we're here to support you and make sure that you're able to break through the enemy's lines and keep up the momentum of operations.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it was early war, I mean, I'd be probably looking at A. But because we have to factor in the late war, they basically stopped close air support, and they weren't able to ultimately do all that much to slow down the 8th and 15th Air Forces. Then they lost air superiority on the Eastern Front and in the West. So, I think if you factor that in, I think it averages out to about a C. Plus, with strategic air power, I mean, that's what they were looking to use to win the Battle of Britain, and they didn't really have it because they weren't geared to do it. So they were asked to do a mission they couldn't pull off, and predictably they failed.
I mean, well, the whole Battle of Britain's ridiculous anyway. Like, Navy, if you're reading between the lines, the Navy is telling Hitler, look, we really can't do this, you know? But if we're going to, we'll need air superiority. The other problem, too, is the Luftwaffe had a piss-poor anti-shipping doctrine at that point. Now, they did improve a lot, and in the Mediterranean in particular, the Luftwaffe has a lot of success against the Royal Navy, right? But in 1940, they don't have a great anti-shipping doctrine. So I kind of blame Hitler, and I would blame Hitler and Goering for that, for essentially saying, let's try and beat Britain in the air. It's like, strategically, it's very hard for you to pull this off, and even if you do, it's highly unlikely you're going to be able to invade anyway. You know? And so once again, the Navy is essentially telling Hitler, the strategy you've chosen is not really going to work. They're trying to win a strategic campaign against Britain, and Battle of Britain should have been also the first indication that terror bombing doesn't work. I mean, it works insofar as if you want to kill some civilians, but it doesn't really break people's will to fight, really.
True.
There's not much evidence for it. Japan's an exception. That's because of, not only because it was a weapon like nothing anybody had seen, but also the Soviets had come into the war.
Yeah, I guess, too, to be fair, I think Goering was a guy, if Hitler had an idea, he would just click his heels and make it happen. Without really thinking of the feasibility, he'd just say, we're going to do it.
Yeah, one of the dumbest Goering stories I ever read was he looked at the Caucasus Mountains on the map, and he said, oh, whatever, that's like a third-rate Alps. And you're like, what are you, an idiot? And you're like, oh, that's right. By this time, he's a drug addict art collector,
Yeah. And also, yeah, there are videos of him with his wife or mistress, and they're inspecting some personnel, and you can tell, even with the old footage, looking at his eyes, that this man is fucking high.
Well, see it is, sir.
Yeah. All right. So we got them done. Now we move on to Perfidious Albion. Let's talk about Great Britain. Yeah. Have to bring that old chestnut out.
Yeah, I love the Perfidious Albion idea. Or as I like to say, Britain will fight Napoleon until the last Austrian dies.
Yeah. Although I guess in World War II, actually the more I've studied the war over the years, my opinion of the British war effort has steadily improved.
Yeah, it's very impressive. Of all the branches we're going to talk about, though, the Army is going to be one of the not quite as impressive.
Yes. Although, I mean, they have some good things going for them, but they do have some downsides as well. I guess we should probably start out by talking about Churchill.
Yeah.
He's a pretty bad commander-in-chief, but luckily it's not a totalitarian system, so he gets talked out of a lot of his dumb shit.
Exactly. And, I'm going to do some Churchill bashing. I know that'll bring the fire down from people. And 7th grade, or was it 8th grade? Which one? No, it was 8th grade. I did my entire history project thing was Churchill. Me and my dad set up this thing for him, and it was beautiful looking. Okay, because my dad was really good at design. So I thought, man, Churchill's awesome. But as I was reading about him as a kid, I kept thinking, like, this guy screwed up a lot. Like, I'm not even talking World War II. Then I was like, okay, but World War II, he's definitely the right man for the time. And I kind of look at it, and I've come to the opinion Britain won in spite of Churchill. He gave some great speeches. He was right to call out Nazism and communism as great threats to be dealt with, and he put Nazism first because Hitler was the more aggressive of the two dictators in the 1930s.
Yeah, which also marks a pretty major change in policy, because I think up until probably, 1935 or 6 at least, most Western planners thought that the Soviet Union was the great strategic threat, not Hitler. Yeah,
and it should also be kept in mind that 1934, even to a little bit into 35, Hitler was saying that he didn't want a war. He was, if you watch Triumph of the Will, it's hilarious watching all those Nazis talk over and over again about how they just want peace. And then you realize, of course, it's They've only just come to power. The German economy's still shaky, but once Hitler felt that he had political security, he started to move with war plans fairly rapidly. So, um, yeah, they saw more of a threat in the Soviet Union at that time. One can even say they were more threatened by Japan in some ways as well. But anyway, so Churchill did very well at the speeches and rallying the people to him. But I think a lot of it is just nostalgia that built up over the years. I mean, think about it. He lost the prime ministership a few months after Germany surrendered. He's not even there for when Japan loses. It's Clement Attlee. So he went. I always thought it sucked. It was like, wait, he won World War II, and then he got kicked out of office right away. So I think it also might have been a nostalgia thing. Like, like he led us during the war, and he's like the last emblem of the greatness of the British Empire. But apparently that didn't save him in 1945, did it?
Yeah, because apparently didn't he campaign on, we need to do austerity at home and save the empire abroad. Let's rebuild the Navy.
Yeah, something along those lines. I mean, he believed in holding the British Empire together, and there's a whole argument to be made that people in Britain they liked that they had a large empire, but it wasn't the most important thing in the world to them, especially after having seen everything get demolished.
Right.
Um, so yeah, Churchill, he had a lot of harebrained schemes. I don't think he was that great of a strategist.
No, he's a terrible strategist. When he sent troops to Greece that slowed down Operation Compass, almost compromised the whole thing.
Oh, he did. Yeah, it's complete blunder. Instead of securing victory in North Africa, he sent men to Greece on a fool's errand. I will say this: he was very good at the diplomacy of the war. So he was very good at that. That great power, politics, and negotiations. He was very good at that, and he is quite a fascinating character.
Although I feel like he made it harder for Roosevelt in a way because Churchill had a very belligerent attitude towards Stalin the whole way through. He threatened to bomb the Caucasus oil fields if the Germans got too close without Stalin's permission, and apparently that soured things. And then, of course, after the war, he got right back to saber rattling.
What do you expect from a guy who attacks the French Navy just because they kind of might turn their ships over to the Germans?
Yeah, I know.
There was no evidence that the French were not going to do, but whatever.
also, Winston Churchill, by the way, for any of you who might still be fanboys, he is one of the chief architects of the borders we see in today's Middle East. He sat down with a French delegation and what had to be one of the biggest bottles of scotch ever, and they literally just started drawing lines on a map, and that's where we get countries like Iraq.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the Middle East is unstable and the division of ethnic groups doesn't make sense, say the Kurds being divided, Winston Churchill also helped to create that. So really it shows you his strategic mind at work.
If you read the book Strange Death of Liberal England, he looks really dumb in that one. I'll say this. My favorite Churchill stuff is the Boer War. That's where I think he's cool. when he gets captured during the Boer War and then he escapes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, before we go on, I'm going to recommend this movie, Young Winston. It's a 1970s movie. At the time, it got very negative reviews. A lot of people, it still to this day isn't considered a very good movie. I think it's highly underrated. Great actors in it. But one of the interesting things about it is that the movie is young Winston Churchill, and it's narrated by Churchill, not Churchill himself, but an actor playing Churchill. And so you get his view of events. But then what they'll show you in the movie contradicts what he tells you. You know what I mean? Like, it'll be like it'll be something like he's like, "Yo, my father wanted me to do this because he wanted me to have a great future or something." And then they show his father talking to the mom, and he's like, "I think her son's an idiot."
Yeah.
So Young Winston's a very good movie. I liked that one, but of course they do. The movie, a big part of the movie is his escape during the Boer War and his role in the Mahdist War, the one to avenge Gordon's death, Sudan. Fascinating campaign as well. So anyway, little side there, but the British Army. What can you say about the British Army?
Well, fairly mixed performances from what I understand. The Eighth Army in North Africa took a lot of beatings before it finally got things together and won. The British armies in the Far East, from what I understand, with the exception of the 14th, didn't do super well. The British army from Normandy forward seems to have done mostly well, except for Market Garden. They were a bit cautious, but it's because they couldn't afford to take casualties. I think that's why they also put pressure on Montgomery to be more slow and prodding. The idea being they reduce casualties. The British eventually started fielding some pretty good tank designs toward the end of the war. And I think their tank doctrine got pretty good by the end, from what I understand. And also their anti-tank doctrine was pretty solid.
Yeah, excellent artillery doctrine.
Artillery was good. They had commandos. They had some elite infantry units. Their airborne troops were really good. I think, by and large, their infantry was pretty solid, taken as a whole. They were fairly motorized / mechanized, more than most countries. I think the army was high quality. Now, in terms of its actual performance, I think it actually underperformed to some extent its capacity. Dunkirk comes to mind, of course, as the obvious example of the British army not really doing as well as it could have. I don't know, it's a hard one to rate, I would say.
Yeah, I think this is the hardest one to rate out of all of these. They sort of just muddled through, which is a very British idea, you know. We'll just muddle through this, right?
Stiff upper lip, old chap.
Yeah. Their tank designs, a lot of them were pretty either pretty below average, I'd say, a lot of them.
Well, I have to say they're probably the ugliest tanks. That being said, some of them were pretty effective. Matilda, the Crusader actually wasn't that terrible. It was a little under armored. The Churchill was ugly as shit, but it was a good tank. You had the Comet, the Centurion.
I have a low opinion of the Crusader tank. I think that was kind of just a death trap.
Yeah, it did have some speed, though. I actually value speed if you're trying to do encirclements.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is that the British, I mean, as mechanized as they are, as fast as the tank is, like the Crusader tank, they just don't have the operational doctrine or tradition of battles of annihilation. And they never really would. The British Army was always relatively small and always second fiddle to the Royal Navy, right?
Right.
And so the British Army, of course, had great moments, and it was known for its tenacity, as you know. And the British Army under Marlborough, and then especially under Wellington, had done superb. But keeping in mind, Wellington didn't really win Jena-style campaigns. You know what I mean?
Right.
So the British didn't have this idea, didn't have this tradition of having an army that could win decisive, quick battles. So in many ways, as mechanized as they were, it wasn't taken full advantage of. They did have some very good officers. I think the one that impressed me most is William Slim, who was the in Burma. I think he's easily one of the best generals of World War II. But Slim really combined, in many ways, the best of the British tradition: careful planning along with first-rate training and an emphasis on morale. And yeah, the British Army and its Commonwealth forces had very good morale, with a few exceptions, of course. The Indian forces didn't do so well, but India at the time is on its way out of the empire. And should be kept in mind, too, that Britain during World War I had promised India, they said, if you send us troops and support us in this war, we'll give you greater autonomy after World War I. They didn't do that. That's really when guys like Gandhi become very popular in India. So when World War II's happening, people like Gandhi are saying, let's not help the British.
Right.
They didn't keep their promise in World War II. Why would they keep it now? And I'm gonna get into that with the Japanese Navy in a bit, because the Japanese, I'm gonna tell you about how I think Japan could have won the war when we get there. But the thing is that the Indian units underperform. The South African units also had some terrible leaders and did very poorly. But New Zealand, Australian, Gurkhas, all those units did exceptionally well. Canada is not technically part of the British Empire, of course, but very closely aligned with them, and the Canadians did fantastic war. And then, of course, you also have the Polish units the British armed and led into battle.
Yeah.
Montgomery we'll talk about when we do World War II, of course. What were you going to say?
So apparently, the Canadians also helped them produce a lot of their equipment types and then shipped them over. So it helped the British keep their army up to date with the latest and greatest stuff.
The latest and greatest in Canadian war technology.
Yeah, the latest and greatest and awkward looking but still more or less effective British tanks.
uh, it's hard for me to rate them. They didn't suffer too many disasters, but they also didn't pull off too many stunning successes. I mean, here's one example. We're going to do a Forgotten Battles episode in the Battle of Ortona, which is in Italy. And what it is Montgomery knows he's about to leave Italy, so he conceived a war-winning drive to get to Rome. It failed almost right away. The divisions were sent in were chewed up, and they were able to take Ortona but go no further. So it's an outright failure. It's a British defeat, and when I'm reading up on it, you can see some of the mistakes in the planning. And the British, somebody like Montgomery, could conceive of a campaign that was going to be lightning fast and then have it not work out. Now, that said, Montgomery was a solid commander, and we'll talk about his strengths and weaknesses when we do that list. But I don't know. For me, the British Army kind of underperformed a lot.
Yeah.
But it didn't. But also, with the exception of Singapore and a few other cases, it didn't really suffer a lot of disasters either. So maybe a C or a D.
Yeah, I think C seems fair. I mean, because and I don't want to indulge in the British stereotype, but I mean, they did manage to maintain the stiff upper lip the whole time, despite, proportionally taking some pretty heavy losses. And I know they were very casualty conscious, but they didn't lose fewer soldiers than the U.S. did overall, and they had much, much less capacity for taking those losses, though.
Yeah, very true.
And I mean, the British Army at Dunkirk, they had to leave all their equipment behind. They re-equipped and kept going, which, is fairly impressive, I think. So I give them some credit. I mean, I feel like they deserve credit for effort, even if the results were not quite as good as the effort.
Okay. So now we're moving on to the Royal Navy.
Yes, the Navy of His Majesty King George VI.
Yes, the Royal Navy of Britain in World War II to me is a fascinating thing. I kind of call it their finest and worst hour simultaneously. But a few things to note: the ship designs. The British were pioneers in creating aircraft carriers, but their work on that kind of stagnated, and their carriers were of a superior design to the American and the Japanese. But they had a lot of them, and they had a lot of practice using them. So while their carriers didn't actually carry a lot of aircraft, their pilots were well trained. They weren't super well equipped though, but they were well trained. Actually, the Americans started to adopt British techniques with carrier operations because they found the British were actually more efficient than the Americans. The Americans found that, battleship designs. They used a lot of old World War I ships, like the R class, which would be like the Royal Oak and the Royal Sovereign, and then of course you had the Queen Elizabeth class, which included battleships like the Barham and whatnot. So older ships, you had some newer designs, but a lot of those are compromise measures, like the Nelsons, which were a bit on the slow side, but they did pack a pretty strong punch. Cruiser design was pretty uninspired overall. And the same thing with destroyers. But to be fair, the British destroyers were looking more for quantity over quality. So, the French and the Italians, sure, they've got some fast ships, but the British made sure theirs were dependable and could help protect the convoys and the fleet itself. And they had overall good destroyer designs, but not too many outstanding designs. And honestly, I find the British warship designs in World War II to be very conservative. But here's where the Royal Navy's pretty awesome, of course. Their training. It's arguably the best trained of all the navies in World War II. They're constantly at sea, of course. You also have that tradition. That's one of the. That's what Admiral Cunningham said. He said, building a ship's one thing, but building a tradition that takes centuries. That's not exactly what he said, of course. He was far more eloquent than me. But that British training really compensated for not only some substandard ship designs, but also some major mistakes early in the war. One of the biggest ones had to do with how to fight the U-boats. So the way the British thought of it is convoys beat the U-boats in World War One, and they had sonar. So the British went into World War II thinking U-boats were not going to be a problem, only to find out that, of course, the Germans had started to create wolfpack tactics to counter convoys. Some German submarines could also stay underwater longer than in World War One, but also sonar is great, but it had problems. And very quickly, the British realized that the U-boats are going to be a threat. Well, not in 1939 because the U-boats actually had torpedo problems, but by the summer of 1940, U-boats start racking in the victories hard and fast. The Royal Navy takes heavy losses during World War II, much heavier than any other previous war. And I say that because you read about the Napoleonic Wars, and the Royal Navy gets in these fearsome battles with the French and the Spanish, but they don't really lose that many ships during those wars. Most of those battles, they sink a lot of French and Spanish ships. World War II, they take horrendous losses. They're going to lose, I want to say, 5 battleships. They'll lose the Royal Oak, Barham, Repulse, which is a battle cruiser, Prince of Wales, and Hood, another battle cruiser. So you lose 5 of your battleships/battle cruisers right there. Right to their aircraft carriers, the Courageous, the Glorious. The Glorious was actually sunk by the German battleships Gneisenau and Scharnhorst. So the Royal Navy took heavy losses and had substandard equipment, especially compared to some of the latest latest Japanese and American designs. They did have some good designs. They weren't very, they weren't trend setting, if you will, necessarily. But they're very well trained. They have a good doctrine, and they never give up. And on the strategic level, they're very well led.
So blood, sweat, and tears all the way.
Yeah, it really is blood, sweat, and tears all the way. I sometimes think that, considering some of the handicaps and the fact that the Royal Navy found itself fighting its nightmare situation in World War II. So at one point, they had to fight the Germans, the Italians, and the Japanese all at once.
And basically by themselves.
Yeah, well, yeah, eventually, with the Japanese, the Americans are going to be there. But for the first few months of the Pacific War, the British are the ones fighting the Japanese more than we are. They're actually shouldering more of the burden, and they took heavy losses. That's something to keep in mind, too. The Royal Navy took very heavy losses from the Japanese Navy, and that made them very, very cautious against the Japanese. One of the reasons why the Royal Navy wasn't particularly aggressive in the Pacific theater. A lot of it to do with logistics and priorities, but in addition to that, the Royal Navy said the last time we tangled with these guys, we suffered pretty, it was not catastrophic, it could have been worse, but they suffered heavy losses. So they didn't really start going toe-to-toe with the Japanese until the war was already won. And some of that had to do with how well Japan had done against them. I think one of the best World War II movies is called The Cruel Sea, which is based on a book, and it's about a convoy escort ship. And I think that one really epitomizes the Royal Navy of World War II, which had to rapidly expand. You had to build even more ships to do what you're doing. You had to fight so many foes all at once. Your ship designs aren't terrible, but they're not remarkable either. Your carriers are efficient, but they're not wielding the best aircraft, and there's not a lot of them. They had a lot of handicaps, but they persevered, and in the end, played a major role in the victory, of course. I lean towards an A for the Royal Navy.
Really?
Maybe a B, A or B.
I mean, based on what you just said, it sounds like a B to me.
Yeah, it's just that the convoy lanes did stay open.
True.
They did in the end win the Battle of the Atlantic. They were able to keep the 8th Army supplied in North Africa. They were able to get vital supplies into the Soviets through Lend-Lease and the Northern Route. I guess I think a B might be right then. Yeah, I gotta say a B since they didn't do so hot against the Japanese.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I mean, they did their job, and they did it relatively well, but they were not the best navy of the war.
They were not, and they took particularly heavy losses, I must say. Um,
Yeah.
the mission was accomplished, and once again, they had good admirals, they had a very good strategic vision, and they were very well trained. I honestly believe that the training and the tradition is what kept that navy afloat during the war.
Yeah. All right. Well, two other things I forgot to mention earlier when we introduced Britain. Two other major factors. They developed the Enigma machine, and they also developed the first radar. And these things, of course, became very important technology, especially for the Allied war effort. So from
Yeah.
the time they got the Enigma machine online, they were able to then decode German transmissions and figure out what the Germans were doing. And then the Soviets were able to get that information through their spies. So basically, all the Allies then were aware of what was going on. The British shared their stuff with the Americans, so everybody was in the loop. All right, so there's that, and also radar was hugely important for the Battle of Britain because the RAF,
Yeah.
the Royal Air Force, badly outnumbered, but because of having radar, they could see what was coming at them and plan accordingly, which enabled them to fight well enough that even as their numbers were diminishing, the Germans actually thought the British were getting stronger, or at least holding even in terms of number of fighters available. So that's part of why the Germans gave up the Battle of Britain, is because they were convinced that because of the way the British were able to respond, they must have more fighters than they actually did.
I will say that the Germans were also pioneers in radar, at least on their ships.
They also, late war, I think, made some night fighters with radar, and so did the British and Americans.
Yeah. So I say it because the the Italians didn't start getting radar on their ships until 1942. The Japanese all but ignored it until 1943, really. And they're pretty crude sets too. Well, the French were developing radar, and actually, one of the French teams played a big role in improving Allied radar. One of the teams that escaped France before the fall. I would also know for the Enigma machine. I was actually talking to somebody, and she said Alan Turing single-handedly won World War II, and I was like, well, I know he played a major role, but it was a team, and also there were a bunch of Polish guys who helped out with that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's never just one guy. I mean, Turing was a major factor, but he was not the whole package. Just like Einstein was there when they developed the A-bomb, but he didn't do it by himself.
It was even how
Or
involved
maybe it was Oppenheimer, whoever it was. I mean, it's like
It's
some huge
Oppenheimer.
name. Yeah, but I mean, even he was not. I think he was more of a consultant. I don't even know if he was one of the main dudes on that.
I don't think he was. I don't think he was. How do you sell a book? You go like, look, this gay math nerd, he's the one who defeated the Nazis.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
This gay math nerd with the social skills of a skunk, the one who did it.
Yeah. Yeah, and he played his role. He did well, but of course, no one does anything by themselves. Alexander did not conquer most of the known world by himself. He had a lot of help.
He did, but
anyway,
and of course Genghis Khan as well. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, the RAF, if we look at their equipment, they were more successful at modernizing before the war than the French were. They still had some old biplanes in service in places like Malta. The Gladiator, it actually handled itself well when it was challenged, but of course it was outdated. Their mainstay fighters early in the war were the Hawker Hurricane and the Supermarine Spitfire. The Hurricane was easier to build. It was made partly of wood, and so when Britain had limited industrial capacity, this thing was a godsend because it was relatively easy to make. I think you could build about 3 of them for the price of a Spitfire. So it was a bit underpowered compared to, say, the German 109, but remember, the 109 did not have great range, so a lot of times the Hurricanes were actually engaging against bombers. Another thing to keep in mind is even though the Spitfire is iconic, and a lot of people associate that with the Battle of Britain, the fact is that the Battle of Britain was more won by the Hurricane, because it was much more numerous, so obviously got more kills, etc.
Also, shooting down the bombers is what's really important, right?
Yeah, I mean, shooting down the bombers is what you really need to do. The fighters usually have your higher quality aircraft go after those. But, so, like, for instance, when the Germans fought the U.S. Air Force, or Army Air Corps at the time, the Focke-Wulfs would go after the fighter escort, the 109s would go after the bombers. But, same thing here, Spitfires would go after the escorts, Hurricanes would go after the bombers. Um, but anyway, the Spitfire remained viable for the rest of the war. It had a bunch of upgrades, and it was one of the best fighters of the war. Pilots loved it. Got a bunch of kills, did super well. There was a Navy variant, the Seafire. Great aircraft, and it's iconic for a reason. Also, I've noticed of a lot of these British things, whether they're planes or ships or tanks. I mean, the British made a lot of really hideous looking stuff in the war. But the Spitfire is beautiful. So
It is.
yeah, it's that. I think that's part of why it's sort of symbolic of Britain in World War II, because it's one of the few things they produce where you're like, damn, that looks pretty cool. In terms of fighter bombers, the British were absolutely excellent at this. They had the de Havilland Mosquito, which is kind of a multi-purpose plane, very cheap to build. It's built of a good deal of wood, but very effective. It's fast, has a decent capacity. It's agile enough to defend itself against fighters, and it's available fairly early in the war, so it's super useful. They also have the Typhoon, which is effectively, in some ways, imagine the Hurricane, but much faster and heavier. This is a great ground attack aircraft. It's often equipped with rockets, and this was a tank-busting beast. Then they had the Tempest, which was originally designed to be sort of a souped-up Typhoon, and this thing is fast as hell. I mean, this is a prop plane that can go about 500 miles an hour or something. So, I mean, this thing is... Yeah, I mean, this... I might be a little off on that number, but this thing is fast as hell. And ultimately, the British are forced to use it to shoot down the V-1 buzz bombs because it's the only thing that can really have a chance at catching them. But after they conquer enough of France that the Germans can't deploy the V-1 anymore, then they employ this as ground attack. And between its speed and firepower, this thing kills a lot of stuff. If you needed to take out a Tiger, your best option would be a Typhoon or Tempest with rockets. And also, there were some Hurricane later models that did similar stuff.
I did read, though, that the Hurricanes that they put in the ground attack role really didn't do that great, though.
I think there was a Model 2 and a Model 4, and I think the 2 sucked, and then the 4 was okay. But it's really the Typhoon and Tempest are where it's at.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are some of the arguably the best tank busters of the war. I mean, the U.S. has a lot of candidates that do well, but I don't know if any U.S. plane does as well as the Typhoon or Tempest. And I don't know about the numbers that were produced for these, but they were numerous enough that if you spotted a Tiger and you had your choice of air support, you'd go for this.
Yeah.
They also, in terms of bombers, they had the Bristol Blenheim. This is more of a medium bomber, kind of twin-engine, multi-purpose, kind of like the US B-25 or the German Ju-88 or HE-111 we talked about. Pretty good, but nothing super special, and most countries had something like it. But the standout for Britain, they also had a strategic bomber, the Avro Lancaster. They had 7,000 plus of these, and this is effectively the British equivalent of the B-17 Flying Fortress or B-24 Liberator. Due to personnel constraints and also that they didn't have as many of these as the U.S. had of its four-engine bombers, the Lancasters really operated mostly at night, but they still were pretty damn effective and made sure the Germans were enduring strategic bombing 24 hours a day. So that was at least the thought was this would help to make it very difficult for Germany to operate. Overall, I think the RAF is pretty balanced. They're good at all levels of warfare, whether it's tactical or strategic. I think the RAF actually deserves an A. I might be willing to go down to a B, though, just because the quantity was sometimes a little lacking.
I'd go with an S, personally.
Really?
I mean, there's not really too many mistakes. You've got a good strategy, tactics, and operations. Excellent designs. I mean, you mentioned the Mosquito. It's one of my favorite aircraft of the war. And by the way, that Hitler hated that airplane. He found out the British had a wooden airplane that could outperform his metal aircraft. He went into a rage.
Yeah, I bet he did.
I mean, he was really pissed about the Mosquito. One of the only bad marks in the RAF, and it really wasn't as big a deal strategically, was In 1942, when the Focke-Wulf was introduced, it outperformed the Spitfire Mark V.
Right, said they produced the Mark 9.
Yeah, so there's a period of time where the Royal Air Force on the Channel saw its air superiority, or at least its parity, or whatever. They lost it, and they also really screwed up the Channel Dash. You know the Channel Dash?
Was that where they tried to secure the islands in the channel?
No, that's where the German ships that were in Brest, France, which was Gneisenau, Scharnhorst, and the heavy cruiser Prince Eugen, escaped to Germany by going through the English Channel. The RAF completely fucked it up, but it wasn't. It's not. It's the fault of the RAF command in the area. They weren't prepared for what's going to happen. So I think I mean there are always going to be some mistakes, but overall the RAF makes precious few.
You're right about that. I can't really name any other mistakes. The Battle of Britain, in terms of keeping fighter command together, was close run. When Hitler did that big retaliatory strike on London, the guy who was the head of fighter command, this middle-aged general, actually took to the air and commanded in person, which is
Wow.
I know it's amazing. Can you imagine if the head of the Air Force today took part in an air battle? I mean, it'd be like that scene from Independence Day where the president's flying an F-18. It's kind of crazy. I mean, yeah, actually, I'm okay with an S for the RAF. I'd go with an A or an S. I think they're kind of on the border. But I really respect the hell out of the RAF, though. I mean, they did a great job. I'll go S.
All right.
Cool with S. Do you want to take a fiver?
That sounds good to me, man. I might have to get a little snack thing to eat, and we're gonna be getting into the Japanese, which is what I know really well, especially the Navy.
Yeah.
And Japan's pretty bonkers, you know.
Yes, it is. All right. Well,
Hard to rate. But yeah, let's take a fiver.
all right. Sounds good. All right. You there?
Hey. Yeah, I just got back.
Yeah, I just thought of something. So, announcement for everybody. It would be cool to have some music to play when we do breaks. So, if any of you are good at altering old video game songs so that they don't trigger any kind of copyright, contact me. I'm especially interested in going back to some of the Sega Genesis classics and doing, slight variations of those. So, say Phantasy Star 4 songs, Golden Axe 2, some of the old Streets of Rage. I think that'd be pretty good. So, if any of you have that skill set, let me know. You can contact me on Discord, leave a comment, whatever, and I'd love to get that set up.
I'm going to recommend something from Genghis Khan, too.
The songs in that are decent, for sure, but I've definitely heard better music from that era.
I don't know. I think there's I think it fits the history thing, but I think a lot of the tunes in there are kind of okay, but there's two that I think are really good. The one for Eastern Europe and the one for Central Asia.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen to those sometime. Those are the best piece of music. I think Koei had some really good stuff. Actually, the Operation Europe sucks as a game, but it's got some pretty good music.
Yeah, the tactical system in that game is a nightmare.
Yeah, but like North Africa and Berlin's got some good music,
Okay.
But I can't fully hate Operation Europe, though. At the time, it was the only way I could play a World War II game,
Sure. That's true. Speaking of World War II, now we're talking about Imperial Japan. And so I guess we need to start with their high command. How much actual control did the Emperor Hirohito have of operations?
Operations be minimal. He definitely had more power and influence than was originally than the popular history said. That's because there was a concerted effort to protect the emperor post World War II. Essentially, we made the decision that Hirohito pretty much knew what was going on and approved of it. But he wasn't involved in like the nitty gritty details. But he was involved. But we saw him as a force for stability in Japan. And it was also pretty clear that that killing him would have really ripped apart Japanese society. And it's interesting to note that because he had no problem doing that in Germany, like doing denazification, if you will. Getting rid of various people who had been functionaries in Nazi Germany, and also calling to question Germany's entire history, of militarism, if you will.
Right.
But Japan, we didn't do that. And some of that also that the Japanese willingly said, okay, we'll have an army for defense and nothing else, But
right.
we treated Japan with a lighter touch, which is interesting considering that, there was a lot more racist feelings against Japan, that there was a lot more hatred for the Japanese. My dad grew up during World War II, and he told me that people, at least when he was a kid, they cared about the European theater only insofar as you had relatives there and you knew the Germans were kind of bad. But he said Japan is what everybody cared about. Like he said, when Germany surrendered, there wasn't much of a celebration. Japan was what people were interested in. He actually vividly said he remembered some newsreel that went on for 10 or 15 minutes about the war in Europe, and the guy in the theater yelled, "What about the Japanese?" That's actually one of the reasons why World War II propaganda movies made in America emphasized Germany more, because Roosevelt and the people said, we don't need to give them a reason to fight the Japanese. We got to give them a reason to want to fight the Germans.
Right.
Yeah,
and also, if you want to see some racist cartoons, look at any U.S. propaganda film about Japan during World War II.
Oh yeah, man.
There's one that says, remember, the Japanese soldier isn't that great of a shot because of his slanted eyes.
Well, that's what MacArthur thought about Pearl Harbor. He said they had to have hired German mercenaries to do it. A lot of Japan's early success had to do with racism, which is ridiculous because they'd be up the Russians. But then you also got to remember that a lot of people. All right, so there's this view people have white people, and they put all white people together. I'm like, that's a very stupid idea, because within Europe there were all these racialized theories that people had that were ridiculous, but they were all about if you're from Southern Europe, Eastern Europe, Northern Europe, right? And so people like MacArthur said, well, of course the Japanese beat the Russians. They're just a bunch of Asiatic hordes anyway. Um, so, that kind of racism, the fact that the Japanese had beaten the Russians, for a lot of people, they said, "Oh, well, they're just Slavs." You know what I mean? So there's more racism for you. But anyway, so the emperor is involved. One thing to keep in mind about Japan, this has really come home more to people. Their conquest in the Pacific is as brutal and murderous as the Nazis in Europe. Like, they're used to sometimes, especially back in the 50s and 60s, some people thought Japan wasn't that bad. We now know they're actually worse than we thought. That's because the Japanese...
Best exemplified by the rape of Nanking.
Most infamous example, but there are so many. And some of it has to do with from the treatment of prisoners of war, partially has to do with Japanese ideas of honor. If you're a guy who surrendered, you didn't fight to the death, you lost your honor. In the case of China, the Japanese have their own racist theories about their own superiority. And they did see themselves as a superior people. One of the things that Japanese would say before, the younger Japanese officers who were the ones who were more likely to support war against America would say, all right, we know they outnumber us in every way, but we have a better fighting spirit. That meant something to them. I also think one of the reasons why what the Germans did we know so well is because the Germans, we know the Jews in particular, and that's because Jewish people are very literate. So they're going to write a lot of books about this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you have a number of Jewish people who are successful in America, especially in the film industry, especially at that time. So they're going to make movies about it. The Japanese mostly murdered Chinese peasants. Not a particularly literate people, not known for their influence. And also, I gotta say this, Jewish people are pretty well integrated into America. China becomes communist very soon after World War II. If you really look at it, Cold War plays a big part in how much sympathy you would get post-World War II over what the Germans and the Japanese did to you.
Right, and I guess, too, if you look at other people brutalized by the Japanese, you have Vietnam, similar thing, you have Communist Revolution. The Philippines, the U.S. gives it up right after the war pretty much and doesn't really want to hear from it anymore. Yeah, so I guess we just weren't in a lot of direct contact with countries that had experienced the worst of what Japan had to offer.
I also mention that because in Europe, the Germans are going to kill a lot of Slavs. I mean, I'm not just talking combat deaths. I'm talking massacres in Russia, the death of prisoners of war. The worst thing to be in World War II is a Russian prisoner of war in 1941. The death rate in the German camps is like 80 to 90% or something. But it gets worse. It gets worse. Let's say somehow you survive. Those who survived, Stalin then had them thrown in gulags because you did not fight to the death for the motherland.
Yeah, that sounds right for Stalin.
Hey guys, this might be a lesson. Don't have psychotic totalitarian governments. They just don't work. They're mostly known for creating skull-based economies. All right.
Yeah, and Stalin. When we get to him as commander-in-chief, I mean, there's a mixed bag if there's ever been a mixed bag.
I'm pretty negative on him as commander-in-chief.
I mean, I am too mostly. I do have to give him that he did learn stuff as time went on, but some of the mistakes he made early on, I mean, I can't wait to get to those because those are hilariously insane.
Also, some of the stuff he did in 1945 is pretty bad and crappy. I know what you mean. He's a cut above Mussolini.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, I think Mussolini's in the running for worst commander-in-chief ever.
But no, man. The Germans killed a lot of Slavs, but we're in a Cold War almost right away with the Russians. That's going to reduce a lot, and we're hiring former Nazis, former German officers in all three branches to help us out. So I think that's one of the reasons. Those are some of the reasons why, the extent of Japanese war crimes, people really didn't start getting a better idea of that until the last 20 years or so. So I think that's something worth keeping in mind with that. So the Japanese army in particular is especially known for its brutality, World War II.
Right.
The fascinating army, the Japanese when they were first coming about in the 1800s, decided that they were like, okay, who has the best army? The Germans. Who has the best navy? The British. Okay, we'll just copy both of them. Now, not a strict copy. For instance, the Japanese Navy, at least the one that beat the Russians in 1905, really essentially blended the best of French and British tactics, although they favored the British a bit more, but they did use some of the French tactics as well. The army stayed pretty much like Prussian aristocracy style. Prussian aristocracy style for the army. The Japanese army going into World War II very much is geared towards First World War I tactics. They do have some definite strengths. Both them and the Navy are actually going to be proved to be fairly proficient in amphibious landings. I know a lot of people like to make fun of the Japanese tank force. I think they do that because you're comparing them to what the Soviets and the Germans did, right?
Right.
For Asia, they've got the best, and the Japanese made pretty good use of their tanks against the Chinese. So, for what they're trying to do, I don't think the Japanese tank force was bad. Especially early in the war when they don't have too many competitors. Japanese units, of course, tend to have high spirit de corps. Very well trained. Discipline's pretty harsh, of course. And their logistics were pretty shoddy overall. Some of that's because they already have a shoestring budget logistically. I mean, much of what all Japan's doing in World War II is trying to seize resources, right?
Yeah.
And arguably so is Hitler. He wants resource in these, but Hitler has this whole we got to kill the Jews and the Slavs too before they wipe us all out sort of thing, right? The Japanese, on the other hand, want to create the East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. So the idea is to create a Japanese empire in Asia. And on the one hand, what they're doing is anti-imperialist insofar as they want to destroy the old empires of Europe and show them up. They're really into that, by the way. But at the same time, they want to create their own empire, which is arguably going to be in some ways much more brutal and exploitative than anything the British or the French were throwing up,
Right.
Although it should be kept in mind, it would depend on region. I think the Japanese were less brutal in Indonesia and promoted a lot of native Indonesians to mid-level government function. Whereas in the Philippines, they don't do that. The Philippines occupation is brutal from beginning to end. But I'll be honest, I don't want to get too far into that because I'm not an expert on Japanese economic imperial policy. Only just starting to read some books on it. And I had to confess, I know a lot about the Japanese Navy and Air Force. I have only read a few books on the Army so far. One thing that's interesting about the Japanese Army, that they did very well in World War II because they could attack light, so they could move through the jungle terrain like in Burma and Malaysia rapidly. But it wasn't because they had advanced jungle tactics. It was simply because the army moved light. They did emphasize offensive tactics. But the thing is, on the small unit level, they're not very good at offensive tactics.
Really?
Lots of wave attacks. Oh, yes. But that's actually what stunned the Americans at Guadalcanal, because Japanese had overrun the Philippines, Malaysia, Burma, and Indonesia. And so when they get to Guadalcanal and the Japanese start attacking, the Americans are like, hey, these Japanese soldiers, they had done really well on the offensive. So when they just start hurtling their men into Marine Corps machine guns, people start to go, what, are they idiots or something? Yeah. No, but the Japanese did favor human wave attacks. Their successes in Malaysia and the Philippines had to do with operational maneuvers. And in the Philippines with MacArthur's failures, because MacArthur's actually borderline incompetent and completely fucked up the defense of the Philippines. And, General Percival, who's the commander in Singapore, I mean, he's only maybe a little bit better than MacArthur, debatably. Not by much if he is. So they're also not fighting the best either. And those are also third-rate troops anyway. Britain wasn't saying its finest to defend Singapore or Burma. The Japanese then really adapted ferocious defensive tactics. So they turned out to be one of the best armies on defense. And some of that had to do with just pure grit. They were fighting to the death. Now, why are they fighting to the death?
They're cut off from supplies.
I mean, they could surrender, right?
That's dishonorable, though.
That's dishonorable. There's also two other things playing a part as well. They had told the Japanese soldiers, the Americans are barbarians who will eat you. For propaganda. Okay? At the same time, the Americans usually aren't very good at taking Japanese prisoners. It really isn't until, I think, the Battle of Saipan that we took a decent number of prisoners, and not really to Okinawa until we take thousands of prisoners. Now, by the time you get to Okinawa, something has to do with the fact that the Japanese soldiers they're facing are not like the same like best of the best as before. It's a lot of recent draftees, but not mistaken. It's been a while since I read this. I believe there was a U.S. soldier at Saipan who could speak some Japanese and was able to convince Japanese soldiers to surrender to him. So you had the dishonorable thing, you have the propaganda about the Americans, and then you have the fact that the Americans, you're like, let's say your Japanese soldier does surrender. There's a decent chance the Americans are just going to shoot you right there. Such is the hatred American soldiers have for the Japanese. There's a great book, War Without Mercy. It really describes the Pacific. And, of all the wars I've read about in American history, that's probably the one, outside of some of the conflicts with the indigenous, that is the war where Americans probably committed most of their war crimes. So it's a brutal, horrible conflict. I mean, you got a battle like Tarawa where you have 8,000 Japanese soldiers, only 20 of them are alive at the end.
Fuck.
The Japanese defensive tactics got even better as the war went on. Into battles like Bayak and Palau, where the Japanese defenders stopped doing the suicide charge, is what they would do at the end of some of these island campaigns.
Was that the bonsai charge?
A bit, yeah. It's kind of like, we're all going to die anyway. Let's just do a glorious charge,
I bet the Marines and Army units there were like, finally, let's wrap this up.
Oh, yeah. Apparently, the very first bonsai charges were a little unnerving because they came in screaming, But once they knew what they were doing, they would be like, all right, well, here they come, and now they're dead, And you get to a battle like Bayak and Palau, and I think Attu, arguably, they did this as well. They don't do a bonsai charge. So the Battle of Palau technically never ended World War II. You had some Japanese who were still surrendering after the war, as we'd never even found.
Wasn't there one guy who didn't surrender until the late 70s?
Yeah, it was on Guam.
Yes, that's fucking insane.
Yeah, apparently when they interviewed him, he said, I knew we had lost the war, but I figured we'd counterattack, and I wanted to be there to meet the Japanese army when it returned to Guam.
Man, I hope they gave him a good pension after he went home, because, that guy was dedicated. Actually,
they treated him as an alien, because he was used to Imperial Japan, where you believe the emperor is semi-divine, right? So when he got back to Japan, I think they said, you're not a citizen, you need to be re-educated in the way Japan is today.
Wow.
I think, man, it's been a long time since I looked into that one.
Speaking of the way Imperial Japan was, from what I understand, there was also a lot of friction between the Army and the Navy. Can you talk about the Army and Navy politics and how that affected cooperation?
A lot of friction is a nice way to put it. Inter-service rivalry is always a thing. Japan had it to, I dare say, a psychotic degree. And keep in mind, Japanese politics in the mid-1930s got dominated by the fact that young officers would threaten and or murder their superiors or politicians. Right?
Yeah.
And the Japanese Army and Navy agreed on almost nothing. The Army wanted to go to war with the Russians. The Navy wanted to go to war with the Americans. The Navy only really won out because the Army lost its border battles with the Russians and the Chinese campaign didn't end right away. And keep that in mind, that the Japanese had seized the most economically rich parts of China and won all the battles, but they just have enough men to complete the conquest. So they start World War II when they're already in a quagmire of a war that they can't win. Yeah, Army-Navy rivalry is severe. Um, that said, they would, of course, make certain concessions to each other. So, for instance, the landings in the Aleutian Islands was actually because the Army forced the Navy to land troops there because they wanted to push the defensive perimeter that way. When some people in the Navy proposed invading Australia, the Army called it, I think Tojo called it so much gibberish. But that said, the Army would go to the Navy and be like, all right, we will give you this many men. And of course, the Navy itself would be like, all right, we will back the Army. One famous incident of that was when Yamamoto heard about flight of Japanese soldiers on Guadalcanal, actually increased the Japanese Navy's efforts in the Solomon Islands. So the rivalry was intense and it was debilitating, but it doesn't mean they could never get along, you know?
Right.
But yeah, it was pretty intense. Army's a hard one. They won a number of campaigns. They definitely overperformed early in the war, but they can never quite finish these battles. They then did turn out to be excellent defensive fighters, but some of that had to do with the whole fight to the death mentality.
So also, weren't they known for having extreme infantry training where they would have like a year's worth of training, whereas most forces were 6-8 weeks?
Extreme training. I do remember there was Lightning Joe Collins, I think, commented on that. He was a U.S. General who fought in both the Solomon Islands and then fought European theater. He actually said something about that. He said the Germans had better equipment, better artillery. They had a much better integrated system for using their weapons, but he said they couldn't beat the Japanese for pure grit, determination, and ability to hold up to hardship. And they were also very well trained. Now, that training wasn't like super tactically proficient training. It was intense training that would make you into one hell of a tough soldier. I know the Japanese Army is a hard one to rate. I kind of want to go with C, maybe.
That seems fair. I mean, they did well against most of their opponents until they started trying to fight the Soviets in the U.S.
Yeah, I do think the campaign the Soviets did against them is really like the Soviet Union, really underrated campaign, you know?
You mean the 1939 and 1945 one?
I'm sorry, the 45 one.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, by 45, just the weight of Soviet equipment meant the Japanese had no way to kill any of their tanks.
They didn't, but I'm mostly talking about, like, the logistics of it and the kind of terrain to go over, and the fact that even though the Japanese didn't have an answer for the tanks, they still surrendered in large numbers. And I figure some of that might have also been, you're going to lose the war anyway, and Japanese propaganda had not emphasized, hey, the Soviets will eat you, right?
Right. Well, also...
I mean, you can't say that enough, man. They really did tell Japanese soldiers that Americans would only inflict the most cruel punishments upon them.
Also, that the 1939 campaign is what made Zhukov a major figure in the Soviet Union, and it also enabled them to point out some of the tactical flaws in their infantry doctrine, the Soviets, I mean. So it actually was really important for their development.
Oh, yeah. And we'll get into that with the Russians, of course. And then, of course, we'll be talking about Zhukov in...
the General's video for Allies. All right. Well, now we have the Japanese Imperial Navy, something I know you have studied quite extensively. And I guess before we get into that too much, do you want to talk about the naval aircraft, or do you want me to do that?
You can talk about the naval aircraft. I will talk a bit about the carrier doctrine.
Okay.
This one. And of course, I've got a lot. I mean, I know you're more the Air Force guy, but I've got a lot to say about the Japanese Air Force.
Okay.
But anyway, the Japanese Navy is a perplexing mix of brilliance and incompetence. Their ship designs are fascinating. They really tried to play up speed and firepower. They weren't always as well armored. As far as the battleships go, pretty good designs. Of course, you had the insane Yamato class, which was built in total secrecy, by the way. When I say total secrecy, the Musashi was built with like a canopy around it so nobody could take a picture of it. Like we didn't actually know what the Yamato class was like. We had inaccurate intelligence. They The Yamato is one hell of a battleship. Very powerful piece of equipment. Um, the Japanese World War I era battleships, I would say, were probably the best of the World War I era battleships that were still in service, better than the Italians, British, and the rest. The possible exception of the Americans. What else? The destroyers tend to be fast, heavily armed, lots of torpedoes. Their destroyer cannons were better than ours. Now, understand that most of these navies went into World War II with pretty bad anti-aircraft gun defenses, but the Japanese and Italians are probably your two worst. And I say that because these Japanese destroyers, they would have to Japanese destroyers, their main guns were meant to be dual purpose, but they couldn't elevate properly. Their cruiser designs were very good, especially the heavy cruisers, packed a lot of firepower. Probably your all-around best heavy cruiser designs of the war. The Navy was well trained, but I would say the training was too hard. The Navy became too brittle. And because of that, I think the Japanese Navy was not very creative in a lot of ways. It was very rigid. They had rigid ideas on how they would win the war. They were tactically pretty rigid as well. And I just find that that overtraining they had made them brittle. A very good memoir is The Japanese Destroyer Captain by Tamichi Hara. And he talks about how harsh the Japanese training was. And what's interesting is before he goes to the Naval Academy, he actually met a woman, and she said he essentially tells her, like, I'm about to go to the Naval Academy, and she's like, oh my God, I can't believe you're going there because the training's so harsh, right? So according to the memoir, I think she sleeps with him because she feels bad for him because in her mind he's about to go to hell, you know?
Wow.
And he actually says it. He's like, yes, this training was hellish. Now
Is that why so many women slept with Yamamoto?
Well, he was a very charming, funny guy, and he was very worldly. He was a great gambler, too. His main problem is he was very emotional. And my theory about Yamamoto, because there's been a lot of trails of Yamamoto nowadays as being bad to at best average naval commander. I think there's some truth in that. He definitely had some strengths, but I think one of the reasons Yamamoto made so many bad decisions after Pearl Harbor and especially after Midway was he's just depressed. Like, he knows they can't win. He can feel the hopelessness of the situation. You know?
Yeah. And also, I guess he wasn't there for some of the later important battles because the U.S. knew he was going to be on a plane somewhere, and they sent a P-38 out after him, and he died.
Yeah, some of that was the Japanese had so the American intelligence decided that Yamamoto was their best commander, which is very debatable. But I mean, it was revenge anyway, right?
Right.
How many admirals or generals get assassinated that way? But we're like, hey, he planned Pearl Harbor. Once again, Americans hate the Japanese during this war. Well, the Navy's aircraft carriers were kind of interesting. They're essentially floating gas cans. That's why a big carrier like the Akagi was essentially sunk by one bomb hit. And the Japanese literally stored their fuel in the hulls of their ships. So, one or two good bomb hits and the whole thing lights up. They did improve some of that as it went on. But that said, the Japanese carriers, the carrier operations were the most efficient of any navy at that time. They had the doctrine of concentrating carriers in a way that no other navy was doing, which meant they could launch super powerful attacks like Pearl Harbor, Darwin, and other ones as well. The pilot training was superb. Midway, they're just the aircraft carrier designs themselves just have flaws that lead to them being lost at Midway. But even then, the fact that they lost 3 aircraft carriers in 5 minutes is simply stunning. I know there's kind of a movement to make Midway into less decisive or a less incredible victory, if you will. I still think it's pretty incredible to sink 3 carriers in 5 minutes, you know?
I'd have to agree.
A lot of that once again to do with the fact they're floating gas cans.
Yes.
So, yeah. A Japanese carrier design, one person said it this way. It said it had the worst of the American carrier designs and the worst of the British carrier designs rolled into one. What made them fearsome, though, was the skill of the pilots, skill of the actual carrier operations themselves, and the fact that the Japanese carriers could hold a lot of airplanes. And to be fair, the Shikaku and class, which had the two, and the Shikaku and the Zuikaku, were excellent carriers, probably the best in the world at the time, and they didn't sink so easy. So it really was the older ones that went up at Midway. So yeah, a perplexing mix. I mean, you're talking about a Navy that pulls off Pearl Harbor, which, regardless of its strategic, although it's strategically hollow, it's tactically pretty goddamn amazing. The sinking of the Prince of Wales and the Repulse, giving the Royal Navy a real bloody nose, and then they start fighting the Americans and a variety of ferocious carrier surface actions from 42 to 43. The Americans will win those fights, most of them, and get the better of them, but they do take heavy losses doing it. Once again, the Japanese Navy, for all of its weaknesses, is still a well-trained force with some excellent ship designs. But by 1944, the Japanese Navy has essentially no chance. They're not only outnumbered, the Americans have radar. I mean, American radar gets so good by the end of 1945 that you could put advanced radar sets on a battleship, and the battleship could spin around at like 25 knots and shoot on target. Insane. Japanese have no answer for it. By the time they fight the Battle of the Philippine Sea, it's over. All they can do is die.
Yeah, when was that fought again?
June 1944.
Okay, and that was more or less just a massacre, right? I mean, there wasn't really much of a battle.
Yeah, we shot down all their airplanes, and then Leyte Gulf comes around. I mean, Leyte Gulf, think about this. You had the battle off Samar, where the Japanese battleships and cruisers, heavy force, but the Yamato finds a U.S. carrier force with only destroyer escorts and fights them, right? The carriers win. And why? For one, the carriers launched airplanes that would harass the Japanese, but also the American ships, while they're totally outgunned, guess what they have? Radar. So they can shoot their radar-controlled guns at the Japanese, disturb their operations, and even sank one of the heavy cruisers. So by the time you get to the U.S. Navy of 1944 with its radar-controlled gunfire, the Japanese have no chance at all. So one might rank the Japanese Navy really low because they were essentially annihilated in the last years of the war. But no Navy in the world was going to beat the Americans at that point. Right? I mean, the Royal Navy could have maybe gave them a run for their money because they have radar too, but the Americans have more ships and better ships, you know?
Right. And also, I guess, the damage control thing. American ships could take hits. Japanese ships sometimes couldn't.
Yeah, Japanese, you mentioned the thing about the Italians earlier. Japanese had a similar problem. You know, they didn't have a lot of mechanically inclined people. I'm sorry, mechanically inclined. I mean, a lot of these people, it's not a mechanized society. I mean, the society has factories, but a lot of people come from the countryside. I mean, yeah, most Japanese cities are made out of paper and wood, which is why they lit up like a Christmas tree when we bombed them, when we firebombed them. And the Japanese ships tended to die when put under damage because damage control teams, there weren't enough of them and they weren't as proficient. For instance, the U.S. Navy, everyone was trained on damage control. Damage control is only a specialized group in the Japanese. There's also the thing about habitability. Japanese ships, from what I've read, were the most uncomfortable ones to sleep on.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, Japanese submarines. Interesting story there. A lot of people call them failures because they weren't used in commerce raiding, which it's debatable how much damage that they could have done, but they could have put a little more pressure. But the thing about the Japanese submarine crews is the Japanese submarines were massive. They were meant to go across the Pacific, right? Not very maneuverable. The crews tend to be well trained, and the Japanese mostly use their subs to attack warships and to serve as pickets for the fleet. Honestly, they had a lot of success. I mean, think about it. Japanese submarines sank a variety of warships in 1942, and even, the last ship lost in World War II is the Indianapolis. So I'm not saying the submarines were like a stunning success, but measured by what they want their submarines to do, they're actually fairly successful. The Japanese weren't into commerce raiding subs. That was not something in the cards for them. And it's debatable whether or not they could have done it, because if you're going to do proper commerce raiding, They're going to lose a lot of subs to escorts. Japanese couldn't afford to produce a ton of submarines. You know. Anyway, I know I'm rambling on here about the Japanese Navy, but it's a very hard one to rate. A lot of strengths, but a lot of strategic problems. Japanese operational plans were horrendous. Every Japanese admiral had these really intricate plans they had laid out, with like a landing group and then a distant covering force. And what a lot of it was deception. The Japanese didn't want the Americans to find where the main target was. The problem, so in other words, the Americans might find one fleet and not know another one's nearby. But the operations were too intricate. And those distant covering forces weren't covering anything. They were too far away to help.
Right.
So a lot of Japanese operational planning was really bad during the war. That said, they were really proficient at amphibious landings. They're probably the best at amphibious landings until 1944, when the Americans really eclipsed them. And they oversaw all those landings in the South Pacific, and those operations actually were well planned out. So it's really perplexing. There's a lot of stunning successes and mind-numbing mistakes. I personally will go with a D.
Wow.
And a lot of that has to do with the strategic errors, will.
Yeah, because those are pretty severe, and then the damage control problem, which it wasn't entirely their fault because of industrial limitations, but still, if your ships can't take hits, that's kind of a major problem, especially if you're fighting a war against an industrially superior nation, which can just keep churning stuff out. So if you can't recover from hits, you're going to be in deep, deep shit.
Yeah. And the Japanese really didn't emphasize things like habitability, and I think that plays a part in that, because they're not thinking, how do I preserve this ship, as much as they're thinking, how can I get as many torpedoes and guns on this thing? Sink you. You could say that on ship design, they're offensive-minded to the point of lunacy, some of this stuff. You know?
Yeah, sounds like it.
But it's a fascinating Navy, and they had some very dramatic successes, especially in the first 6 months. So not incompetent Navy by any means. And I think that some ways I look at the Japanese Navy of World War II and I think of the French and the Napoleonic Wars. I'm like, you might be better thought of if you didn't have to fight one of the greatest navies of all time.
Definitely.
Because you yourself are quite good. Honestly, no other Navy in the world could have taken on the Japanese except for the Americans.
Yeah. Do you think maybe if, say, the British didn't have to devote so much to fighting the Italians in the Atlantic, if they could use the entire Royal Navy, that they could have pulled it off?
I don't think so. The Japanese have a better carrier doctrine. They're slightly better at night fighting, and also for the British to do that, they would have to be operating ships far away from their logistical base. Now, the British do have naval bases in the Indian Ocean area, but not anything comparable to what they have in Britain, that region. You know?
So I guess they'd have to rely on Australia as their major operational center.
And that's a bad position to be working from. I mean, Singapore had only just been converted into a naval base, a relatively major naval base right on the eve of the war. No, I don't think. I actually think the Japanese Navy would have sunk the Royal Navy, and it wouldn't have been as bad as what they did to the Russians, but it wouldn't have been pretty. And a lot has to do with carriers and aircraft. They just are better at it.
Right.
So the thing that makes me give the Japanese a D is that the Japanese, both strategically and operationally, are not very good.
Yeah, and that's kind of a problem.
Yeah. But amazing Navy, fascinating. And that's what I wanted to say. I mentioned earlier, how could Japan have won World War II? This is how I think that it could have happened. And they only briefly discussed this, but the Japanese were successful against the British the first few months, sinking the Prince of Wales with their pulse, winning the Battle of the Java Sea, and then doing the Indian Ocean raid. The Indian Ocean raid, they sank a light carrier, 2 heavy cruisers, a few destroyers, and a lot of transports. The point is that given the internal strife within India, given the weakness of the British military in the area, given the fact that the Royal Navy had to abandon the Indian Ocean because they knew if they tried to stick around, the Japanese would sink them, the Japanese had a chance to, instead of pressing against the Americans and going to Midway or Coral Sea, they could have put their resources into attacking India, deploying their carriers in the Indian Ocean. And that, in the opinion of one historian I read who wrote Empires in the Balance, which is one of the finest books, World War II books you can ever read. It's about the first few months of the Pacific War. Excellent. It's Wilmot. He thinks that if the Japanese had pressed their advantage in the Indian Ocean, they could have then destroyed the British Empire right there. And if you knock Britain out of the war, I mean, even though the war effort will be increasingly shouldered by America, at that point in the war, America's not ready, right? We still have to build the stuff and get it over there.
Right.
That would have been a chain reaction that could have led to the Axis winning World War II. I'm not here to say that's would have happened, because that also assumes the British would stand by and be destroyed. You know? Like when I tell you why I don't agree with the demographic argument, the degree others do, it's because it always assumes the other side doesn't do anything. But I will say that if Japan had pressed their advantage in the Indian Ocean, that was their best shot. And there were some Japanese commanders who realized that, but they decided that they needed to fight the Americans and win a decisive battle that would win them time. That's important to keep in mind, too. Japanese strategy for World War II wasn't conquest of America. They knew they couldn't do that. Their idea was if they sank enough of our ships, by the time we attacked them, their defensive perimeter would be ready. The losses would be so heavy that we would eventually give up. Now, whether that would have worked, I don't know. Most people don't think it would have. One thing's for sure. When they lose Midway, they have no chance. Every slim chance they had getting some kind of victory, and it wasn't great to begin with, gone.
Right.
Guadalcanal is important, though, in determining how the rest of the war will play out, but I really do think Midway is the decisive battle of the Pacific War and should be viewed as one of the most important battles of World War II and arguably of history, one of the top 100. So as much as I love the book Shattered Sword and what those guys did there, I do not agree with the idea that Midway wasn't that important. I think Midway is very...
Right. No, I think you're right. Japan's losses at sea were more or less irreplaceable.
Yeah, I mean... And to think about this, let's say they do win Midway. Let's say they sink like 2 of our carriers. Think how much harder it's going to be to work our way across the Pacific without battles like Midway and Guadalcanal.
Right.
So anyway, there's my opinions on the Japanese Navy. I've read a lot of books on them. Honestly, all the history books I have, I mean, most of my stuff's American Civil War, right? But a distant second is the Imperial Japanese Navy.
Yeah, I know it's a subject that you have spent hours and hours researching. I remember you were looking up Japanese ship stats one time, and our mutual friend Michael sighed and said, I hate to say it, but that's so nerdy.
Come on, man. You don't want to know the caliber on a battleship? Come on.
I know, like, who doesn't want to know the number of millimeters on a deck gun on a whatever class cruiser?
Yeah, he said that, man. My stats for the ships are a bit more rounded. You get to some crazy board games where they get into like, which way are the torpedoes facing?
Oh God, yeah. No, that's a bit much.
Yeah.
Just like those board games that make you calculate water usage for your troops. Fuck that.
Oh, that campaign in North Africa.
Yeah.
That was everybody, real quick. What that is, it's a game made in the 1970s, a board game. And it was apparently the U.S. Army wanted a game that people could learn how to work as a staff. So the idea behind the game is that somebody, you have one person who handles logistics. The logistics of the game is so exacting that in North Africa, the Italians, you have to calculate how much water units use. And the Italians use slightly more water because they boil pasta for.
Yeah. Also, speaking of that the game is still in use, by the way, because I spoke to some West Pointers about 5 years ago. These are guys who went to West Point and they were getting additional training to go back and be instructors. And that game is still around, and people still play it.
Is it actually a good game?
They said it was a pain in the ass to play. They say you learn a lot about logistics, but it's a painful experience.
Yeah. Because people always put up as this game's ridiculous, and then one of the guys who worked on it said, "Dude, we made it for the army."
Yeah. No, so apparently it does its job. I mean, you said it was designed in the 70s. It's still being taught to this day at West Point, so it did its job very well, apparently.
Yeah, I wonder how much wargaming they do at West Point in particular. You know?
I don't know. I didn't really have a chance to ask them. Because, like, the few times I got to talk to these guys, it was after this one class we did on Ancient Warfare. It was just the three of us and then the professor. But I did get to talk to them a little bit. I was mostly asking them about their experiences in Afghanistan and Iraq and whatnot. But yeah, those were two really interesting guys, and the one guy I actually got to hang out with a bit more. But yeah, it's a interesting at OSU. I guess you might have liked it better than Kentucky in the sense that there is an actual military history program at this university. So
Yeah, isn't before he came out, isn't one guy there, Mark Grimsley?
yes, he is there.
Yeah, okay. You ever took a class with him or anything?
I have not.
Okay. No, noted Civil War historian. He's pretty solid. He's been a big part of the whole like reevaluation of Grant. Although I think he's one of the shrewder ones. But yeah, he's a good Civil War historian. Not one of my favorites, but he's very good.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the Japanese Naval Air Arm and Air Force. So, first of all, are you aware of any strategic bombers that the Japanese might possess?
I know they had none.
Okay, how about land-based tactical attack aircraft?
They had some, but they weren't that good.
Alright, so, I mean, those are two major categories where it's basically a score of 0. That's not a good start. Now let's talk about the legendary Zero. Now, don't get me wrong, the Zero very much was a capable aircraft, especially early in the war. But the fact is that when the Americans turned it down, there was actually a reason. It wasn't because they were stupid. The reason the U.S. turned the Zero down as a design is because it lacked durability. The U.S. Army Air Corps and Navy were looking for aircraft that could take a hit and keep going. The Zero was very fragile. In fact, planes that had their guns concentrated in the nose, like the P-38 Lightning, frequently sawed them in half, shooting them.
Yeah.
But the designer of the Zero went to Japan and sold his aircraft to Mitsubishi, which made them in large numbers. And even though it was slated to be replaced in 1942, Japan did not have the industrial capacity to fully phase out the Zero, so it will remain the most numerous aircraft throughout the war. Now, things it has going for it, and the reasons why it became a legend. One, it has range, which is really important for a naval aircraft, because you have to go from your carrier to attack another fleet, and the more range you have, the better, especially if you're trying to escort dive bombers and torpedo bombers. So that's all well and good. And the Zero also had excellent agility. This thing was super maneuverable to the point where a lot of U.S. fighters early in the war, the tactic was to not dogfight it. You try to shoot it, and you hope that your armor enables you to take hits while the other aircraft can't take them. You take it out early, and then ends the fight. If you have to dogfight, you run away, because the Zero's too maneuverable, can't beat it. The thing is, the Zero was at a massive disadvantage in terms of speed. And as U.S. fighters continue to get better and better, this becomes a bigger and bigger problem. You can win against a faster plane, but there is sort of a ceiling on that. At a certain point, if another plane is twice as fast as you are, or nearly twice as fast, you pretty much lose, period. So the Zero in the late models was only getting about 330 miles per hour, maybe 370 in a dive. And normally in a dive, you can go a lot faster than your normal max speed because your airframe is strong enough to allow it. Say the P-47 could go about 600 plus miles an hour at a dive, which is almost approaching the sound barrier. And it's a much stronger frame. The early Zeros were like 250 miles an hour. And to put this in perspective, the P-40 Warhawk, which was considered outdated by most air planners in the U.S., was considered sort of our bottom rung aircraft, sort of the lowest of the low for us. And it still had a 50 miles per hour speed advantage on the Zero. So the Flying Tigers in China would literally just hit and run, and there's nothing the Zero could do because it was at such a speed disadvantage. And again, this is supposed to be our worst aircraft. And as long as you understood the Zero's one big weakness, you didn't have to fight it and face that agility. Same thing with the F-4 Wildcat, which is often maligned as a terrible fighter, but it could take a hit and keep going, and it had some speed to it. Acceleration was shit, but the speed itself was not bad. So the Zero in many ways is a legend, more so than their reality. Now, there's some reality that backs it up. I mean, clearly it did the job, it inspired fear, but once you figured out that it was slow, well, that's all you need to know. Don't dogfight it. And then it loses its effectiveness immediately.
Yeah, and a lot of that also do with pilot training as well. Now, it's funny you say all this because the airplane near my computer is a Zero. It's my favorite. Not because it's the best ever or anything. It's just a beautiful looking airplane.
No, it's elegant.
Yeah, and it does say a lot about the Japanese mindset going in. They emphasize maneuverability, and there was a lot of a debate at the time, like what to emphasize in an airplane. And I joke with my brother that America's overall design philosophy with its ships and its aircraft, World War II proved to be the best overall design philosophy. In addition to the fact we could build so many numbers. So Americans said emphasize speed, dive, and power, right? The Japanese intentionally wanted to emphasize maneuver.
Another myth, I forgot to talk about it with the Germans, but the Germans would say that the U.S. aircraft were underarmed because the U.S. fighters used machine guns, not cannons. But the reason why the Germans use cannons is not because they're objectively better, but because they're trying to kill bombers. We weren't trying to kill bombers necessarily, so machine guns were just fine. And machine guns are perfectly adequate against fighters.
We'll note, though, the one advantage Zero did have is it did have cannons.
Yeah.
And, man, at Midway, those Zeros really chewed up our attack aircraft.
No, I mean, the Zero, and part of that's because a lot of our early attack aircraft were absolute ass. That's a big problem. But yeah, if you think about the Zero in the late war, it's woefully outdated. You look at the late model P-38, that's about over 400 miles an hour. The P-47 and P-51, the sort of mid-war to late war models, are getting 430, 440 miles per hour. Not to mention they had superior range to the Zero, so the one big thing the Zero had going for it early is no longer really that impressive. So, I mean, the Zero, I think, would have a better reputation if it had been retired and then fully replaced by the Raiden, or Raiden, I guess, which was the design replacement. In theory, it was supposed to replace the Zero in 1942-43, and while it was an excellent naval fighter, it could go 415 miles per hour, it never really replaced the Zero because the Japanese only produced 6 to 700. The Allies thought it was an excellent aircraft. They nicknamed it Jack, but because it was not nearly as numerous, it didn't develop the reputation. But this is the one, if you were a fighter pilot in the know, that you'd be worried about, not the Zero.
Yeah. But, I mean, the Zero's heyday is 1942, when they don't know how to handle it. And it also plays a part in the fact that we thought the Japanese were still using biplanes for their ships, for their carriers.
Oh, God.
Right? Oh, you didn't know about this?
No, I didn't know the intelligence was that bad.
Oh, it's a mix of racism and just discounting your enemy, right? And which one, our discounting of them, was it because our intelligence was bad, or was it because we were racist? Kind of a chicken and the egg thing. They both played a part. But yeah, we were shocked that the Japanese were using monoplanes on their carriers. That's how low of an opinion we had of Japan's military capabilities.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a military, so you still have to take them seriously enough, right?
Right.
I mean, hell, Battle of Savo Island, where the Japanese, it is a Japanese surface battle. They sank 4 cruisers, 1 Australian, 3 American. We were in shock, and I'm like, why were we in shock? The Japanese had won the Battle of the Java Sea, but we didn't realize how good they were at night tactics.
Yeah.
And Midway had actually led to a kind of a rebirth of arrogance, if you will, amongst people in the U.S. Navy. Like, see, they're not that great. It's like, yeah, actually, they will kill you.
Yeah.
Not taken seriously, they will fuck your world up.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I think most of the success of the Zero definitely owes to pilot skill more so than the design, too.
oh yeah, I think it is. Um, I think its design works for what they were trying to do. It's not. It's. I gotta say this, man. I think it's a good design, not a great design. But it is my favorite airplane of all time because I love the way it looks and I love the story behind it. The movie about the making of the Zero, well, at least the making of the A5M, which is The Wind Rises, which is an anime movie. This Miyazaki movie is an excellent movie. Really recommend that one. And also the fact that Japan is creating its own aircraft that are this good. No one saw that coming. And as you already pointed out, Japanese had some excellent late war aircraft designs. They just weren't able to produce enough of them.
Right, and actually their best one was a land-based fighter from late 1944, the Frank.
Yes,
this was high performance, 400 miles an hour, and most importantly, it had a very impressive service ceiling, which allowed it to harass the B-29 Superfortress, which flew high enough that it had to be pressurized.
Yeah.
So the Frank is deeply impressive, but I don't think they fielded very many of them.
No, they don't have the industrial capacity. And to be fair, the late war Zeros aren't even that terrible. They put some decent armor on them, but the pilot training is awful.
Yeah.
So probably the biggest weakness I can't speak to the Army necessarily on this one, but the Army in general was considered not to be very, very well trained in general. Like the Army pilots were considered not as good. And they used to refer, in the 1930s, used to refer to Navy Eagles and Army Chickens.
Yeah,
was the joke.
Like other than the Frank, I don't know of any Army specific aircraft that are even worth mentioning. I didn't put any in my notes. Mostly they would have either had Zeros like the Navy, or they had outdated stuff that shouldn't have still been in service.
They had one called the Oscar, I want to say it was.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It's actually flimsier than the Zero.
Of course.
So
that leaves us with two aircraft that deserve to be talked about. These are Navy attack planes, the Kate and the Betty. The Kate dive bomber was much better than the U.S. Devastator, which we'll get to. But just like the Devastator, it was nearing the end of its usefulness by 1941. It was becoming outdated. However, the Japanese, again, didn't have that much industrial capacity, so it did not get replaced, and it became increasingly unviable and just a bullet sponge. It was eventually replaced by the long-delayed Jill, but it came late, and there just weren't too many experienced pilots, so the Jill never really did anything interesting. The Betty was a land-based bomber that worked in the Navy as well, used throughout the war, but very prone to catching fire after just a few hits.
Yes.
So it's kind of like, it's comparable to the B-25 in theory, except, you can't rely on it not to flame out on you while you're flying it. So there's that. It was pretty good at anti-ships, apparently, until the U.S. got better at anti-air fire and fighter coverage. But by 1944, the Betty was basically just there to make U.S. pilots look cool so they could paint extra things on the side of their plane for kills.
Yeah, well, it really emphasized a range on that one to the detriment of everything else. So a very interesting airplane, and in many ways technology advanced when it came out, but a lot of weaknesses. The Kate you mentioned earlier, though, the Kate was sturdy, and it actually proved to be a pretty damn good level bomber as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. One of my favorites, though, is the Val dive bomber.
Oh.
Yeah, the Val was the Val was nimble for a dive bomber. So it could evade fighters sometimes, and in fact, actually was early in the war was even used as a fighter on some occasions. Its only real weakness was it didn't have a great payload. As a dive bomber, it did a lot of damage, but it didn't have as heavy a payload as the SBD Dauntless, or even the Stuka, really. So it could hit a ship, but its hits weren't necessarily fatal.
Right.
That being said, the Val was very good. The Kate, they were still using at least as a scout in 1944 and actually doing pretty well with it. So the attack aircraft was pretty good. Now the replacement for the Val dive bomber, I forget the name of it. It was very fast, but it had a lot of weaknesses. But because it was so fast, it occasionally would be able to outrun American fighters and actually hit a U.S. ship. Or anybody knew what was going on. The most famous case of that was the sinking of the USS Princeton, a light carrier that was sunk during the Battle of Leyte Gulf. By the way, that's like the only U.S. carrier sunk to a regular Japanese airplane attack, like after 1942. So one of the only losses we suffered. And I forget the name of the dive bomber though. So the Japanese had some interesting aircraft designs, but much like their ships, they weren't emphasizing armor enough, so fatalities were pretty high.
Yeah, and then of course we have the kamikaze phase in the late war.
That's in some ways their most impressive.
Yeah, they got high school kids to strap themselves in, bolt the cockpit shut, and then slam their planes into ships.
I actually read a few books on kamikaze tactics. You'd have experienced pilots who'd escort them in. One of the ideas was you would drop the bomb before you slammed your airplane into the ship. You know? The idea being that the bomb would explode and then your airplane would go in and you'd cause even further damage.
Huh.
The kamikazes, while we developed tactics to defeat them, and we did beat them, we lost over 30 warships, with many more damaged, a lot of fatalities. It's generally believed that the U.S. Navy's fight with the kamikazes in 1945 is the most ferocious test the U.S. Navy's ever suffered in a single battle. In terms of losses, number of ships damaged, sunk, psychological effect as well of watching people who are willing to kill themselves to destroy. And while the tactic wasn't quite as effective as the Japanese wanted, it was still pretty effective. They caused a lot of losses. I mean,
Yeah.
you were reading at the time that a lot of ships are like, yeah, had to go back home to Pearl Harbor for repairs, you know? One problem with the kamikazes, though, was due to pilot inexperience and things, they tend to slam into destroyers a lot, which is definitely the ships we can most afford to lose, you know? So a case could be made that they probably need a little more training.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. What would you rate the Japanese Air Forces?
All things considered, they had some serious deficiencies. I feel like if we're talking about capability, they're about an E, but I think they actually overperformed a little bit, so I'm thinking a D seems about right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, early in the war, they had, especially in the Navy side of things, they had some very well-trained pilots. They took the Allies by surprise, and they did have some excellent aircraft designs throughout the war. You know,
Although, I mean, a lot of their better designs were ones which they couldn't really put into practice too well because of production problems.
I think the Zero was a better fighter than you give it credit for.
I mean, it was
At
a
least
very good early warfighter, but eventually it just became too outclassed in terms of speed for its maneuverability to really factor in. Plus, Allied maneuverability also improved dramatically.
at the same time, the pilot quality is.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, exactly. So, I mean, between those things, I mean, the Zero after 1942 is becoming increasingly just an easy kill.
yeah, yeah. But it was very effective in 1942.
Sure, I was.
Yeah, so but it's a bit of my bias. I love the airplane. Uh,
I mean, it has a great story. The design the U.S. rejected, and then which was flying over Pearl Harbor a few years later. Uh, it's kind of an interesting story, and in the early war, of course, kicked a lot of ass, but ultimately, it was kind of the victim of not being replaced before it got exposed.
I'm
So,
also a fan of the A5M, the one that preceded it. It's called the Claude, I believe.
yeah,
Also, beautiful looking airplane. And really showed that the Japanese could create aircraft on their own. No need to import foreign models. They can make good aircraft on their own. And the A5M and the A5M and the A6M both did very well in China until, of course, they took on the Flying Tigers. But what's interesting is the Flying Tigers apparently transmitted some of that information to the Allies, and they just didn't listen to them.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah, so that would have saved a lot of lives. Instead, you get into 1942 and you got P-40 pilots trying to dogfight Zeros, and like you're gonna get slaughtered every time.
Yeah, although like I said, I think the P-40 sometimes in the U.S. gets a little underrated. There's also a story they took some to Russia for a demo, and they were telling the Soviets like, yeah, this thing definitely can't dogfight with the 109, but it's okay. And then some Soviet pilots took it, and they're like, let's find out. They went out, they found some 109s, splashed them, came back, and they're like, I don't know, it seemed fine to me.
The P-40 though is the kind of plane the Soviets would like. I do agree with you. The P-40 is an underrated aircraft. I just mean the P-40 is not going to out dogfight a Zero.
No, it won't. Although, like I said, the early models it had about a 50-mile-per-hour speed advantage, so it didn't have to. And they figured out, yeah, we can take a few hits from it, fly away, be fine, patch yourselves up, whatever. As long as we don't dogfight it, we'll be cool.
I read books about the Dutch East Indies campaign where they P-40s are dogfighting Zeros, and they're just falling out the sky.
Yeah, apparently also the P-40 in North Africa tried to do some dogfighting and mostly lost.
Yeah, it's not what the airplane's made for,
Yeah, it's a hit and run. It's also probably better at ground attack by the time the war breaks out.
Yeah, but no, underrated airplane for sure.
Yeah, and again, this is our basement, just to keep that in mind. For the U.S., that is the basement, is the P-40. So if that's your basement, you're not doing that bad.
Who's next? Chinese?
Yes, so we have two factions for Army. We have Nationalist China under Chiang Kai-shek, Communist China under Mao. They were fighting a civil war which got interrupted. They made an uneasy truce, fought together, sort of, but basically did separate campaigns. Then we have the Nationalist Navy and Nationalist Air Force. The insignia might be off here. I'm not sure if the Nationalist insignia was exactly the same as modern Taiwan or if there are differences, but this is what I found. So if some of you look at this and you're like, oh, this is modern Taiwanese stuff, you're trying to promote the Taiwanese claims to blah, blah, blah. I'm not doing anything of the sort. This is just what I found. And I know there's a big rivalry there, but that is beyond the scope of this video because Chiang Kai-shek does not flee to Taiwan until after World War II.
Yeah. Although I don't know about the communists on this list because it's more of they're more partisan, fighting field battles.
Although they are operating a completely separate campaign, though, because they're sort of two factions that are more allies than countrymen.
Yeah, but I mean, like the government of China is Chiang Kai-shek, not Mao Zedong.
Although, but the thing is, because Chiang Kai-shek was so ineffective in many ways, I think this is part of why Mao wins later. I think he was on the verge of losing the Civil War, but then he gains a lot of cred out of fighting the Japanese. Because
probably also helps that Chiang Kai-shek's army was obliterated early on.
Although, we'll talk about the effectiveness of the Nationalist Army, and it's not exactly heroic here.
It is early on in 1937, but Chiang Kai-shek was modernizing the army. He brought in a lot of German officers, a lot of German Jewish officers. Because if you remember the German army, you're Jewish. The Nazis take over. Well, that's not very good, right? So a lot of them went to China.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So a number went to China. And so he's getting German training. And in fact, your nationalist Chinese army, a lot of their top units are dressed like German World War II units. Anyway, Japan invaded 1937. Chiang Kai-shek essentially threw his best units at them, fought the Battle of Shanghai, one of the bloodiest battles, the bloodiest urban combat until Stalingrad, really, one of the bloodiest battles of the 20th century. And that led to the obliteration of those really well-trained armies, really well-trained units. And as you also know, Chiang Kai-shek, while he is head guy in China, he has lots of these warlords. Army's very inefficient. And I will admit, I'm not an expert on the Chinese army. I mostly know about it from reading up on the Battle of Shanghai. But I do know after that, it's a very ineffective army. By the time you get to 1944, when the Japanese launch a major offensive into China that almost nobody ever talks about, but it was actually successful. You have Chinese armies, you have Chinese divisions that are melting before them.
Yeah.
And I do know, though, that a few Chinese units received American training and were used in the Burma campaign and did very well there. So, and that's something to keep in mind, too. If you take any person in the world, right, and you give them good officers, good training, some decent equipment, they're going to win some battles, right?
Absolutely.
So we're talking about how horrible the Chinese army is. The Chinese army with any of those ingredients could have been a lot better. But outside of the initial stand at Shanghai, this army's an F, man.
I agree. Also, I have a great story. I believe it must have been one of the nationalist formations. So sometimes there would be American or British advisors or observers who would come in, and they would be amazed by what they would see. So an army in the nationalist army was actually a division. So there's a story about the 25th Army. And they were in a battle where it was being closely fought, and then as the battle really got heated, the Chinese 25th Army withdrew its artillery. The observer asked, "What are you doing? You need to put your artillery in and try to win the battle." And the commander of the 25th Army said, "No. If we lose our artillery, which we might be in danger of doing if we engage it, we'll no longer be the best army in the Chinese army."
Oh,
Yeah. So that's the kind of mentality that some of these units are bringing to the front.
yeah, pretty poor overall. I want to read more
Yeah.
about that 1944 offensive, whose name I can't remember. I think it was Ichigo or something.
Right.
I want to read more about that one, but I will say that those good Chinese units got chewed up at Shanghai. They put up one hell of a fight. Um, I think that's one of the reasons why Mao beat Chiang. Chiang sacrificed the best of his army early in the war.
Although,
He'd
I
never
mean, Mao also took some pretty grievous losses against the Japanese.
Right, but he didn't lose the nucleus of an army he was building.
I don't
He,
know. I mean, I don't know exactly the identity of the people who died versus like his hardcore following that he had been taking across China with him, but he lost about a quarter of his men all told. I mean, I want to say he lost 500,000 men of the 2 or so million who identified as being with him.
no, that's not as much as Chiang. Uh, Chiang lost, I believe, in Shanghai 40% of his officers. Like the core that Chiang Kai-shek was building up. And I think if Chiang Kai-shek had a few years, he could have built a very good army in China. Like the materials were there. They had the German advisors. They were getting decent equipment. But
Yeah.
that core was sacrificed in Shanghai, and he lost those German trained officers. And he could never. And also, then the Japanese took the most economically wealthy parts of China, right?
Right. Also the most populous.
Never, yeah, he could never quite recover from that. He had to fall back into the hinterlands. And while a few of the American equipped and trained units did well, it's not going to be the same. And also, I mean, Chang himself isn't exactly a genius.
Actually, now that we're thinking about it, I mean, I feel like we've talked about a lot of commanders in chief being terrible so far, and Shang is definitely one of them.
Yeah, yeah. Although I will say, I had a slightly higher opinion of him reading about Shanghai and him
Yeah.
putting in his men. What he thought is that if he could put up a determined stand there, he may be able to stop or defeat the Japanese. More importantly, bring international pressure on Japan, which doesn't quite succeed. But the Battle of Shanghai is really when world opinion turns against the Japanese, especially because after the Japanese seized Manchuria, they kind of went on a bit of a diplomacy blitz to repair their reputation. That was flushed right down the toilet with Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Chinese army pretty damn ineffective though, and I think that this also undermined Shang's credibility, World War II in general, because of how ineffective his troops were in pitched battles, and not just the loss of some of his core units, but just sort of the idea that he was the dominant guy on the scene just was
Well, yeah,
undermined.
I mean, you're going to be you sacrificed cream of your army, and you lost. You did not get the international support you wanted. You're then going to be seen as a perpetual loser afterwards because you never again have a chance to build an army that effective, right? And then they sent General Stilwell over there, Stilwell, which was called Vinegar Joe for a reason.
Oh man.
Yeah, and those two just argued all the time. So Chang himself had a lot of liabilities and weaknesses. And then he got tied to looking like a loser. I know the communists took losses. I'm just saying that whatever chance Chiang Kai-shek had of making an effective Chinese army died at Shanghai.
Yeah, it's probably true.
And a very ferocious battle. I mean, the Japanese also took very heavy losses. If anything, the Japanese were shocked at how hard the Chinese were fighting them, which is one of the things that leads to the rape of Nanking. Was their advance to Nanking was contested? Yeah, because the Japanese after taking Shanghai said, "Okay, we destroyed their best units. We got them on the run," and they chase the Chinese, but they take heavy losses going towards Nanking. So it's funny. While the Chinese army did very poorly later in the war, in 1937 they overperformed according to what the Japanese thought they were going to be able to do. And that led to a lot of frustration.
Also, Shang made some major mistakes. When he first learned about the invasion, he kept pursuing Mao for a while until he then decided to go to the coast and fight the Japanese.
No, not to my knowledge.
I mean, that's what I've always read about it.
I didn't read that. The main thing I took away from it was that Chiang did a bit of micromanagement at Shanghai, and he had to, of course, deal with a lot of the warlords and various rival generals, one of which was a Christian general. I love this guy. He used to baptize his men with a fire hose.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, so the Chinese high command just had a lot of bickering and a lot of dueling persons. Chiang himself also felt that he had to fight the Japanese at Shanghai because he had backed down from the Japanese about a year before and he was kidnapped. So he also was like, if I don't stand up to the Japanese right now, they're just going to depose me. So he finds himself in a very, very tough situation. Yeah, so by the way, I'm not trying to talk up Chiang Kai-shek here because I do think he had a lot of weaknesses. I just mean that I don't think he's as bad as, say, Mussolini.
Sure.
And I really don't envy his position in 1937.
No, I agree. It's not a great position to be in. I think also if it hadn't been for the Japanese invasion, he probably would have eventually cornered and defeated Mao.
Probably so, especially with that training program. It was going very well.
Yeah, I mean,
it's going very well.
But by contrast, Mao's guerrillas, I don't know how much they actually achieved materially, but they definitely developed a reputation for effectiveness. And I think that built up Mao's reputation, and it made him seem a lot more viable in the eyes of the public. So when the Civil War resumed, Chiang found that Mao all of a sudden was taken way more seriously by the people.
It also helped, from what I'd read, that they built up a very strong networks behind Japanese lines.
Yeah, they had a guerrilla network throughout the country, and also, I don't know exactly how much they achieved against the Japanese other than pinpricks here and there, and sometimes their cells would be found out and destroyed. But he got good enough at guerrilla warfare that Mao later wrote a book about it, and it was mostly due to his experiences fighting the Japanese, where he really honed his craft. So, and I think part of it was propaganda, though, where he really trumpeted up his little victories. But still, definitely helped him a lot.
I will say that there's... I read about somebody was talking about the two great theoreticians, if you will, of guerrilla warfare in the 20th century, being or practitioners who became theoreticians, being Mao and Che Guevara. And there's a great argument made that Mao Zedong was a very effective commander and a brilliant theoretician of guerrilla warfare, and that Che Guevara was a lucky, idealistic murderer whose ideas on how you prosecute guerrilla warfare are like Disneyland level.
So earlier you talked about the Yugoslav partisans. Were they led by Tito by chance?
He was one of the leaders. I mean, they had a lot of rival factions as well.
Well, I mean, I think he should be on the short list then.
Oh yeah, Yugoslav partisans very effective. Actually, the Russian partisans as well. The French had some notable successes starting in 1944. Probably my favorite resistance operation, though, is the Norwegians who helped derail Hitler's atomic program.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah,
But I also
and
like how after the Allies landed in France and towns were liberated, everybody turned out to have been secretly part of the resistance.
yeah.
You know, like the number of people who now claimed, "Oh, I was resistance all along," just suddenly swelled to 75% of the population.
It became legendary for the French because they needed something to hang their hat on.
Right.
And to be fair, the French resistance did some pretty effective stuff in 1944.
Yeah.
Um, Italian resistance is actually partisans aren't well discussed either, but a lot of that has to do with the nature of Italian politics, like the fact that okay, you can't visit the grave of Hitler, can you?
Nope.
You can visit
I mean,
Mussolini's grave.
oh,
Oh, he's buried in the basement of a church or something. Lots of people in Italy still like Mussolini, and Italian partisans. A lot of them were also communists. So the role of the Italian partisans in Italy is super politically charged, right? It essentially comes down to the left overplays what they did and the right downplays what they did. You know. Oh, the Greeks. The Greeks had a pretty effective resistance as well. They actually had an uprising against the Germans in 1944.
oh wow. I know Churchill wanted to land troops to help out with that too.
He did land troops. He took them out of Italy. It's actually what the British commanders complained about. They're like, we're doing pretty well here, and then this jackass took away our division, sent them to Greece.
Yeah, Churchill had an obsession with Greece, which, like, as someone who studies Greek history, I get it, but it's not very strategic at the same time.
You think he stared at the Elgin marbles for too long or something?
Yeah, I think something happened like that. He was just a little too obsessed with the rhetoric of Pericles. But
So you want to go ahead and wrap up the Chinese Air
yeah,
Force?
so with the communist guerrillas, what, an E or an F probably in terms of effectiveness?
Honestly, I don't think they should be here. They're not an army. Like they didn't fight pitched field battles, and they're not the government of China.
Although, I mean, since Shang wasn't really operating a partisan war at all, so a lot of it was just he'd gather up his army, go fight, get his ass kicked, retreat, and then the Japanese on the coast didn't really have anything to do, so Mao kept them busy. So I think
mean,
he actually
Mao,
made a contribution. It's
oh, he
just
made a contribution.
yeah,
In World War II. He's a partisan commander, and we're dealing with
yeah,
branches for countries. So I
yeah.
just don't be here.
I'll just put him in the F category.
All right,
I mean, they didn't really win any battles, but I feel like because they are separate factions and both claim to represent China.
But only one represents China. That's Chiang Kai-shek. I mean, that's like saying during the American Civil War, Britain invaded, but the Americans and the Confederates, I mean, the North and the South made up and fought the British. I mean, the United States government's in the North, the Confederate government's in the South. It's a
Well,
separate
it's still operating separately, and I'd count them as two separate factions.
I mean, nobody recognizes Mao as being head of China. He's seen as a rebel force.
Although
And
apparently the Soviets supplied both of them, and also tried to tell both of them that they were the men.
they favored Chiang.
They favored Chiang in some ways, but they also did give Mao a lot of stuff too.
Not as much. They gave Chiang aircraft. Like they gave him tanks.
Well, a lot of that was just because they assumed Chiang would eventually win the Civil War for a long time,
Right.
and when Mao made a comeback after the war, that's why there was a lot of tension because Stalin wasn't happy about it because Mao had a slightly different version of communism,
Yeah.
and he was independent minded. There's a whole bunch of shit that went down with that, but
There's also Mao didn't like that Khrushchev did the whole de-Stalinization thing.
that sounds about right.
Because Mao thought Stalin was pretty awesome, as he would. I mean, like we pointed out one time, it's like Hitler and Stalin both thought that the other opposite number was the greatest man and the only person who was their equal.
Yeah.
Think about psychotic dictators and thinking that only their fellow psychotic dictators are awesome.
Yeah, no one who's not willing to commit a mass-scale genocide is worthy of my company. They just don't
Right.
have the
Exactly.
dedication to their cause unless they're willing to go as far as I am. Uh, but how about that? How about that nationalist Chinese fleet? How's that?
But it's based out of Shanghai. It was a few cruisers. They didn't even have destroyers. They just had a few cruisers that were pretty underpowered, underarmed, and they were sunk and then refloated and mostly saw service in the Japanese Navy. It's not particularly their fault, but in some ways, I kind of look at the Chinese and I'm like, why are you wasting your time on a Navy when you need more important things? You know?
Right.
Um, they played almost no role in defending Shanghai. I mean, completely. I mean, to be fair, they're completely overpowered. But even then, a small fleet might be able to pull something off, right? Like a little something here or there. They didn't do anything. It's clearly an F.
All right. That sounds like the easiest one we've had so far, actually.
There's not much to talk about. I mean,
Yeah.
we're only discussing it because we wanted to include the Chinese in this because they're under discussed.
And they contributed millions of men, so they count as major.
They
Uh,
lost almost as many as the Russians.
yeah, and they fought throughout the entire war. They were a major front, tied up most of the Japanese army, so they count. And finally, last and almost least, the Chinese Air Force. So, in the 1930s, the Chinese Air Force, such as it was mostly outdated biplanes and some early model monoplanes from about 1938 forward. Basically, what happened is that the U.S. and Soviet Union would send a lot of scraps and seconds to the Chinese, and then predictably, those scraps and seconds would prove to be inadequate and get their asses kicked. So the U.S. had an outdated plane called the Curtiss Hawk 75. The Soviets had the I-16. Both of those saw service in China. Neither did very well. The Flying Tigers came, and also for a while there were some Soviet pilots there as well. And they sometimes manned the fighters. And of course, the Flying Tigers had a great record, but they were not a large group. The introduction of the Zero to China in 1939 very much exposed just how bad a lot of the Chinese fighters were. So this necessitated the introduction of the P-40 in 1940. So at first, the Flying Tigers were actually not operating the P-40. They were using, I think, the P-75 or the Hawk 75. Chenault was eventually sent with the Flying Tigers, and later, as the U.S. enters the war, he is then officially commissioned with the U.S. Army Air Corps as commander of the Chinese Air Task Force, and eventually this emerges into a full-fledged U.S. Air Force. So, this command grows over time. If we're talking about just the Chinese force, though, are we counting the Flying Tigers as part of it or not?
We count them as part of it.
Okay. So, for the most part, the Chinese Air Force and then the U.S. pilots there were flying kind of weird second planes that the U.S. built a few of and decided they sucked and then got rid of them. So, for instance, have you ever heard of the A-29 Hudson?
Yes.
Okay, so that was in China. How about the P-43 Lancer?
uh, no, I don't know much about that one.
And then there's also the P-66 Vanguard.
Never heard of that one.
All right, so the reason you never heard of them, the U.S. built a few hundred, they decided they sucked, and sent them to China. The Chinese pilots, for their part, thought that the P-40 was the preferred platform. They requested those. The U.S. obliged. I mean, we built like 14,000 P-40s, something like that. Later, when it became a full-fledged Air Force, the U.S. was still mostly using P-40s, but also put some B-24 Liberators and B-25 Mitchells in China, and these were used both for strategic bombing and supporting the Chinese army. Overall, this is probably the most effective of the Chinese armed services, but even then, I'm wavering between an E and an F. Because
I think
there's not a lot here. Go ahead.
I think I might go with an E. Maybe I feel bad giving them an F. It was the group that had the most success, both with your Flying Tigers and once you had some properly trained Chinese pilots. And actually, I would say this, that Operation Ichigo I mentioned earlier, the offensive into China, a lot of that was the Japanese wanting to overrun those bases that had the B-24s, B-25s operating out of them. So apparently the Air Force in China was effective enough
Yeah.
To convince the Japanese they need to take the bases out. You know. I would also note that the Chinese Air Force, although grossly outnumbered at Shanghai, did pretty well considering that. Like, unlike the Navy, the Air Force actually got some successes in, but once again, it was a hopeless situation. Should be noted, Shanghai, before the Battle of Shanghai, the Japanese had both Italian and American air advisors, and they found the units trained by the Americans did better. So that's why they really emphasized getting Americans to train their pilots after.
Yeah.
So what do you think, E?
I think E's fair. I mean, I almost want to give them a gentleman's D, but I can't quite. It just wasn't effective enough.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that, man.
Yeah, because, I mean, most of the success they had was later, and that was mostly when it was U.S. Air Force. But if we're talking about, like, the Flying Tigers and they were volunteers, which would make them properly Chinese Air Force, and then the Chinese Air Force itself, I think that's pretty solid E, which still makes it heads and shoulders above anything else the Chinese did in the war. I mean, no offense to the Chinese Army and its short-lived Navy, but clearly the air arm was their strongest component.
Up next, we have the Soviet Union.
Yes, Mother Russia. So I've been reading the Stalin's Marshals book. I've already finished it, so I've done all the research for the Soviet generals when we cover the Allied commanders. Anyway, have a few preliminary thoughts on why the Soviet Union was so ineffective early on.
Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, the 1936 to 38 purges. So the Soviet Union had some good ideas militarily going into the purges, but one of the consequences of the purges is that a lot of the more forward-thinking commanders were purged, and because of that, Stalin became suspicious of their tactical doctrines and turned away from them. So from what I understand, Tukhachevsky was really into armored warfare and was thinking of the kind of stuff the Soviets do later to great effect. I believe he might have been the deep operations theorist, for instance.
Yes, him and his acolytes.
So so basically they have the right idea. The ideas they'll eventually follow to win the war in 1936. And then there's the purges, and then that's labeled bourgeois or or counter-revolutionary or whatever. So those ideas basically get banished, and then Stalin turns to one man to reform the military in a loyal, purely communist way, and that man is Voroshilov, who is one of the worst generals in history, literally.
Great.
So Voroshilov starts rewriting tactical doctrine from 1936 to 39. And part of it, apparently, is that soldiers should not entrench because it's cowardly. Just to give one example, he's also got some other insane ideas that are just pure idiocy. And he also does not believe in mass tank formations because he says that was the idea of Tukhachevsky, and therefore it is not sufficiently communist and can't be effective in battle. So no mass tank formations, no tactics of penetration. Anyway, mind-boggling idiocy. I mean, very, very hard to believe. But Stalin, of course, goes hook, line, and sinker for this because he's paranoid, and his main concern is not be overthrown, so he's all about these ideas. So from 1936 to 39, this is what they're implementing, and then they have two big wake-up calls, the Winter War, and then the operations in Mongolia against the Japanese. They win those operations technically, but they take a lot of unnecessary losses because their tactical doctrine is pure shit. And then even Stalin realizes, holy shit, Voroshilov is an idiot. And then he starts promoting people like Timoshenko and Zhukov to reform things. So they're doing like last-minute reforms. They're also replacing outdated equipment at the last minute. So a lot of their fighter designs are just newly fielded. The T-34 is brand new when the war breaks out. And it's because they realize a lot of their stuff is not ready for football. So they're making hasty adjustments by the time that Operation Barbarossa breaks out. And had they started any later, they most likely would have been knocked out.
Maybe. I think the Russians, though, had one massive advantage over the Germans. The reserves. So many Russians had gone through military training that they can rebuild the army as fast as they can because they are people who already did military training. They're in civilian life now, right?
Right.
They just start calling up the reserves. I think that really is what keeps the Soviet Union going, because let's say they didn't have a reserve system. Like, let's say the Tsar still ruled or something, right?
Right.
Yeah, the Nazis win. They knock the Russians out. I mean, hell, 6 weeks into Barbarossa, both the American and British High Command determined that the Soviet Union was over. They had lost. And, we always view it as a foregone conclusion. Or, I mean, a lot of people do, where they're like, "Oh, why invade Russia?" It's like, well, it worked in World War One. Germans invaded Russia, and they won.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, have you noticed this with this? We're talking about the French and the British and the Germans, and the degree to which they think the war is going to be like the First World War, and it just isn't.
Right.
I don't mean just a trench warfare thing. I mean something as simple as Hitler thought, you know what, invade Russia last time, and the government collapsed. And he said this. He just believed that communism was so ineffective, and that Stalin was so unpopular that Russia would just fall right away. As far as the unpopularity goes, especially in Ukraine, a lot of times the Germans were greeted very positively by the Ukrainians. They didn't like the Soviets after what they had done to them in the Holodomor, right?
Right.
But, I mean, Hitler's not there to make friends with Ukrainians. He's there to annihilate them. So anyway, so yeah, the reserves played a big part. In fact, they actually are reforming when they are, like bringing in things like the T-34. But the Russian army, goddamn those losses in 1941, huh?
Yeah, just by those two encirclements we talked about earlier, Kiev and then Bryansk, whatever other hyphenated thing is attached to it, that's about 1.1 to 1.2 million troops lost between just those two.
Insane.
I know, it's staggering. And they still fought on and emerged victorious.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, speaking of Stalin as commander-in-chief, I mean, obviously you have to factor in all of the dumb shit he allowed Voroshilov to do that he signed off on. He did get better, but it was mostly just because he was taking better advice and he recognized that there were more capable people he could be listening to. I would say if you have to analyze Stalin's military thinking, he's somewhere maybe like 75% as smart as the last person he talked to. But still, again, we've already talked about Mussolini, so we do know that it can be worse. And at least Stalin did have a work ethic, so he was willing to read reports and talk to people and listen and do other things that you would think any commander-in-chief would do. So comparatively, he's much better than Mussolini. That being said, he has a lot of dumb ideas from time to time. For instance, when Operation Barbarossa started, he was convinced for about 3 days that it was just rogue German generals, and he was trying to keep his commanders from overreacting lest they provoke Hitler for real.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's kind of bad. Like I said, he's got some moments that are pretty embarrassing.
I think another one that's really bad for him is 1945. He essentially can be blunt. He could have taken Berlin in February, but he doesn't do it, and he has a lot of reasons. To be fair, the Russians definitely did need to pause for a little bit just to recalibrate. They had outrun their logistics. There was a severe breakdown in discipline as they were going through Poland. But a lot of it, too, is that he wanted to secure his flanks, which really all that is let me secure more territory for communism. And then the other one, too, is that he's using 1945 to denigrate Zhukov because he wants to make sure Zhukov is not a rival after the war is over.
Although he does task Zhukov with the capture of Berlin.
He also tasks Konev with it and says, all right, boys, have a race.
Yeah, although apparently his instructions to Konev were very unclear. Because he said support the operation. He never said capture it. And then when he saw Konev trying to capture it, he just sat back and watched.
Yeah, he definitely winked on that one, man. I got to say, man, because the thing about Zhukov is that Zhukov gets close to Berlin, and he could have taken himself. And Stalin says, "I want you to stop and secure the flank, especially after that Operation Solstice is launched, which is a German offensive." Now, that German counteroffensive, it's only really effective at saving a small German garrison. It doesn't have enough teeth to do any serious damage, but Stalin completely overreacts. The reason he overreacts is trying to denigrate Zhukov.
Right.
So even though, of course, he gives Zhukov the permission to go ahead with the push on Berlin, he's definitely undermining him. And it should also be noted that Zhukov's push on Berlin is Zhukov at his worst. It's not a well-handled battle by him. Some of that to do with the fact that the German general he was fighting, Heinrichi, was a very good defensive commander. But also, it could be argued that Stalin kind of forced the Berlin operation to happen sooner than expected, merely because he was getting afraid the Americans and the British might Berlin. Yeah, I mean, I get what you mean, man. Mussolini and Hitler are worse, but I got a pretty low opinion of Stalin as a commander. He did start to listen to people more after Stalingrad.
Yeah.
Sure.
So he makes some improvements, but ultimately he is very much driven by paranoia. And of course, after the war, he also makes efforts to lower the reputation of Zhukov and a couple others. But overall, though, the Soviet strategy, as hammered out by the various generals and agreed upon by Stalin from 1942 on, improves pretty rapidly. And by 1944, I mean, their staff work is excellent.
Yes. Fun fact about them, of all the militaries, they were the ones that had studied the Mongolians the most. And there's some evidence that Genghis Khan's idea of constantly moving forward is the basis for deep operations.
Makes sense.
I say Genghis Khan constantly moving forward. Genghis Khan had several innovations in nomadic warfare, but probably his biggest one was don't stop to loot. Keep after the enemy until they're destroyed. Right?
Right.
And, press deep into their territory. And the Russians are the only ones who are studying Mongolian campaigns. And in addition to that, while they did have their share of failed operations all the way until 1945, they have excellent staff work. They're good at deception. The losses are heavy, but that's because on the small unit tactical level, the Russians are inferior.
Yes.
Their officers aren't trained to take the initiative the way Germans or even Americans are. And while they did show some improvement on small unit tactics, it was never what they were proficient at. What they're proficient at is massing enough artillery to blast a hole in your lines. And then, run in a lot of tanks, which maybe aren't as good as some of the German tanks, but they're good enough, and there's a lot of them.
Yep.
Also, the big one I'll notice too is radios and tanks. Russians didn't have radios, and once they installed radios in their tanks, radios provided by the Americans, that's when they really start winning a lot of battles.
Right.
Everybody, if you take anything away from this conversation, you want air superiority and radios in your tanks.
Yep, the easy guide to winning a war in the 1940s.
Aircraft and radios. So, yeah, and you start to get better officers being promoted as well. But, of course, the losses are still heavy, and by 1945, they're having a bit of a manpower crisis, actually. This idea that Russia had, inexhaustible reserves is just ridiculous. No country has inexhaustible reserves. Yeah, their turnaround from suffering some of the worst defeats in military history to within 2 years inflicting some of the worst defeats in military history on their opponents is shocking.
Yeah, I mean, what's the Operation, the one where they destroy Army Group Center?
Bagration?
Yeah, and that's arguably the most brilliant operation of the whole war.
In many ways, yeah. And to be fair, a lot of things play in their favor. The German commander of Army Group Center, General Bush, was an idiot. His main qualification was he was an outright Nazi, so Hitler liked him.
Yeah. Oh, for
Um,
anybody who might be able to hear it in the background, my dog is yelping. I have a dog with dementia, and he's very unpredictable. And the last couple of days, he's been behaving like absolute shit. So if you're wondering
uh,
what that weird yelping sound in the background is, that is what's going on.
I don't hear anything on my end
Okay,
though.
maybe this mic's not as sensitive as the old ones. It might not pick it up, but anyway, if you do happen to hear it, that is what is going on.
Maybe not, but I'll say this: when you type on your keyboard, it sounds like bombs going off over here.
Yeah, I don't think it records that way though.
It doesn't, but like over here, it sounds deafening. It's like deafening.
Yeah, it's weird because like I mean, I don't really hear it that much on my headphones or anything. So
But no, the Russian turnaround was amazing. They had a good sense of strategy, great at operations.
pretty good at
Actually,
logistics.
logistically, very good as well. I'll say this too. The Germans were. I mean, a lot of German generals, especially after the war, would say like, "Oh, Asiatic hordes" and other bullshit. But a lot of the smarter ones would actually say that the British and the Americans didn't know how to press the advantage the way the Soviets did. You know,
Yeah,
um, it's a bit hard to rate them just because of how shit the army was at first.
and then how
Uh,
like how mobile and effective and hard hitting it was later on. I mean, also mechanization. And we talked about earlier about the Germans are famous for blitzkrieg, but they were never fully mechanized. I mean, I don't know if the Soviets were fully motorized, mechanized, but they did use a lot of limbless vehicles, and they could move guys around pretty quickly.
yeah, they were still using horse-drawn stuff into the end of the war, but definitely mostly mechanized. And the Lend-Lease vehicles are very important for that. The Russians had their own truck too, but I think it wasn't that great.
Yeah, I think they were mostly using American trucks and half tracks when they could.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, fun fact: Russian tankers did like the Sherman.
Yeah, they had a few groups of it apparently, a few
Yeah,
corps or
they,
whatever.
they liked it because they said it was pretty good cross country and was mechanically reliable.
Yeah, also, so there's a myth the T-34 was the most mechanically reliable. It actually wasn't. That'd be the Sherman. But if you compare the Sherman's mechanical reliability to any modern combat vehicle, it would be considered absolute shit, and the person making it, the manufacturer, would probably be fined for defrauding the government. I mean, that's the degree of mechanical efficiency, or excuse me, mechanical reliability that we have now compared to then. So I mean, the standards have changed dramatically.
That was one big problem the Russians had in World War II is their stuff just wasn't mechanically reliable. They had a lot of breakdowns. What I've read, which is one of the reasons why they saw the Sherman and said, "Great tank,"
Right.
Well, maybe not great tank, but they liked it. They didn't think it was a shitbox.
I mean, they
Um,
also like the Warhawk, though. I mean, it seems like the Soviets are pretty easy to please.
yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a good point there. They weren't trying to beat the Germans on raw technology.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they weren't complainers, it's just like, what's that famous story at Stalingrad? The Germans were disheartened when they saw some Siberians bathe in the river when they were just freezing their asses off, trying not to die of the cold, and they see these guys bathing, and they're like,
Yeah.
oh god, we're gonna lose. It's over.
Funny you mentioned that. Another one I was thinking was that. Oh wait, I forgot. Anyway,
Yeah, I'm trying to think. So
oh no,
let's.
that's what I was saying. You know what? You'll really like a Sherman if you remember that in 1941 the Soviets had that multi-turret tank.
Oh yeah, that I think that was like the P-26 or something. Not P-26, something T-26.
No, I don't think it was a T-26. The T-26 I think was more of like a light tank, if you will. I don't know. I gotta find it. This thing had multiple turrets. It might be like the worst piece of shit tank of the whole war.
I know what one you're talking about. I mean, there are some hideous, weird designs for those. Yeah, they had some rough ones early on.
The BT-7 wasn't bad for what they were just trying to do with it. They just, if you just want a fast light tank. But light tanks aren't that great to begin with. Um, no, but anyway, man, it's hard to rate the Soviets. I mean, how do you rate an army that suffers the worst defeats of the war and then inflicts back onto their enemies? I mean,
I don't know.
obviously, obviously, it's not an A or an S,
No.
not an E or an F.
Nope. It does. I mean, I guess if you think about it in terms of its impact on winning the war, I don't know. Qualitatively, it's probably more like a C. But if you think about its actual role in winning the war, I think we're looking at probably a B.
I think I'll opt for a B.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Because I mean, it definitely bears the brunt of the German army. I think at one point it's facing 80% of the German army. It launches some offensives, and because it inflicts so many casualties, it is then only facing 60% of the total German army.
Yeah,
So I mean, yeah, this becomes a very effective instrument,
it
and
does. It does. Although they always had that problem with small unit tactics, it just wasn't what they were good at. That
right,
leads to a lot of heavy losses.
yeah,
Even with and then there's exceptions. The Vistula Oder offensive in January 1945. Uh, that's one of those offensives where the Soviet losses are actually fairly light. But even Berlin, they lose a lot of men taking Berlin. But anyway, on to the Soviet Navy, huh?
yeah. This is not a very big one, from what I understand.
No, no. I mean, Russia's always had naval problems, given their geography and both access to the sea, having a fleet that is essentially if you have a fleet in the Black Sea, they don't really leave the Black Sea very often, do they?
Yeah, usually
Uh,
not.
yeah. So Russia's navy, its various fleets were always more regional. The Tsarist navy had taken heavy losses against the Japanese, but during World War One had a pretty decent fleet. But then around comes the Russian Civil War, which really destroyed a lot of Russian industry. A lot of the ships were lost. So by the time we get to the 20s and 30s, the Red Soviet Navy is not a high priority construction list at all. And that's one of the reasons why they really emphasize submarines. But Russian submarine designs and training are total shit. Okay. Well, by the late 1930s, Stalin decides he wants to have a first class navy. So there's plans to build aircraft carriers. They start construction of these massive battleships. They started working on some pretty good destroyer designs, a few of which will actually be made and see action. But then the Germans attack. Now, the Soviet Navy, in many ways, does very poorly. A lot of their ships in the Baltic sink from mines. A lot of them are sunk in port by aircraft. That said, what ships they do have will provide direct fire support, particularly at Leningrad. On the north, the northern fleet was so weak it played almost no role in defending the convoys coming from the British. However, in the Black Sea, they launched a lot of small amphibious landings and raids and got pretty good at that. That's it's interesting. Even as the Germans are retreating and everything's falling apart, the Soviets never really gained control of the Baltic. Submarines they deployed there suffered horrendous losses and didn't really sink a lot of ships. Um, Honestly, the Navy's main thing was gunfire support in Leningrad, and also Soviet sailors made for actually pretty effective soldiers. Otherwise, it's kind of a wash, and their submarine force. I mean, keep this in mind, man. When in 1941, when the Germans invade, the Soviets are the largest submarine force in the world. Read like any unit history of Soviet submarines, it'll be like left port, hit a mine, lost, everybody's dead. You're into that a lot. Um, in some
Yeah,
ways, not their in some ways, it's not their fault because they were so low on the funding priority until the late 1930s when Stalin decides he wants to have a first class navy. Um, War happens, and obviously the Russians don't need a navy. The ships do what they can, but they suffered heavy losses, especially destroyers, submarines, and just mines, man. It's of all the navies of World War II, I swear to God, the mine was the number one enemy of the Red Navy. You know,
wow.
I mean, well, the Baltic's heavily mined to begin with. Um, I teeter between an E or an F.
And it sounds like an F if they're struggling against mines and they can't really impede German operations in the Baltic, especially given that the German Navy was pretty overstretched and under resourced.
Yeah, I got to go with an F.
Yeah, I mean the evacuation of the divisions out of the Baltic, basically unmolested. That's a failing of the Navy.
Yeah, and the Navy is going to stay pretty ineffective all the way to the 1960s when they underwent massive construction program. You know,
Right.
which leads to such great things as the Hunt for Red October, right?
Yes, such masterpieces as Tom Clancy's first novel or first major
I want
novel.
to. Yeah, one of the things I'm really fascinated with is the Cold War Soviet Navy. I've read a lot about that. Yeah, Soviet Navy in World War II. Yeah, it's an F.
Yeah, apparently during the Cold War, a lot of the Soviet subs were notorious for being loud. So the U.S. at one point had all of them tracked, and if things were to hit the fan, U.S. attack subs were always in a position to try to put down almost all of them early.
A lot, yes and no. One problem was the Soviets had a lot of them, so you
Yeah,
couldn't track them all, right?
but they were
But
mostly trying to track the boomers, the
yeah,
missile subs.
well, the missile subs. There's a lot of debate on if we knew where they were or not. Either side will officially confirm that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Bare minimum, we can say that they were that we were penetrating during the Reagan administration. We were aggressively penetrating where they were placing their boomers, and even if we didn't know exactly where they were, we were definitely making them nervous enough. But yeah, a lot of those early Soviet subs were pretty loud, and we could track them easily. That said, by the late 1980s, they were finally developing submarines that were almost as quiet as ours, which actually led to a freak out in the U.S. Navy because not only could they not track every Russian sub, but there's evidence to indicate that the Russians had found out where our boomers were. Even if they weren't tracking them, it meant that they were penetrating that area. So just fascinating stuff. And a lot of it's also fascinating since so much of it's still classified and speculation. My favorite U.S. submarine thing though was the U.S. submarine that was tapping into Soviet cables. You know about this?
No.
Yeah, like we knew where a Soviet cable was north of Japan, and so the U.S. subs would actually essentially just literally just land on the bottom of the ocean, and the guys would go out there and like tap into it, and that way we could read communications and messages. Um, Wild stuff, man. Really, Cold War at sea is very fascinating. Then you have the sinking of K-129 and the fact that we tried to like lift an entire Russian sub off the bottom of the ocean with like a giant claw machine, like those claw machines you try to pick up a teddy bear with, you know?
Yeah. It was like
It was
some
like that.
James Bond stuff.
Yeah, for like lifting up a whole submarine. I mean, just bonkers shit, you know?
Right.
Uh, yeah, so no, good stuff, man. There's a variety of really good books to read about Cold War at sea.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
So anyway, Russian Air Force.
yeah, so the Soviet Air Force, which as you can see, their emblem basically predicted the aesthetic of the 80s to a large extent. So going into World War II, they were in the middle of trying to modernize after doing very, very poorly in the Winter War. A lot of their designs were outdated, so Stalin ordered a whole bunch of new designs to be put forward. So a lot of things that were just out of prototype were just being rushed into service, and we'll see that these basic designs will eventually evolve into very good fighters, but it will take time. And a lot of this again boils down to getting a new engine that's more powerful, and then once you have enough power in the airframe, it suddenly starts performing really well. So the MiG-3 is one of the ones that was out early in the war, and we normally associate Soviet fighters with MiGs. This is still a major Russian company which still makes aircraft, but the MiG-3 was a total failure, and they didn't produce anything else to replace it. This is an early plane which had impressive speed. I mean, this is one of those early warplanes which had a speed that was comparable to some of the late warplanes. I believe it was approaching 400 miles an hour in 1941, so it sounds really impressive, but it has terrible agility. and also they were using terrible tactics, and it's very underpowered in terms of its firepower. Also, it's one of those that can only really operate at high altitudes. It sucks at lower altitudes, so it's got the reverse problem of the P-40. And because of its vulnerabilities and the weird decision to put it into an low altitude escort role, it ends up taking horrific losses and actually has the highest loss ratio of any Soviet aircraft.
Damn.
The I-16 was outdated, but some of them were still in service. They just got butchered, not really worth talking about. One of the new designs was called the Log 1. So this was an early design that evolved over the course of the war. You also had the Log 3 from 1941 on. It was good enough to take on bombers, but it couldn't go toe-to-toe with the German fighters like the 109. It was durable in general, but it did have some wooden parts, which were prone to catching fire if they took an incendiary round because they had a laminate on them. So they tended to burst into flames if they're hit. That was a problem. Later on, an evolution was the Law 5, and this is when it got a new engine that made it a lot more effective. So now it can finally fight at low altitudes against any German fighter, but still not that great at high altitudes. You get the Law 7, and now it's an even more powerful engine, and now it can do just fine at high altitudes. So this is like 1944, late 1944, and by this point, the Germans have no more advantages. So not only do the Soviets have numbers, now the quality is pretty even too, and they've got a lot of experienced pilots. So at this point, the battlefield air superiority is 100% for the Soviets.
I would say though,
Oh, go ahead.
I have read though that the on the Eastern Front, Germans could still pull off things that they couldn't do in the West.
Yeah, I mean, like these Law fighters, as good as they are, they're not on par with the Western fighters.
Yeah, and also, like you mentioned, like ground support. The Stuka actually had a bit of a, I don't want to say a renaissance, but actually had some successful Stuka strikes in 1945. You know,
Yeah.
Some is desperation, but I'm just commenting on that because I feel like when you were at the Western Front, it's just like the Luftwaffe doesn't exist.
Yeah. And that's because, I mean, the Western planes were definitely better built in a lot of ways. Another key design at this time was the Yak-1 early war. And if you look at the Yak, all the different models, there are 43,000 of these things built. So if you count them as all being the same, this would be the most produced aircraft ever in terms of military aircraft. But part of this is because Stalin was a big fan of the chief designer, whose name was Yakovlev.
Mm-hmm.
The Yak-1 was originally designed to fly low and serve as an escort for the Sturmovich, but it actually tended to do better at high altitudes as a dogfighter, so that's why they swapped its role with the MiG-3. But then you have the Yak-3, 7, and 9. They're all basically the same design, but with some improvements. Confusingly, the Yak-7 is the second one to come out. It's simpler and tougher. The Yak-9 entered service in the fall of 1942, and it played a really key role at both Stalingrad and Kursk. It's possibly the most used of any Soviet fighter. And the Yak-3 is the last one to come out, and again, I don't know why, but this is June 1944. It's basically the Yak-9, but lighter, and it finally is one which is designed to be a specialist at low-altitude dogfighting.
I read the Yak-3 is a great airplane.
Yeah, there is one French ace who claims that he flew a bunch of different aircraft and that he thinks the Yak-3 is superior to the P-51 and the Spitfire.
Wow.
So, I mean, there definitely were defenders, but the thing about pilots, too, is that they tend to get attached to things and then say that whatever they personally like is the best.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to keep that in mind, but still.
Some of it also depends on, like what type of pilot you are and how well the airplane's handling for you.
Right.
So yeah, you'll find a guy who'll be like, "Oh, that airplane was great,"
Right. So, another thing to keep in mind about Soviet fighters is that they tended to be lightly armed by both Western and German standards. They tended to only have a couple machine guns. So, I mean, these things aren't, very powerful in that sense. That being said, apparently Soviet pilots preferred that because they like to keep maneuverability and to avoid the German guns, I suppose. Um, they had some troublesome systems. They had a problematic pneumatic system for landing gear, flaps, and brakes. So sometimes things didn't work when you needed them to. Obviously, that's a problem.
Yeah.
And also, as I mentioned at an earlier point, they had some very outdated fighter tactics at the early war where they would use these trios and tight formation as basically a shooting gallery. And they'd also try to turn and fight in formation, which is bizarre. But that's why the Air Force basically got chewed up really early in Barbarossa and had to be rebuilt from the ground up. But it does become far more effective over time. So it's kind of like the Army in the sense that it is ground to dust and then reemerges like a phoenix. Now, there are no strategic bombers to speak of except for the PE-8, but there's only 93 of those, so it's basically a non-factor. One thing they do have going for them, one of their more famous aircraft, is the IL-2 Sturmovich. And this thing is super prolific. So if you combine this with its successor, the IL-10, we're talking about 36,000 units. Actually, no, 36,000 IL-2s, 6,000 IL-10s. So over 40,000 of these things, and they're basically designed to be the A-10 of World War II. This has like a very strong metal tub around the pilots, so the pilots are very well protected. It's covered in guns. It can drop bombs. And the Soviets called it a flying infantryman, but the Germans referred to it as a flying tank. And because the Soviets were so hard-pressed early in the war and because it could take hits, they actually tried using this as a fighter for a time. And while it clearly is not designed for that, it actually did way better than you would think and did succeed in taking down a few bombers. So, yeah, those are the aircraft of the Soviet Air Force. And the Sturmovich became very feared as a tank killer and as a bomber in general. I don't think it was as effective as, say, the Typhoon at tank killing, but still, if you saw a bunch of Sturmoviches coming in, it might be time to try to hide.
Yeah. So overall, what would you rate the Air Force then?
It's kind of like the Army in the sense that it's tough to rate because of the massive qualitative journey that it took. I'm gonna, well, because it wasn't as dominant as the Army, even though it did make a massive comeback in the same way. I'm gonna go C.
Okay.
So very similar journey to the Army, but a little less impressive.
Gotcha.
All right.
All right. I know it's getting real late, so maybe we won't spend as much time in the USA as we maybe would have liked, you know?
Right. But this one is probably one of the simpler ones. Also, because it's probably the best known to our audience.
Yeah, and I think the United States military is pretty straightforward overall, right?
Right. I mean, so talking about some built-in advantages: industrial capacity, large population, resources. We have our own oil at this time. We get most of it from like Pennsylvania and Texas.
Yeah, the thing to keep in mind though is that there isn't a massive base of trained soldiers to call on like the Soviet Union, and there isn't some military tradition like you're going to run into with the Germans.
Right.
I say this because I mean, so the United States Army had always gone through a period of demobilization after a major war. It happened after the American Revolution, after the Civil War, and the First World War as well.
Yeah.
So, there was even there was actually pretty significant demobilization even after World War II as well. But of course, the difference is that after World War II, we did start to keep a large standing army. But no, the U.S. Army going into World War II is small, especially for the size of the country.
Yeah, I think in 1939, the U.S. Army was smaller than the Polish Army.
Yes, it was. We were not high rated. Our equipment was not that great. We were starting to come around on some tank tactics, but that was only just then being discussed and emphasis. That was only just then being discussed. It certainly wasn't a major emphasis. What else can I say? There was, however, soldiers we did have were pretty well trained with a cadre of decent officers. And staff-wise, we probably have some of the most underrated staffs of the war, I would say. We had very balanced staffs. I talked about the German one was highly tactical and operational. And ours had a very heavy logistic component, still does to this day.
Right.
Now, I think the American military tradition overall is not that we're great at attack, but we're good at defense. Americans from the Revolution on became known for dogged defense. Hell, the American Civil War, I'm pretty critical of American tactics except for defense. We became masters at defensive tactics during the Civil War, hence why 1864, almost every battle with the side who attacks loses.
Right.
And that carried on into World War II. We weren't that great at offensive tactics. And when the enemy hit us, we knew how to hold out. The Battle of the Bulge, for instance, is a battle perfectly made for Americans. But we were fairly conservative tactically. We had a good sense of strategy. I would say in some ways a better sense than the British, but the British were interested in their empire, and we were really interested in destroying the Germans and the Japanese. So U.S. Army, what's kind of interesting is that while they weren't destroyed like the Russian army was, we did have to build an army from scratch in many ways.
Yeah.
And ended up providing a pretty damn effective army.
Yeah, because one thing I was going to say is, because the U.S. doesn't have any truly legendary units compared to, say, the 10th Legion or whatever. That being said, can you name a unit in World War II that was trash from the U.S.? Some got destroyed, but were any of them truly trash?
Yeah, not many, but yeah.
Okay, but compared to, say, is there anything as trash as the Luftwaffe Field Division or some of the Italian units that...
I got one that's close.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I want to get the exact designations. I'm going to check Wikipedia real quick because I don't want to get the number wrong on this one.
I know like the 106th Infantry were destroyed during the Bulge, but that was because of position.
Yeah, they were it only been over for a few days.
Yeah, but they're still all equipped to the normal standard. All the U.S. infantrymen had access to semi-automatic weapons.
Yeah.
So I think we're the only country that had that, right? Or maybe the British, but.
In mass numbers, yes, we did have some very good units. Some elite units like Second Armored Division, Hell on Wheels.
Yeah, Third Armored, First Armored.
First Division, Big Red One. Both paratrooper units, 82nd All American, 101st Screaming Eagles.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the 82nd, in part because everybody always talks about the Screaming Eagles because they got a cool patch and they got to be featured in an HBO show, but the 82nd saw action.
Also, 101st, by the way, is still around, but now it's air assault, so they jump out of helicopters.
And the 82nd is still paratroopers.
Yes.
Yeah. And not to mention the Marine Corps.
Right.
First, second, third, fourth, all elite divisions.
So for that one, are we going to count the Marines more toward the Army or Navy for the purpose of this video?
For the Army more than anything else. I
agree.
Yeah, we're more like land forces than true army,
Right.
Means actually, God, we should have talked about the Japanese Marines for World War II, but that's a different thing. But anyway, Marine divisions became experts in amphibious warfare and were really fighting the most savage battles that Americans are going to face in World War II. Those island campaigns, Iwo Jima's meat grinder. The U.S. Army did show a high degree of adaptation. I had to read this controversial book where the guy made an argument that the democratic spirit of America meant that American soldiers could recommend things that would be integrated into the Army. And I thought the thing was overplayed, but I did come away from the book thinking that U.S. soldiers on the pure small unit tactical level, okay, they weren't as proficient as the Germans, but they were pretty solid, and I'd probably say a step above most of the other ones. Now, you mentioned bad units, right?
Right.
Add a few. The one that first comes to mind for me is the 92nd Infantry Division.
I haven't heard of them.
They're interesting. They have a buffalo on their patch because Buffalo Soldiers. It's an all-black infantry division. In fact, one of the only ones in World War II. A lot of black soldiers saw combat in World War One, not that many in World War II. Your average black soldier in the army was kept in the rear with the trucks and everything. But the 92nd Infantry was deployed in Italy.
Yeah.
The problem is it was a segregated infantry division, so white officers, black soldiers, right? So it had some morale problems, and they actually ended up fighting the Italian Social Republic forces in several battles, and they did very poorly against them. In fact, the Italians launched a surprise attack in December 1944 and inflicted heavy losses on the division. So the division was consistently rated as being substandard and didn't really do well during the war. So, yeah, I mean, every army is going to have some divisions that underperform. And to be fair, a lot of that with the 92nd has to do with the unit not only being segregated, but also because it's a unit full of black soldiers, a lot of the officers deployed to it were inferior. You know? Which, by the way, real quick, that was a big problem with USCT units in the Civil War. The black units in the American Civil War, a lot of them had some very bad white officers in it. You know? So unfortunately, that was a thing both the Civil War and World War II. So anyway, pound for pound, the U.S. Army's good.
Yes.
Now,
pretty good.
Operationally, it's not a genius army. You tend to do those meat grinder type of offensives, like in Italy. Bradley would do those as well. Herc and Forrest being notorious. I don't know. I think I might give us a C. What do you think?
I was thinking more like an A, just because of quality control relative to all the others is head and shoulders above. There aren't that many bad units. I mean, you got the 92nd, but most of the other units do just fine, or some of them really distinguish themselves.
And the 92nd, the racial tensions and the bad officers are really why it's a bad unit.
Yeah, I mean, so that's that's partly because of the social conditions here at home, more so than anything necessarily wrong with the military doctrine as a whole. I know, like, there was the German complaint that the U.S. just used more and more artillery and tanks until they had enough to break through. But I mean, that was a valid strategy given what the Army had to work with. I mean, basically, the U.S. had, in relative terms, unlimited ammo, so they could afford to just blast their way through. There was no reason to try to get cute about it. You didn't have to be all creative.
It's funny you say that. That's actually the biggest criticism of the U.S. Army in World War II is that we rumbled to victory. And I've been told that a lot of the U.S. campaigns in Europe are very much criticized in West Point, actually.
Well, I mean, the breakout of Normandy was not exactly inspiring, for sure.
Operation Cobra itself was pretty good, but once again, the Germans and other people commented on, like, yeah, the Americans are good at this, but they're not that good. They could have bagged more men in France. But on the small unit tactical level, pretty proficient, dogged in defense, good equipment. I don't know if I go with an A, though, man. I think I go with a B then. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that seems fair. I mean, I think, to be fair, the stronger arms of the U.S. probably weren't the ground troops.
Yeah, and we're getting to the Navy, and I like to tell people that America's finest branch traditionally is the Navy. The Navy has never let the country down. The U.S. I mean, the War of 1812, right? We're outnumbered, and sure, the British have naval supremacy, but we gave them one hell of a fight, right?
Yeah,
and it was pretty much understood American frigates were great. So the U.S. Navy has a long tradition of excellence. And, we were talking about how the U.S. Army was drawn down. The U.S. Navy was the second largest in the world for World War II. And also helped having Franklin Roosevelt for president because he was a former undersecretary of the Navy. The U.S. Navy did lots of training exercises. They were leaders in carrier aviation. Excellent ship designs. Like, for instance, the U.S. Navy decided that with battleships, it was okay to be a little slow. Just make sure that the ship had lots of guns and good armor. And their armor scheme was called all or nothing. You know about this?
No.
Yeah. Essentially, the U.S. Navy's idea was that armor on a battleship didn't need to be continuous, need to be concentrated. So if an area was not vital, no armor. If it was vital to the ship, armor it as much as you can. So your U.S. Navy's dreadnought era battleship designs are very good. Only the Japanese ones can compare. Though actually, the British ones are pretty good too. But I'd say the Americans probably have the best ones now that I really think about it. The battleships we produced were, besides being beautiful looking, fast, sleek, well armed, just very well balanced, excellent damage control all around. A few of our carriers were duds, like the Wasp and the Ranger, but those were kind of experimental. The Ranger was experimental, and Wasp was just kind of like we had some spare tonnage and we just decided to build a carrier, you know. But your Yorktown class was excellent. The Essex is the finest carrier class of the war. Oh, the best light carriers of the war. When light carriers aren't even that great, but the best light carriers of the war, American, the Independence class. Cruiser design, there were some hiccups with some guys like the Pensacola class wasn't so good, but the New Orleans class was very good. The Cleveland class, Brooklyn class, these are all Baltimore, excellent cruiser designs. Essentially, a lot of the ways that we start building ships after World War II are really based on those designs. Destroyer doctrine for us was inferior going into 1942, but by 1944 we have lots of destroyers that are well designed with lots of anti-aircraft guns that can go toe-to-toe with the Japanese finally. That said, the U.S. Navy did take its share of licks in 1942, but ultimately kept at it. The technology was good. The ship designs were excellent. Because that's one thing. We can talk about how America could produce a lot of ships, right?
Right.
But the designs have to be good. And they were. They were better than the Japanese design. I don't know. And, you know, the U.S. Navy that won World War II, that destroyed the Japanese Navy, has controlled the world's oceans ever since.
True.
I don't know. I gotta go S tier with the U.S. Navy.
Yeah, I can't really see an argument for any other tier, actually.
I mean,
it was too dominant.
Too dominant. I mean, made its share of mistakes, but who doesn't, right?
Right.
There's very few incompetent admirals, for instance. The U.S. Navy has very good strategic insights. Operational planning is first rate. Logistics are superb. I mean, God, our fucking submarines, they start off the war doing poorly, not because of training or anything. The training was good, but the torpedoes were inferior, and the Navy refused to acknowledge that. But once they did, and once they fixed it, submarines will strangle the Japanese, will be pound for pound more successful than the U-boats. Of course, it helps that the Japanese anti-submarine doctrines are horrible.
Right.
Like they barely sank any of our subs. It's and U.S. subs sank like 4 aircraft carriers and a battleship. They sank the carrier Shinano, Ryu, Taiho, and Shokaku. As far as fleet carriers go, they sank some escort carriers too. You know.
Right.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. The U.S. Navy in World War II, it doesn't get more dominant than that by 1944. And there's just barely any flaws.
Yeah. I guess in terms of naval aircraft, also pretty impressive by and large.
Yeah. The carrier doctrines were good. The naval aircraft was excellent. You mentioned the Wildcat earlier, much maligned. That's another one of my favorite airplanes. The Wildcat's always been underrated. Sure, it didn't have great climb. It wasn't particularly maneuverable, but it was a tough fighter.
Yeah.
I mean, the Wildcat was used all the way to the end of the war.
I think it was moved to an attack role, though, right?
Yeah, well, by the end of the war, it's still being used by the Royal Navy, and it's being used by land forces. You know, and it is being used more as an attack aircraft for sure. So, no, I don't mean it's being flown off frontline carriers, but
right.
You know, the F-4F could still get the job done in 1945.
Sure. And I mean, that's basically the basement of American fighters on carriers, and it's not even that bad. Then you get it replaced by the F-6 Wildcat, which is a beast. I mean,
Oh, the Hellcat. Yeah.
yeah, Hellcat. Yeah, I mean, so imagine
Oh,
the
God.
Wildcat, but much faster. So it has all the durability, but faster, hits harder, more maneuverable. So it's going to be a major problem for the Japanese. You also get the Corsair, which is I think is a carrier plane too, right?
It is. We had problems using it on carriers, and actually the British figured out how to do it. So by 1945, we were using them on carriers.
It's another plane, total beast.
Total beast, excellent airplane, lots of firepower, hard hitting. Um, I love the Hellcat. It's an amazing plane. We mentioned the Zero. I mean, the Hellcat was made with the idea of like, if you are going to dogfight a Zero, you'll beat them this time.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah.
as if that were not enough, at the very end of the war, we fielded the F-8 Bearcat, and this is a
Yeah.
carrier plane which can go about 500 miles an hour, and it might be just like sort of off the factory line the fastest piston engine plane ever built, or one of them certainly. Now, it didn't really see much action in World War II, but in the late 40s, early 50s, there was a thing called the Reno Air Races, where people would take old World War II piston planes and fly them in canyons and races. And the Bearcat
Cool.
was the MVP of that league, pretty much.
Oh
Um,
yeah. Oh God. Then you have the SBD Dauntless, the one
yeah,
that won mid.
but I
Superb
thought
air.
I thought the Devastator was the main one at Midway.
Well, they got gunned down, unfortunately.
What was
The port.
who was it a Dauntless where that guy went back and then did the second sortie and ruined his lungs?
Dick Best.
Yeah.
Yeah, God. Our hero's name is Dick Best.
Also, the leading World War II ace of it for the U.S. You know his name?
No.
Dick Bong.
That's
Well, I mean,
great.
technically Richard Bong, but I mean he went by Dick. So
I just like. Can you think of another like this is like this is the best person we have. His name is Dick Best.
yeah, no.
Like I feel like it was like made in a Hollywood room, like a full of screenwriters. But no,
Made in a Hollywood
um,
room where Beavis and Butthead have creative control.
yeah. So the SBD Dauntless, amazing airplane. The Helldiver replaced it, which eventually was good, but they had problems with it at first. But I love the name for this. The Helldiver's name was like the. Let me get the initials here. The Helldiver, because I'm not remembering off the top
Wasn't
of
it
my
the
head.
SBD2?
Something like that. I think the nickname for it was "Son of a Bitch Second Class."
Wow.
Because they had problems with the handling at first. And there was actually a call amongst the aviators to keep the Dauntless.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, the Dauntless had it all. It was, great payload, rugged. It is the airplane that the Japanese were absolutely terrified of. Then the Devastator was just kind of outdated. I mean, it was a great airplane when it first came out, but then it gets replaced by the TBF Avenger, which is a superb airplane. They were using TBFs in Vietnam.
Yeah. Also, the TBF Avenger was famously flown by both future President George H.W. Bush and Paul Newman.
And who?
Paul Newman, the actor who has a salad dressing line.
Oh, Paul Newman, great actor, man.
Yeah. So there you go. But yeah, also the Devastator, in its defense, was built in 1935, and apparently it was the first all-metal aircraft, and also the first monoplane for a navy. So when it first came out, people around the world were like, "Holy shit, this thing is awesome!" And then by the time
Oh
World
yeah,
War II rolls around, it's like, "Let's this piece of shit off the decks."
yeah. No. The Devastator, it's just outdated. But when it came out, it was arguably a marvel. So yeah, naval aviation, superb.
Yeah.
No real holes there. Carrier operations weren't as good in 1942. The Japanese actually had better carrier operations, but once again, they're floating gas cans, and those Dauntlesses found them at the right moment at Midway.
Right.
But for instance, what took us an hour would take the Japanese 15 minutes in terms of getting aircraft off the deck. That's how much more efficient they are in 1942 as compared to us. But hey, we learn fast, and then by 1944, you can do what's called the Sunday Punch, where you can practically launch almost all the aircraft off the carrier and really give the Japanese a pounding. So Yeah, yeah, it's superb. What about the Army Air Force? I mean, you said the
Uh,
basement's 40, so they're looking pretty nice, huh?
yes, I mean if you're rating the planes on here, I mean the P-40's probably C plus B minus. You know, because it's
Wait,
got
what about
some.
the P-39, the Air Cobra?
That one sucked, but we gave most of those to the Soviets because we didn't want them.
And the Australians.
Yeah, I mean, the U.S. I don't think used any in combat. At least not to the best of my knowledge, but a lot of our allies did. Um, However, the P-40 is our basement fighter, and again, it's not even that bad. It's not as good as a 109 or a Jap Zero. That being said, it's not a complete piece of shit either, and it's pretty good at ground attack. And one common theme you see with the U.S. fighters is that all of them are multi-purpose. They can fight at any altitude. They can do pretty much any role. Even the P-51 can be used in ground attack if you want to. They'll have range, they'll have speed, they'll have firepower, they're all durable. In terms of Air Force quality, in terms of plane quality, there's no competition between the U.S. and anybody else. It's not even close. And also, these are very rugged designs. They have a lot of metal in them, but also they are quick to build, fairly simple, easy to work on, easy to learn for the most part. Um, and we build a lot of them. We build tens of thousands of these things. So you look at the P-38, P-47, P-51. All of these can be used as escort fighters. They have strategic value. They can be used tactically to establish air dominance. You can use them to attack stuff on the ground, especially the P-47. And these planes will always perform for you. And keep in mind, we have fuel and resources. We can train our pilots before we send them in, so we never have to worry about undertrained pilots. That's always a plus. In terms of tactical bombers, not only do we have fighters that can do this too, but we also have the B-25 Mitchell, which most famously did Doolittle's raid. Very versatile plane, was becoming a little outdated by the end of the war, but still pretty good. Possibly the best of those sort of early war twin-engine multi-purpose bombers everybody had. You got the B-26 Marauder, A-26 Invader, the A-20 Douglas, or Havoc, whatever it's called. All of those are basically like the B-25, but better in some ways, whether they were faster, had a bigger payload, what have you. So all of those were excellent. I don't think any of them were quite as good at tank busting as the Typhoon, but all of them were good at pretty much everything. I think the A-20 was anti-shipping, right? Or is that something else?
I don't think. Wait, maybe it was.
And they also have the
Huh.
Catalina, which is good at anti-shipping.
Well, the PBY is great.
Yeah, I mean, you look at strategic bombers, large numbers of B-17s and B-24s, actually more B-24s than 17s. The 17s are more iconic, and they're better defensively in terms of armor and machine guns, but the B-24 carried more stuff in terms of bomb capacity. Then you got the
Yeah.
B-29, the Super Fortress, flew so high it had to be pressurized, delivered nukes, and the fire bombings of Japan, super long range. I mean, yeah, the U.S. Air Services, that's an easy yes. There's not really any deficiency here.
No, none that I know of. I mean, I think one of the things that really impressed me with them is you said that the aircraft being all-purpose, rugged. I feel like when it came to designing, not so much land equipment necessarily, right? 'Cause,
Yeah.
I mean, like our anti-tank gun was pretty crappy. The
Right.
Sherman had its strengths, but it wasn't like the best tank ever.
Right.
But when it came to like ships and airplanes, we just put out well-designed stuff, was balanced, and
Yeah.
emphasized what was actually appropriate to emphasize. I mean, hell, aircraft tactics wise,
Right.
the Japanese are obsessed with maneuverability.
Right.
We become more obsessed with the idea of diving and speed, which
Right.
turns out that actually is more effective.
Yeah, so I gotta cut this short just a little bit. My dog is barking. My girlfriend's trying to sleep. It's getting really late. I gotta go deal with him, so I gotta cut this off.
Hear you.
But
Okay.
thank you for joining me, Sean, and thank you everybody for listening. Until next time, this has been Thersites the Historian, and I need to go try to appease a dog who has pretty severe dementia, and I can't discipline for obvious reasons. So, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, goodbye, everybody.